I forgot to change the name of the thing. My bad. There you go. There we go. Got to do the selfie. For those who are watching the replay, welcome. Scroll to about 3 or 4 minutes into the stream and you will see me talking at the water. Or I might just take you guys for the walk. We'll see. I gotta hold this pose for a couple seconds more. Perfect. Let's go ahead and copy. That works. Wait, what? Oh, no, this is the right live stream. Oh, come on. Sorry, y'all. I'm just doing my thing here. For anyone who's like watching, like on the replay, that is. Anybody that's watching on the replay. Yep. Okay. Okay. So, remember, take this damn umbrella down for a moment. So we'll be at the trail momentarily. So I'll see you in a moment. Whoa. Okay. Gonna have to be a little mindful here. It's a little slippery. Good morning, people. Welcome back. It's gonna be a pretty decent chat. The water's a little bit higher today, so gotta be mindful with the rocks where I'm standing and don't slip in. I need to bring you guys a little bit to the side. I'll start talking in a moment. Had to bring like umbrella and everything because I didn't know if it was gonna rain, so yeah, here we are. And I'm a little behind in time, but I'm actually where I'm supposed to be in every present moment. Hello. I see someone's already here. I got to be mindful with the water. Good to see you, Mr. Neuro, Chelsea. I'm wearing my Uchiha t-shirt. I'm turning into a rogue ninja. I'm gonna take a moment to just I just got here. I trust both of you are doing good. Ugh. Ah! Yeah. I was watching Demolition Man last night, and I was like, just before I start talking about attention, how attention is a very important aspect next to awareness. I watched Demolition Man many, many times, and last night something occurred to me when I watched it. I'm like, wait a minute. There's a scene where the guy's like, I'm going to invite you to Taco Bell. But I was waiting for him to say that because it's in your memories. But when I watched the movie last night, because I downloaded it from Stremio, I was watching it from there, it said, I'm going to invite you to Pizza Hut. I'm like, what the fuck? Pizza Hut? Since when did they say that? I've never heard him say that. And it caught my attention right away. I'm like, something feels off here. And I had to go Google it. I'm like, when did they change Taco Bell to Pizza Hut? And then I looked, and it's like in the North American version of Demolition Man, it was the franchise wars was Taco Bell won. So Taco Bell was the one that got to be in the movie. Whereas in Europe, it's actually Pizza Hut. I'm like, I'm just finding this out now. It's crazy. So this kind of leads into why I'm going to be talking about attention. It's very important because there are certain things that you're probably not seeing that's right in front of your eyes. Quite literally. Because you're seeing what your current eyes are seeing, and that's not true. Or it is true depending on what you keep telling yourself over and over again. If you keep saying I'm never going to be rich, I'll never have this money, I'll never be able to do this, I'll never be with that guy or that girl, I'll never have that money, I'll never have that. You're placing your attention on abundance of lack. Quite literally. Or literally, if you want to use that word. I'm going to read the chat quickly before I get cooking, get rolling. It rained last night. What's up, Soul Fan? Good to see you. Ease your calm, John Spartan. Yeah. Yeah. Life's great, bro, by the way. I trust yours is good too. Mine's is wonderful. Because I get to speak about attention. And I got to make sure I do not drop in the water because today the water is a little bit higher because it rained last night. And I'm wearing my more, beat up boots or beat up shoes. So, yeah. Where you place your attention, attention is another word for focus. Where you place your focus or attention, it will just magnify and grow. So if you say that, people are terrible, I'll use some words that some said yesterday, like psychopaths, crazies, right? Some mean people, negative people, angry people. Your mind isn't creating shit, just so you know. Your mind is revealing where you currently are, and what you are is what you're going to be seeing based on your what is the word? Frequency. And what is a frequency? Again, I remember that person saying, I love when people talk about buzzwords, but they never actually explain anything. So again, to go over what a frequency is, it is comprised of 7 keys, or you can call it your identity. The 7 keys are comprised of your beliefs that you currently believe of yourself in the world, your expectations of what you expect is normal for yourself and the world, your convictions of what you truly know is possible for you, your emotional charged thoughts, not just regular thoughts, emotional charged thoughts, your perceptions of the world, your reactions, like how you react or how you respond, and your focus. So these 7 keys are what make up a frequency, and that what makes up your concept of yourself or your identity. So if all of it is in like alignment of negativity, you will bring negative stuff. If it's all in alignment with positive, you'll bring positive stuff. If it's in alignment with neutral, you'll have a more neutral experience. So you just kind of like navigate and not get swung like a pendulum back and forth. And yes, green water bottle, not blue. And it's important to be aware of your attention. See, yesterday, that's why I'm saying awareness starts the transformation. Then from awareness, it leads to attention. What are you placing your attention on? Lack? Worry? Fear? Most are. That's why when you see the chat sometimes, you see a lot of people just dropping all kinds of intellectualizations and they're like wanting to be right and all this stuff, but they're missing the point. You can be very intellectually smart, but you can still be missing the picture. I've been doing that for years, by the way. The greatest art form to sophistication is simplicity. Live a simple life. Watch as life becomes super simple. Doesn't mean that you're not going to have problems. Life's going to throw you that curveball. When you least expect it, life's going to it's going to throw you that curveball. But then you get to decide how you handle it based on your awareness and your attention, and then attention leads into other things, such as like how you're going to think and your emotions. And by the way, your emotions shape your thoughts, and your thoughts shape your emotions. When I was walking here this morning, I had a feeling that I hadn't had in a very long time. As a child, I saw somebody had a license plate like holder and had One Piece. I'm not the biggest One Piece fan, but you know, One Piece is a great anime. And a feeling just summoned through my body. I'm like, wow, I haven't felt this feeling. What's this feeling that I'm feeling? Did you know that everything in your life, you're basically doing it based on your emotions? Why do you think you want everything you want? From brushing your teeth with toothpaste to a toothpick to pick. It's all about a feeling that you're looking for. A feeling of relief. And most of you are looking for that relief feeling. But you know, the funny thing is you're looking for it outside of yourself when you can actually feel it right now. Because your eyes and your mind are dictating what you can experience internally. But it's your inner world that can actually dictate what you'll experience on the outer world. How do you think I got to where I am? Keep focusing on outside? If that's one thing you take away from me, is that you're always looking for a feeling, no matter what you think you're doing. Why do you go on a live stream? Why do you watch a YouTube video? Why are you typing the comments? Why are you, talking to your friend? Why are you going out to a restaurant? Why are you taking a trip on an airplane? Everything to its core is based on a feeling, quite literally. And a feeling is emotion, energy in motion. And guess what? You can feel all of that right now. It costs you absolutely nothing except for a little bit of time and attention within yourself. It costs you no money. You can feel all that. And the thing is, how you bring something into your reality, even though you're focusing internally, you're not worried about outside, is by going within, staying locked into that frequency. You can call it calibrating to that frequency, calibrating or stabilizing it. And as you stabilize to that new frequency, watch as your life starts to unfold. People might show up that you never would have thought. Opportunities will show up. It definitely will show up. Situations that'll be in your favor, and circumstances will also be in your favor. Again, life will still throw you the curveball, but it gets to test. You get to flex your muscle to see how can you stay in your current frequency, and if you're gonna be rocked, right? If you're gonna be swayed. You know, yesterday, who was it? no filter for you or whatever. He came on, he's like, I see, you get triggered as soon as I get here. I'm like, I'm not even sure, bro. I'm like, what the fuck are you even doing here? Right? I'm not rocked. Like, if he wants to keep being here, same with that the other Phoenix guy, and Caillou does the internet, they can. Those three can keep coming back and keep being trolls. They can keep doing it. It's not swaying me because they know what I'm saying is spot on. Their soul is bringing them back. Otherwise, why are they here? Because they're looking for a feeling within. Maybe they need the feeling of, I need to get a reaction. That's their feeling that they're looking for. I need that reaction and it'll make me feel accomplished for the day. I'm going to read the chat for a moment. Let's see what's going on. Jeanette. And Underboss, welcome. Good to see you both. Mr. Neuro. I have a fear problem. This dude looks Indian. Cool. I'm actually a soul. It's not raining. I thought it was raining for a moment. Anyways, let me continue. But yeah, good to see both of you. All of you. One day, I'm going to change the world where no one's going to ask what ethnicity you are. The world's going to change to a point where, are you alien or are you human? I'm going to be the one that changes that in every human. And they'll never ask, what ethnicity are you? You're going to ask, what race are you? Alien or human? Bet. I'm an alien. I just so happen to take a physical form so I can navigate with most humans. Because if I took my alien form, y'all would be running for your life, except for Underboss, because he's an alien himself. But you know, some of you are actually aliens too. You just forgot that. Anyways, let me get back to what I was talking about. So attention. So the person who says, I have a fear problem, if you say, I have a fear problem, then guess what? I have a fear problem. And then the universe will just keep giving you more fear because you're placing your attention on fear. So I don't know if you're still here, but if you keep saying, I have a fear problem, well then you're going to have a fear problem. That's how the mind works. Most people don't understand how the mind works. And they also don't understand that they're not the mind. That's why every day I'll keep saying the same things over and over until it fucking lands. Especially for those who are new. My clients pay me for results. And I'm really good at what I do. Now, of course, on a YouTube live, I can only go as far until I have like one-on-one dialect to see what's really going on in here. But I can take a guess based on some of the comments I've seen where most people are. This person's very intellectualizing things. They're very like a steward of this manifestation and creation stuff. They're all about information. This person is all about more emotions, more feelings. This person is more on lack and fear. This person is understanding that it starts with them. Cool, right? Everyone's at their own level. In the mind, that is. At the soul, we're at the same level. That's a bar. Write it down. So the more you place your attention on worry, fear, and lack and doubt, you will keep bringing that into your reality. It's just that simple. Because you keep deciding. I'm not saying to close your eyes and be ignorant to the universe and to the world around you. That's not what I'm saying. But it is you that's bringing forth what you're seeing in your physical world. This is how reality actually works. It starts with you. If you keep thinking about, when am I ever going to get ahead in life, or when am I going to be rich, or When will I be with that partner? Or when will I have that business? Or when will I, finally have that career? Because you're still placing your attention outwards to something in the future that doesn't exist in the future. It's all happening right now. What you're doing is placing your goals. This is you, this is your goals, and you keep pushing it like this. So you're going through time, human time, and your goals are nowhere closer. Yeah, you're going to take action, but you're still, when am I going to get there? And you keep pushing it away. How about you just fucking decide that you have it right now? Oh, right, because the world has told you have to physically have it. You're being delusional. Right. How's that working out for you? Are you any happier? Do you want to keep listening to what the world tells you? Or do you want to listen to what your soul is telling you? Have it now. The universe has different definitions from us. Like having. This is a big one. I remember I mentioned on all my live streams, morning, you can only have what you already have. What does that mean? If you already are who you say you are within, congratulations, that's as real as it's going to get. All this other stuff will just follow suit. There takes some condensation period time on the earth for something to turn from like steam to ice. This is going to be a bar for some of you. Water, this, right, is neutral. But this can turn to ice, or this can turn to steam if it gets too hot. And this will evaporate into steam. Steam is like mental realm. You can see it, but you can't really touch it. Yes, you'll see like the condensation on your hand when you put your hand above steam, but you can't really grab steam. It'll just go right through, but you can definitely grab ice. And this is what reality is. It's frozen imagination. You're basically taking the mental, the steam, using your mental and spiritual, which then becomes the water, to then make it into physical form, which is ice, and bring it into reality. That's how simple this is. Nothing more. And that's by using your emotions, your perceptions, your expectations, your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts, your reactions or response, and your focus and attention. You don't believe me? You're basically manifesting everything right now on autopilot, even the things you don't want, because you keep focusing on what you don't want, and you keep perpetuating the cycle. I'm not a manifestation coach, but part of what I do is part of manifestation. What I do is help you to unlock the fullest potential of your mind so you can live whatever life you choose to by your design. Not by the world's design, by your design. That's why I keep saying, like, if you keep subscribing to all kinds of like fear mongering and like noise outside of you, you're just giving your power away to the outside world. That is a bar. Please write that one down, because you are literally giving your power away every present moment when you do that. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to scroll up and check the messages. Well, it's not no secret law of attraction. This is not law of attraction, law of assumption. This is the law of you. It's basically the law of what fucking works. That's basically what it is. It's the law of what fucking works. It's not law of attraction or law of assumption. I can give fuck all about those laws. This is called the law of you, because you are the one that has to be the one to decide what it is that you want or what you choose to have, by going internally and not worrying about what's showing in your physical world. I've already decided what I wanted, or what I already have, because want implies you don't have. Because want is like, I want this, I want this, I want this, that means you don't have it. And the universe is like, oh, so you don't have it, but you want something? Okay, I'm gonna keep making sure you want it by pushing it away. And you create importance because you want it, and then that importance creates energetic space. You're not collapsing it. You got to basically go through your life, go through your day-to-day already knowing. Remind yourself, yeah, it's so easy that I got this money. And say things that actually will generate emotions, not bullshit statements like, I am a billionaire. No, Say, you know, I have more than enough. I'm so grateful I have more than enough right now. Something simple. This is what I tell my clients. Make sure when you're in your manifestation or whenever you're generating your emotions, have a scene for 5 seconds. You guys might want to write this down because my clients pay me a lot of money for this. But here you go. Here's the technique. You sit down and you relax until your body, you can't really feel your body until you're just relaxed. You can lay down or sit down. I'd highly recommend to sit down because if you lay down, you might fall asleep. But if you fall asleep, that's okay too. And you generate a scene, nothing long, 5 seconds. Have somebody congratulating you on whatever it is that you desire, that you already have it. Congratulations, Orion, for having the trillions of dollars. And yeah, I said trillions of dollars with a fucking T. I didn't stutter there. Congratulations, Orion, for the trillions of dollars. I knew you would get it. And they high-five me or they fist bump me. Add physical touch to your emotions because your subconscious mind uses emotions, not logic. And making it physical within yourself will allow you to start bringing forth whatever it is you want. So another one would be, man, it's so great to see you happy with that person. And you use someone who you absolutely love or adore. And if you don't have someone like that, then use somebody who would actually want you to have what you want or what you already have. This is how shit works. It starts within. Why do you think I'm doing what I'm doing? I already have all the money in the world. I have more than enough. I'm not struggling. Some people say, go get a real job. You're probably late to your 7-Eleven shift or whatever. Yeah, you have no idea what the fuck you're even subscribing to when you say that. Because they're placing their focus on bullshit. That's why I don't entertain their bullshit. That's the sign language? Bullshit. What is it? I'm locked the fuck in. Now, of course, I also have fun and relax. That's the thing. When you're having fun with it, make it a game. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. Don't make it a chore. Because if you make it a chore will make the energy you call resentment. Because most people, they don't like doing chores. They fucking hate doing chores. And so if you make it a chore, you're going to ultimately create the energy of making it a chore, and it'll create the energy of resentment. Resentment, complaining, fear, guilt. I didn't say guilt already. These frequencies that we all can feel within at any time is very corrosive to what you want to bring. In fact, the universe will give you more of that, what you feel, by using a person, a situation, opportunity, or event. Right now, I'm manifesting a whole bunch of people in my life, whole bunch of aligned connections, and they're coming from all over the world. Some of you are here on YouTube, some are on Facebook, some are on Instagram, and I'm like, and all I'm doing is just being, and I already know that everybody and everything's already working out for me. I'm so grateful that everything worked out for me. That's why, like, I have no regrets. I'm not putting fear like, oh, I wish I had gone to Egypt, or I wish I had done this. I'm not doing that already. I can go to Egypt right now within my inner world. When the time comes, I'll go to Egypt. That's going to be my final resting place, by the way. I already know where I'm going to be, where I'm leaving this world. I'm going to end myself in the pyramid by, I think I'll know when my time is up, and I'm supposed to go to Egypt. And I'm supposed to sit in the pyramid and then just kind of like, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. So yeah, frozen imagination is like ice, and ice is your reality. That's the simplest metaphor I can use. Steam is the mental realm that you're thinking. So steam is the thinking, okay? Water is the neutral, so you can call it the spiritual. So it's like the thing that's birthing the steam with your thoughts. And then ice, with your emotions, is creating the physical. But you're not focusing on the physical. You are already having it. Because if you keep saying, I want something, you're still missing the point. The point is you have to give it to yourself right now. The world has taught you to live backwards. That you gotta hustle and grind. Nothing wrong with that. You gotta hustle and grind though. That you always have to take like difficult action. No, you have to take action from a state of alignment. You get into the mental attitude of that person who already has the thing. You walk the path as it is already done, not as if, but as it. Big difference between if and it. As it is done, you walk as it is done, not if, because if implies, what's the word? Not. If is like a very, it can be used for your good and against you. That's why I don't use the word if. It is done. You walk as it is done. And you take the actions of the person who already has the thing. What would they be saying? How would they feel? What are the things they're thinking? What are the beliefs they have? What are the expectations for themselves in the world? What are they focusing on or their attention is placed on? What is their reactions or responding? Like I said, when the trolls show up on this live stream, they're nothing more than little curveballs that the universe is just checking to make sure I'm in alignment. So that's why it's perfect when they show up. They can call me the N-word, they can call me nigga, they can call me Indian, they can call me blah, 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 blah. You like to talk, you like to hear yourself talk, blah, 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 blah. All they're doing is just showing me that I've already mastered myself because I'm not entertaining their shit. Like I'm not getting emotionally charged. And like I'm not getting like, and even if I got triggered, I'm still in my right frequency. Because every time you do anything, you're always in your right frequency. And that's a perspective. And that's the bar. Write it down. Let's see. Jeanette. Nathan, you're here too. Good to see you. Also, if someone is sober and around me, I would fully support that and rid the space of respect. Yeah, respect for you. See that genuine Gandalf the Grey in you. Indeed. It's good to have you back, Nathan. Good to see you. That is a mindset. Don't try it if you have negative thoughts at the moment. Trust me. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Scarlett. Good to see you. Pleasure to have you on. Talking about placing your attention on both positive or negative things. In the last, couple days, a lot of you started showing up on this channel because I'm in alignment, and a lot of you are in alignment with where I am. That's why I found you. I basically sent out a signal to the universe. Bring those who are meant to be here, even the trolls, and let them come. That's why some of you have found me. How many YouTube live streams are happening right now? Take a guess. There's probably like millions of live streams that you're swiping from your scrolling, right? Your YouTube shorts, right? There's millions of live streams happening right now, and yet y'all found me. How? You can think of this as like the fucking lottery. Congratulations, you won the lottery, you found me. But I am here to just share with you that you have all the answers. So congratulations, you found yourself. That's why wherever you place your attention, like, I'm not here to give you guys answers. I'm here to mirror back that you already are the answer. That's why, like, for those who keep coming back, if you're coming back, you're not coming back for more information. What you're coming back for is just hanging out with me and staying in the frequency. The high, not the high vibe, but the aligned vibe. Because high vibration is bullshit. A lot of spiritual people are like, oh, I'm going to be high vibration all the time. So they'll change their diet. They'll change, nothing wrong with these things. But the thing is, they change things expecting that this is what's getting them closer to their manifestation. No, you can drink and smoke and do all kinds of bullshit and you can still manifest stuff. There are people in the world right now manifesting, and they are like, they're not changing their diet, they're not changing their personality, they're not changing their changing their self-concept of themselves. They didn't become some spiritual dude overnight wearing a bunch of crystals. I used to wear crystals. I still have them. But I don't wear them for being a spiritual person. I wear it because it just looks fucking cool. It's like anything else. It's like wearing a piece of jewelry. But like, they don't change how they like talk, and they start to like wear, like have like tattoos on their foreheads of the moon, and like having all kinds of spiritual numbers tattooed across their body, making them more spiritual. I'm gonna tell you something right now, especially to my ladies, because the ladies like to do this a lot. If you like putting numbers on your body and moon symbols and more all the stuff, and it brings you joy, do it. But doing all of that does not bring you closer to where you already are. That's the bar, write it down. If it's like for a reminder, oh yes, I have this tattoo of like 777 on my, for lucky, right? If that's what you're putting a number on for, and it's bringing you joy, do it. But if you're doing it because you think you're going to get any closer, I have news for you. You're never going to get any closer than where you are right now, and you have to come to that realization. People basically do things on dependency and reliance. You don't need to be reliant upon anything or do anything. You already are manifesting or bringing forth whatever it is that you desire right here, right now, in every present moment. Even the things you don't want, because whatever you don't want is what you already have. Focusing, like right now, you're focusing on that, and you're unfortunately bringing that into your reality. I don't like using the term quantum leap because that's just another spiritual buzzword. But you can literally alter your experience by turning inwards and knowing that all things are done. Congratulations. In my reality, all of you have everything you ever wanted. Or I should say, you already have what you already have. You have the business, the finances, like you're financially free. You have the partner of your dreams if you want to be with a partner. You have the career that you desire to be with. You're traveling, you're doing whatever. You have everything already. But the world will say, that's not true. You don't physically have it. Because the universe has a different definition than us humans. We humans like to complicate things. I work with universal principles and definitions. The universe's definition of having is vibrationally possessing it within. What does that mean? Vibration is energy in motion. Energy is like your feelings. So once you know you already have it, you already have it. It's just that simple. And watch as people start showing up, or circumstances or situations or an idea pops in your head, and you're supposed to take that action. That's your intuition. Wherever you are, your intuition is always going to be, but it can download either positive or negative stuff. So you can either go on a website and you're downloading the positive codes or the negative codes. And then you can corrupt your computer system, your system, or you can actually send the antivirus and cure whatever bullshit that you were subscribing to for years. And you can do that, morning, you can do that just like that. But the problem is the mind has stories, and stories creates memory and experiences. And what is memory and experiences? Look at those two words, M-E, memory experience, it equals a me. You might want to write that one down. M-E, me. And those me, memory and experiences, keeps perpetuating where you currently are if you're not happy with where you are in your reality based on the stories and the memories, or the memories and the experience that you've had, and the mind will continue to tell you blah, 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 blah until you go beyond the mind. And how do you do that? In the now. Stay right here, right now. Lock the fuck in right now. Be still and know that you have the power right now to change within yourself. You can snap your finger and do it, but it's not going to seem simple because the mind's going to be like, that's not true, because the mind keeps creating a story that has to be difficult. I figured this shit out last year. At the very end of 2025, I'm like, I see what the fuck the mind's been doing. I manifested everything that I really wanted instantly, because manifestation is instantly within yourself. I don't give a fuck if it's not here in the physical yet. I could give fuck all about that. I already have it. But then it started actually showing up in the physical. And what was that? My clients. I wanted clients. I wanted to be able to help people and get paid for doing what I love. And now I have 6 clients and I have a wait list of people waiting to work with me. You think this just worked for me? I struggled. In fact, if you go on my other channel, you will see the pain and the struggle that I had to go through. That's why every fucking thing was recorded on my channel. That's why my other channel is an archive. It's a treasure trove for myself and for others to watch the journey unfold. Now I have clients. And they were just a proof of, with evidence, because, you know, there was a person named Clayton who's like, I need evidence, that now they're physically here. And now that they're physically here, how can I say this doesn't work? All of the stuff that I had been practicing and putting into practice has finally started to pay off. Because I was still focusing on the outside world. So every time you focus on the outside world, this is what's happening. Pay attention to this. You're planting a seed into the ground, right? You're about to plant the fucking seed into the ground. Boop. It's in the ground. Look at this guy. Ligum balls. This is the other troll. Welcome. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. You're taking a fucking seed and you're planting it in the ground. And every time you place your focus outside, when is my reality going to change? You're taking that seed and pulling it up. Well, if it's, you know, the funny thing, because you keep coming back to my channel, your soul wants you to be here. Your mind is just being facetious and idiotic. But hey, it is what it is. Right? You're the one that keeps coming back, Ligma Balls. So clearly you have business here. I haven't dragged your ass back here. You're the one that keeps coming back here, right? So keep coming back here. And by the way, thank you for feeding my algorithm. Appreciate it. Because you're bringing more people who are supposed to hear what I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate you more than you realize. To continue. So the more you keep focusing on the outside, you're taking that seed and literally pulling it up from the ground. And you're like, hello, where is it? That's not how a seed works. The moment you plant the seed, you have to water it with your attention. Know that it's already there. It's already growing. It's already done. And then watch as it actually does show up in your physical world. The reason why people like Ligma Balls and whoever else comes on and say this is utter bullshit is because they themselves are manifesting the bullshit. They actually secretly want the guidance, but they're too what was the word? Not masculine, too macho, or too proud to get the help. And that's fine. I'm not even here for them. For those who are like Ligma Balls, they can see themselves out of my live stream. I'm not here for you. You can see yourself out of my live stream. For the rest, like Jeanette and Nathan and Underboss, right? I'm focusing on you guys. I'm not even focusing on Ligma Balls. Like the name Ligma Balls tells me enough. This is what we call the placing focus and attention on. I'm feeding him a little bit though. I'm giving him a little bit of attention. Just to show. But he's just doing me a favor because every time I see Ligma Balls or Caillou Does the Internet or that Phoenix guy or insert the other trolls that show up, you know, you guys basically are just strengthening me up. So I appreciate you throwing your second and first dimensional comments so that I can just like not pay attention, keep talking and working with Jeanette, helping you know, Underboss and Nathan and Mr. Nero and Chelsea and Soul Fam and anybody else. Oh, and Apocalypse and Carnage and all those. If you think they don't know what they're doing, I mean, hey, clearly your reality is fucked. Because somewhere down the road for Ligma Balls and like Caillou does the internet and all them, their reality got fucked. All of our realities got fucked. But you get the power to shift in every present moment by placing your attention on what you do actually desire to have right now. That's what I'm saying. So like if you want to continue to focus on negative shit, then keep focusing on negative shit. Keep coming back to my streams and trolling me. It is what it is. I'm not going to fight with you. There's no point, because it's kind of ridiculous to kind of like point at us, like yell at a screen with just a bunch of second dimensional words that are used by a second dimensional mind that hasn't figured out how reality works. That was all a bar. That was a fucking verse. So, where you place your attention, you're either going to grow what you don't actually want, because you're placing your attention on, I don't want to be poor, I don't want to be in a negative relationship, I don't want trolls, I don't want this, I don't want that. Well, where you place your attention, more of that's just going to keep coming, because it's the paradox, it's the reverse. It's just that simple. Your mind doesn't create reality. Your mind reveals your reality, which is internally. Reality isn't there, it's here. That is, all of this is just based on your imagination and your focus, your attention, your perceptions, your expectations, your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts, your reactions, and your focus. Or, to sum up all of that, your fucking identity of what you tell yourself over and over again. You know, once upon a time, I used to be like Ligma Balls. In fact, if I would go back 10 years, I'd be on the same boat with Ligma Balls. I'd be like, yeah, that Orion guy, he doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. It's some other bullshit. He's not talking anything. He's just spouting out nonsense out of his mouth. I know, I've been there, dude. That's why I know where you are. I see you, dude. And it's okay. Keep coming back to my stream. I'm not the one that's like, get over here, like Scorpion, and bringing you to my live stream. You just keep coming back. Because somewhere deep down inside, you want to feel fulfilled by either attempting to bring me down for me to get an emotional reaction. I know the game. I know the game more than you realize, dude. I know how this shit works. I was the biggest troll on the internet once upon a time. And yes, I took that as a badge of fucking honor, being the biggest troll on the internet. You probably weren't even fucking born yet. You're probably still in your fucking little diapers when I was already starting to troll the internet. He's still here, isn't he? Yes, he is. Manipulate how? He isn't asking exactly. Honestly, I'm not even asking. Look, welcome Apocalypse, good to see you. He's on, listen carefully everyone. He's on his frequency, right? He's here, I'm here. I'm speaking this, and those who are on my frequency or a similar frequency understands or understands what I'm saying. Those who are on this frequency, there's nothing bad between either, it just is. He's on this frequency. This frequency will never understand what this frequency is talking about. So that's why my words, he's hearing my words, but it's not clicking, right? Because he's in this frequency, and so I'm speaking basically fucking Chinese right now to him. It's literally fucking Chinese. And there's no point convincing him of anything. He is where he is based on his frequency. I keep saying that. You are where you are based on your frequency. And again, for the person who's like, again, somebody talk about frequency, but they don't tell you what it's about. Using spiritual buzzwords. Here we go. Frequency. It's your self-concept of yourself. The identity that you think you are, or that you have told yourself you are, based on the mind's stories and memories and experience. It's your beliefs, your expectations, your convictions, your emotional charged thoughts, your reactions, your focus, your attention, your perceptions. That is a frequency. We are energetic beings. The universe is an energy system. We're literally like Wi-Fi devices, or we're a device on a Wi-Fi network, which is all emotion based, energy and motion. The universe uses energy. That's this fundamental property of this universe. It's energy. When you're eating food, you're not eating food, you're eating energy to give you energy, or to help restore or revitalize some of your energy within your body. You go to sleep, you're an energy being to get back and get some rest. Right? The rest is to recharge your battery. You're a battery. You're like a battery. You're an energy being. And the universe is energy. Yes, you have a physical meat suit. Yeah, this is a meat suit. But underneath this meat suit has a bunch of neural pathways and neural peptides, and they use energy, emotions. Your heart pumps blood. You breathe in oxygen to get more life force energy. I know someone was like, where is the empirical evidence of this thing you call life force energy? Bro, you're breathing in fucking oxygen. That's empirical as it's gonna get. But he's the type similar to Clayton. I need evidence. The mind is always gonna keep looking for fucking evidence. And I'm gonna keep saying that. The mind is gonna keep looking for evidence until you go beyond the mind and know that it already is here. It's just that simple. That's why so many people are struggling. They keep watching content, over more content and more content. And I did that for years, kept reading and studying, and they're not getting any further. In fact, learning is a fucking trap. It keeps you playing small and stuck, and you'll never feel ready. And ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. Just so you know. So some of you are supposed to help people. I know me and Jeanette were talking about this yesterday, right? Jeanette felt that she's supposed to be helping people in a certain way, right? Yeah. Any of you who came to this live stream, even the trolls, you're supposed to actually be doing something important of helping other people. Reality is based on other people, if you didn't know. If you hate people, I have bad news for you. Your reality is going to suck really, really badly. Because no matter what you do, it's always going to be based on people. Like if you go to the grocery store, right? You need other people to bring the produce into the grocery store. Unless you have your own farm and you're making your own stuff, right? You have your own vegetables you've grown. You have your own meat that you've, I don't like saying that word, but that thing, right? You have your own eggs. You have your own fruit, right? You have your own milk. You have your own electricity. Like if you have your own thing, then yeah, there's people out there that have that. But majority of us have to rely on other people to keep things going. So if you hate people, I have news for you. The very thing that you hate is the very thing you still have to rely yourself upon. For example, you're using a device, right? A computer. You're using a phone or a tablet. You need internet. What if the internet company goes down? You're going to be bitching and complaining. My internet doesn't work. Right? You're going to I need them to fix it. Right. You hate these people so much. Right? A lot of people hate people. I know because I used to be that. Hate people, but you still need people to fix stuff. You still have to be relying upon them. Reality is based on people. Unfortunately, that's just how it's going to be. But it does start with you within. It's just that simple. So if you hate people, it's going to be a very tough reality for you. I've been there. Nathan. Big facts. If you have hate or anything negative, it can and will affect your thoughts, process, and actions in life. Bar. Yeah. Because where you place your attention on, that's what you're focusing on. And what you focus on will grow. It doesn't just grow, it gets magnified. There's two laws of the universe. Magnify and maintain. Write this one down. It's called the 2 M's of the universe: magnify and maintain. Whatever you place your focus on right now, internally, which then will mirror about externally, if you continue to enforce it, it compounds, like the compound effect. It gets bigger and bigger and gets magnified. The universe will then check within you to see where the fuck you are within yourself, and will then maintain that frequency by giving you the person, the situation, opportunity, or an event to make sure that you stay where you are, because the universe loves balance. The universe does not like imbalance, or I like to call it, it loves energetic equilibrium. That's just a fancier word for saying balance. If you start to feel differently, though, this is what's going to happen. Listen carefully. You're a negative person and you're about to be a positive person, right? You want to start to shift. The universe is going to also check in and be like, oh, so this person is attempting to change now, but they still have more emotions to the negative over the positive. So I'm going to make sure I drive their ass back down like the nail that they are presently, and drive them back down. That's what the universe is going to do. It's going to bring a person, a situation, opportunity, or an event to keep mirroring back the old state of being. This is called the old frequency, your old self-concept, your old identity, and it's going to keep you there until you've decided, I don't care what you show me, universe. You can throw 10 million men at me and beat me up all you want, but I'm this person now. I've decided it right now. This is who I am. And as you stabilize that frequency, that's called the new frequency. You stabilize that frequency, watch as the old frequency starts to disappear slowly or instantly. But your old frequency will always find a way to sneak back in. There's a back door. It's typed the code. There's a back door. It's waiting for you to trip up, right? For example, my back doors are trolls, because I used to fall to the games of the trolls. So the old frequency is just there in the background, typing a code. I'm gonna make sure I have a way to get back in. So I'll use a troll to get back into Orion's mind fully, and I'll take control so that I'm the puppeteer again and that he doesn't have control over the mind. So if a troll comes and I get emotionally engaged and I get triggered, I have to remind myself, okay, shit is happening, but I'm still in the right frequency. And I have to catch the mind doing what it's doing. Once you catch the mind doing what it's doing, you've already won. Congratulations. The problem is the mind is going to do whatever it can, because it's its own spiritual organism, or you can call it astral entity. It's not a physical being, but it desires to take life through your vessel because you created it. So now you have to work with it, or it has to work with you, depending on what you choose. It should be working with you, not the other way around, for you to start living your best life. My little astral entity still is around, but I remind him to sit your ass in the corner and relax and be. If I catch it, I'm like, I see you. It's like, remember I mentioned yesterday, it's like that child going into the kitchen at like 12 o'clock to get that cookie at night, and the parents like, hey, I see you. They turn on the light in the kitchen, caught red-handed. Morning, brother.
Morning.
How are you?
No complaints.
No complaints. I know. No complaints. I'll see you in a bit. So it's like the child coming in the kitchen. Hey, I see you getting that cookie. Get your ass back to bed. That's what the mind does. It's always looking for that back door, waiting when you least expect it, by using a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event to present itself. But then you get to flex your muscles to see within yourself, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're attempting to, I see it. And the moment you catch it, even if you don't catch it right away, you won. Congratulations. You now have mastered yourself because you have now seen what the mind's about to do. So for me, my back door right now are little internet trolls. Because I desire to see how they really are the only things that can actually potentially like derail anything I say, but they can't because I've decided that whatever they say is irrelevant. It's just that simple. Let's see what's going on in the chat. What's up, Doc? Good to see you, dude. Nathan. Nah, don't worry about your typos, dude. You're good. So, Jeanette, regarding emotions being hard to navigate, what if I told you they're easy to navigate? Would you believe me or would you know in me? Remember, you get to decide if they're easy or difficult. I'm not here to be ignorant to the fact that it's hard, but we also get to decide that it's easy. Because if we keep saying like, emotions are hard to navigate, then it becomes hard to navigate. Because the mind creates that story. It's the stories. That's all it is. What if I told you that it's actually easy to navigate your emotions? Because it is actually quite easy. The problem is the mind is going to use your external to tell you, no, it's not. It's going to be very, very difficult, very, very hard, very, very tough. And it won't allow you to make it easy. That's why so many people's realities are so hard. My reality is super easy now. It took fucking 40 years for me to figure it out, though. This could have been a lot easier 20 years ago if I had the wisdom that I have now in the mind. The soul already had it. But the soul can only do so much if the mind is in control. There's nothing the soul can really do until some shit comes at you and forces you that change, and you gotta wake the fuck up at this point. That's what happened to me. I got energetically drop kicked in my face by the universe. Hello, Orion, you got people to help. What the fuck have you been doing? No more IT, mister. You're just typing away fucking code for the rest of your life. Hello, I brought you there for just a temporary time, but it's time for you to, remember, dude. So it basically slapped the shit out of me to wake me up. It's it took me that's what it did. It's it shook me get the fuck out. That's what it was doing. And that thing there was basically bringing people, circumstances, situations, and events like the scam for me to realize what the fuck is going on. Because I was still in IT, I was investing, I made lots of money in the stock market. I made tons of money in the stock market. When COVID happened, most people sold all their stocks. I was buying stocks. That's why it's a paradox. In bad times, you buy. In good times, you don't sell. You just leave it as is. And in fact, in good times, you actually don't even buy anything. In bad times, you buy. I know, very counterintuitive, but that's how the stock market works. But then you get to decide how the stock market actually works. I made lots of money in the stock market, but then I took that money and applied it into crypto. But the universe is like, okay, I'm going to let him, I'm going to basically have to take this away from him so that he gets on his fucking path. Because when is he going to get the lesson? I woke him up in 2019, but he still hasn't gotten the lesson. He was supposed to be an entrepreneur sooner than later. And guess what happened? In 2021, after, during the summertime, it was September. September 2021 was like I was brought to my knees, quite literally. I was literally brought to my knees, and I'm like, I give up. I surrender. But surrender at the time doesn't mean what it means now. Surrender for me means relax. But now, or back then, surrender meant giving up, like throwing up the white flag. I quit, I give up. I never quit in my life, but that was the first time in my life I threw in the towel for a moment. And the universe is like, I have something more for you, dude. And here we are. I had to start planting seeds, and those seeds did not come into fruition up until recently. It's been fucking 5 years. for a lot of my seeds that I planted for it to start sprouting. What is that plant that you plant for a while and it takes years for it to grow? Is it a bamboo tree? I forget. There's a certain plant that you plant, it doesn't show for years, and then all of a sudden it starts sprouting up. That's what's happened for me. Mine was like a very slow burn because I didn't understand how reality worked. I was getting punished every time. I kept taking my seed and pulling it out of the ground. Scott, good to see you, bro. Yeah. It's good to see you, dude. See? Alignment in the chat. I like this. Nathan, Scott, Jeanette, Apocalypse, Doc, Chelsea, anybody else that I forgot? Whoever else is here? Alignment. You guys are in alignment, just so you all know. All of you, just by the comments that you're sharing with each other, fucking alignment. If you ever felt like you were alone, you're not alone, because look in the chat. You're not alone. There are others who understand what you're going through. All of you. So never feel like you're alone. And I know this is working because it's bringing all of you who's in alignment to me. Even the trolls. The trolls are technically in alignment with me, but they don't want to, they want to fight. The mind wants to fight. Because the mind right now, this is what's happening when I'm talking with trolls. So I'm saying what I'm saying, you guys are hearing it, they're on their frequency, we're on our frequency. We're not better, they're not better, we're just two different frequencies, nothing more, nothing less. When I'm speaking with them, their mind is like, danger, 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 I gotta fight back, he's wrong, call him out, bullshit, 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 call him out, bullshit, bullshit. This is what the mind is doing for them. Fighting, because to them, it's like it's attacking their self-concept of themselves. Because their beliefs are not in resonance with what I'm saying. And because something's not in resonance, guess what happens? It gets wrapped up into your identity center and it gets into attack mode. That is whenever you run into anybody who is fighting you or arguing with you, that is what's happening. It's not the human, it's the mind controlling the human where they are. So anytime you guys run into anybody in your physical experience or your digital experience or your spiritual experience, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, if they're in that state where they're like, "Urgh," that's because their mind, their identity center, and their beliefs are not in resonance with what you're saying. And because what you're saying is not in resonance to them, it'll feel like it's attack mode. But then you have to make sure when they're in attack mode that you don't fall into their trap, because you get ensnared in their attack mode trap. That's what happens. That's the process of people colliding like this. When you understand how the mind works, you can just navigate shit like with ease. It just becomes an easy game. It becomes super simple. Oh, Mr. T-Bray. I was thinking about you, bro. Bye, Jeanette. Have a great one. I'll see you. You are troll number one indeed. You're welcome. You're welcome, Jeanette. You are definitely troll number one indeed, Mr. You're still on vacation, obviously. You're not due back for another week. I was not expecting you to be on, but hey, I trust that you're having fun at your beach. Right? Yes? By the time you come back, the anniversary will be out. And kind of go off topic for a moment, just for a moment. Oh my God, so many different video games got announced in the last week. And you weren't even here. And all of it was all announced. Final Fantasy VII Part 3. Kingdom Hearts 4 yesterday with the trailer. Muramasa the Demon Blade is being remade on PC for the first time ever. Fuck yeah. Final Fantasy Resonance, which is based off a mobile game. Persona 6. Persona 4 remake. What else? I'm just excited right now. I'm fucking excited. And guess what? Next month, X-Men Season 2 comes back out. And then Bleach. Oh my God. I'm just like, that energy is bringing me so much joy within. Like, I'm just fucking excited right now. I'm literally excited. It's so great. Oh, you're back tomorrow? Okay, cool. Well, we got to play tomorrow. We'll be playing then. So basically what you're saying is that you're not aligned and they need to figure out how to get aligned, get themselves aligned. Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're in alignment with themselves. No matter where you are, you're always in alignment with what you're going to be. So like if you're negative, you're going to be in alignment with negativity. But the universe doesn't subscribe to negativity. It's just a system. But it will keep giving you misalignment because most people want happiness, they want joy. But if you're focusing on negative, then the universe can only give you where you're currently aligned to, the negative. So it starts within. So you get to change your beliefs, your thoughts, your expectations, your perceptions, your convictions, and your focus and attention. These things, if they're all in alignment, because that's what alignment is, not like this, then the universe will give you more in your physical by bringing people, circumstances, situations, and events and opportunities that will present itself for you so that you can have what it is that you were supposed to have by knowing that it was already here in the beginning. You're always in alignment. It just comes down to what you're aligned to. That's another perspective, by the way. Yeah. T-Bray, part 3 of Final Fantasy VII is looking nice, bro. It's looking nice. And yesterday, like random Tuesday, Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer drops during Nintendo Switch or Nintendo Direct. Come on, man. Like, what the fuck? And I wasn't able to see it live because I was on my live stream. Drea, good to see you. Yeah. Speaking of Chinese language and video games, I'm going to send you this song in Discord. There's a different version I think you listened to. Okay, perfect. Send it. I'll listen to it when I get back. Drea, good to see you. Grand Rising, good morning, good afternoon. Insert word. I trust you're doing good. Yeah. I'm just excited right now because and I manifested one game specifically, which is Muramasa the Demon Blade, to fucking finally come to PC. About fucking time. God damn it. I manifested the shit out of that one. I'm like, I want that game. I want that on Steam. Well, when I say I want, I already have it on Steam. Because that's how the universe will. I still get tripped up too with using the word want. I don't like using that word. I want, because I want implies you don't have. So this is the mind still playing that like, I want. No, you already have it. I manifested basically saying, I have this game and it's going to be on PC, and it's already on PC. It will arrive in 2027, but I don't care. I already know. It's done. Manifestation at its finest. Focusing inwards. I'm doing good. I am doing amazing. I brought my umbrella just in case it rains, so we'll see what happens. I trust you're doing great. It's wonderful. It's wonderful when you get to be in the state of just enjoyment. T-Bray could tell you, though, a year ago, because he was here, where I was like getting angry at the world. Ah! He's a very important person in my life. Don't worry, dude. I'm not getting fucking emotional. Relax. But he stuck around last year when I was going through my shit. He saw me go through my shit. So he knows. He knows. He can. He see. It was a year ago around this time. I was like getting really, like, pissed off and annoyed and like angry, and I was at the same water. I was just sitting more over there, and like, you know, he was attempting to help me by like, because he is more relaxed, and he was like telling a mind that isn't relaxed to bro, like, you know, chill, tranquilo. But when you're in an angry state and somebody tells you to relax, you get more angry, because that's not the advice that they need at that moment. But that's what they desire. Everybody really wants one thing: relief. And relief will then bring many different emotions, such as like relaxation, serenity, certainty, calmness, confidence. It starts with relief. You feel relief. Once you start feeling relief internally, watch as life starts to just rearrange itself. But you're not focusing on out there, you're focusing here. As you focus more here, then the outside world will change. That's how it works. It's just that simple. So like, I focus here. Like, you know, I'm gonna be just absolutely vulnerable right now. I wanted to be with a partner, a hot, sexy, like, white woman. Because I like white women. That's just my preference. I love all women though, but I have, like, you know, I gravitate towards that. And you notice I said I want, which that implies I don't have. And now, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care if I even have it internally or I don't have it externally. I don't care, because I already know it's done. It's finished. I'm good. Right? Same with the trillions of dollars. Whether it ever physically comes or doesn't, I don't care. I have more than enough. I'm good. I will continuously be good. Yes, life's going to throw you that curveball. It will throw you the curveball. It always will. But I'm not expecting it always to throw the curveball, but life is going to just do life. But it's going to show you how you get to flex your muscle. Like, I see what you're doing with that person over there. I see you fucking old frequency. I see you. I see what you're doing. You want to use that person to get your ass back into my mind. Nice attempt. It's not going to work. All by catching it and like shifting it. Let's see. We were having conversation about surrendering last year, exactly. I started my channel 1 year ago, and I have a mod that has become such a dear one in my life. They have seen a lot and stuck with the growth. Amazing, exactly. So you've been through a similar path. Drea, like me, which is good. I'm glad you have that person who kind of like stuck with you. T-Bray stuck with me, and I'm gonna stick with him no matter what. Even if we disagree at times, it's okay. We always find a way to understand each other. And we play video games together, so I mean, he's a cool dude. Anyways, let's get back on topic. So the more like you keep focusing on, like, you know, the outside world will never tell you anything new to what you're supposed to experience. What do I mean? So like, if you just see like a bunch of like people hurting people and wars, and like you keep watching the news, it's not going to tell you anything new, because you're placing your attention on the outside, and the outside will just keep mirroring back inside and becomes the reverse way of living. That's how most are living. That's how I lived for most of my life too. It's so, this way of living, I'm like, is this too good to be true? No, this is actually the normal way of living. This was supposed to be the normal way. This is how a child is, excited, or they're happy, or they're just relaxed, calm confidence. And I'll get back to the woman thing in a moment. So like, for me, I'm more relaxed now, and that's basically what's really it. Like, when I watch Cesar Millan and his content, like me and T-Bray, like when whenever I go take a shower, I leave like Cesar Millan on like in the background, and my other channel was watching Cesar Millan. And every time Cesar gets with a new dog, he's almost immediately able to have control over that dog, because dogs are great like mirrors to what you're feeling internally. And like every time I watch his content, I'm like, so the answer really to all this is really just to be calm, confident, just be relaxed, calm. Like, it's so simple. But the problem is the world will not make it feel simple for you, because the world will continuously send like signals to you internal, like from your outside world, and start like sending all kinds of like information at you. Oh, look, there's a little doggy here. How perfect. Hey, there's 2 doggies here. There's 3 doggies here. Good morning. Did you guys want to come down to the water? Oh, okay. Have a great day. See, speaking of dogs, guys, what was I just talking about? There's 3 dogs that just came here. They were off leash. Calm confidence. They stopped right at the water. They were looking at me. But I made sure not to give them too much eye contact, because, you know, they don't like that. No touch, no talk, no eye contact. You let them like kind of do their thing, and then they'll come and they'll surrender to you. I had to kind of get Cesar to mirror back some of these things that already I knew within, but not here. This was not having the information. See, instant manifestation. Dogs. I was just talking about Cesar. Dogs. How aligned is that? Your mind doesn't create anything. Your mind reveals stuff. It takes something that's currently invisible and makes it visible. So whatever you currently can believe or know as truth for yourself, you will bring it forth in the physical. And I heard this 2 days ago, and I was with my clients, and I was looking for a Facebook reel, and I ran into another reel, and it was perfect that I found that one. And me and my client, we both needed to hear it. It said, if God gave you the vision, not if, God gave you a vision. Let's use the dude in the sky for a moment, because, you know, there's still people who believe it's a dude in the sky. God gave you a vision. Do you think God gave you the vision without giving you the provisions for you to bring it forth? If you were able to think about that vision, then clearly you're the one that's supposed to bring it, and you will have the ability to bring it, because you have everything within yourself to bring it, and you have the provisions within yourself to bring it forth. You just have to realize, you got to trust and know and embody, not believe. Believe is not going to be enough. Trust and know. Maybe even trust is not enough. You just got to know. No one goes beyond trusting. Knowing is just knowing. It's like, you know how you can blink your eyes? You know you can breathe? You don't have to trust that you can breathe. You know you can breathe. You got to use that kind of type of energy. So if you were given a vision, and not if, you all were given a vision, then God gave you the provisions within yourself to bring that vision forth. That's a bar, write it down. Vision, provisions. Provisions are basically the things that you are required for you to bring forth the vision. I was like, we were supposed to hear that. I was like, that was aligned. That client and me, when we heard it, I'm like, because I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for another thing. I did find what I was looking for to share with the client, but we had to just stop for a moment. I'm like, yeah, that was our sign, by the way. We don't need signs anymore, but that's clearly a sign. How the fuck did I just run into that one? I wasn't even looking for it. God gave you a vision, and not if, it did give you a vision, then you were given the provisions to bring forth that vision. You just have to trust and know, or just know, and roll with it. And just do it. Yeah. Vision, provisions. You were given the provisions to bring forth your visions. The man in the sky. See, look at that alignment right here. And good morning to you. Is it Hattie? I do apologize if I'm not saying that right. But welcome. Talking about attention today. Yeah, visions, provisions. You have the provisions within yourself to bring forth your visions that's within yourself into the physical. I'm doing it right now. If you haven't realized, this is what I'm doing. This is my vision. To make sure most of you remember who you are and know that you have the power within yourself. Whether you work with me one-on-one as a client or just listen to some of my words on my live streams or even watch any of my videos if I do decide to make more videos on YouTube, you have the answer. Nothing more. You always had the answer. It was nested right inside of you from the moment you came to the earth. The problem is the mind created a story saying it's missing stuff. It's normal, nothing wrong. The mind isn't the enemy. There is no enemy, but the mind is designed to keep searching, seeking, and finding, to keep attaining, achieving, acquiring, and accomplishing. If it doesn't do these things, it feels like you're failing and you're falling behind and that you're not keeping up with the social norms or the social acceptance or the social dialect. I don't know. You're basically not following social conditions. Like if you're at a certain age that you're further behind, right? Because this is the trap of the world. This is invisible languages that's going on in the world. It's not one person saying it. It's just a collective hive mind that's hovering around the world. And then you're just downloading the thoughts, or I would say uploading it within yourself. But really, you're downloading that because that's a collective hive mind. And the collective hive mind right now is more of a negative field. Because for every one positive or neutral person, there's 10,000 negative people. That's the ratio. And I have to say, there's probably maybe at most 2 to 3 million people who actually understand how reality works on the planet right now. That's a very, very small number of people. And my mission is to make more people aware of these things so that they can, position themselves better within themselves so they can live their best life. Nothing more. That's by unlocking the fullest potential by mastery of your mind. And bringing awareness to things that a lot of things are not being aware of, like the power of your words. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. So it's bringing the power of your words, right? The energetics behind what you're saying. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying, right? Saying I'm trying is basically saying you have no hope. That's what you're doing. I'm trying so hard. Yeah, if you keep saying you're trying so hard, that means you have no hope. Because you're putting energetic momentum in that feeling of, I'm trying so hard. What you're really saying to the universe is oh, this is actually very difficult. You're giving up on yourself. That's what you're really implying to the universe when you're saying, I'm trying so hard. So it's bringing awareness to these things that have been forgotten. It's important to know these things because when you know, you can better position yourself. Awareness is the first part of the of transformation. Let's see. Something like if you have a vision, the vision itself is proof of provision that you have that you need to bring into the being. It's not a matter of belief, it's a knowing. Exactly. Thank you. I'm glad. See? And I had to, and listen to this carefully. I had to run into that to share it with you guys. I'll go back a little, I promise. I'll go back, I'll go back a little. I had to find it so I can share it with all of you because you needed to hear it today. You see how it works? That other soul on Facebook, through her reel, impacted both me and my client. And then I'm like, ooh, I got to share this with the live stream. And then all of you who came today needed to hear this. Right? This is how shit works. But guess what? You get to decide how things work too. So if you say, that's not, I'm not saying for any of you, but for the others who are like, that's not how this works, well, you get to decide how it works. Because you're the one in charge of your reality. You make your own damn fucking rules to your own life. Not the other way around. You just have taken life's rules and applied it to yours. And unfortunately, life's rules are going to say, you got to listen to the outside world and struggle and suffer, and things have to be hard so you can be relatable. You can listen to this, and I've talked about this a lot, and I'm going to repeat it again because there's always someone new that's showing up on the stream. Life, right? Our life, everyone's life, we want to be relatable. We want to be accepted by others. It's natural because when we're born with a mom or somebody who's going to take care of you. It's natural to bond, right? It got you to this point. You were with people, whether you liked them or you didn't like them, it still got you to this point in your life. So it's natural to want to be with people, but you want to make sure that, or your mind wants to make sure that you are relatable with these people. So it will stay in resonance even if it's not in your alignment, to be in that state of like fear, worry, and doubt. Because you desire to be with those you love, but those you love may be in a fear state, a worry, complaining, anger, guilt, whatever. So you will self-sabotage just to stay relatable, or you will make things much more harder because everybody else is having a hard life and you want to stay relatable like them. Because let's say I told you that life was supposed to be easy and your life became easy, but all the people around you are struggling. You will start to feel guilty that your life is so easy that you will start to go down and make your life harder so that other people doesn't feel uncomfortable around you. Because otherwise you become the anomaly, right? That your life is easy and you're no longer relatable, and that unrelatability is hardwired within our biology for connection. And if you're not with anybody, isolation starts to happen, and isolation starts to lead to like exile, and exileness from back in the day of our tribes meant death. You're basically gonna die. That's what isolation and exile is. You're literally gonna fucking die, but you're not dying. That's the mind creating the story, but it's etched into your being, your biology. And so in order for people to live an easier life, they have to just subscribe to that and just know these things. I brought this into your awareness now. Some of you may have never thought about it like this. Now that you're aware of it, now you can do something about it. You can make your life easier. You don't have to play the same game that everybody else is playing around you, but you also don't need to feel guilty either. Like if you're getting to live your best life, and you want to help other people live their best life. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? I want other people to live their best life. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be very fucking simple. The problem is the world has told us, I value someone of hard work. And I'll show you this right now. You ready? There's two people. Both are entrepreneurs. Person A took 60 years to build their business. They had to go through the absolute ringer. They went through all kinds of hell. But they finally did it. 60 years, 6-0. They finally did it. They finally made their first million in 60 years. You're going to celebrate that person and be like, oh my God, like, man, you never gave up. It's by natural, right? When we watch a movie, we don't want somebody to have it easy. And I'll explain in a moment with the other person. So 60 years for this person. This person, person B, made their first million and was successful in the first 6 months. Who are you going to cheer for? Most of you who may not be aware, you probably will cheer for the dude who took 60 years and not cheer for the dude who took 6 months. There's a reason I'm bringing this up. Because the person who took 60 years, this is what the world who they strive on, hard and difficult. Because if it was too easy, then there's no one who's going to celebrate you and you become unrelatable. So then you self-sabotage and you start making it harder for yourself so you can be relatable. That's a bar, write it down. I went through 40 years of pain and suffering, 20 years of hating the world. I have a story, so I'm relatable. But did I have to have that story? Well, yes and no. I had to build my foundations and my fundamentals. That's what pain and suffering does. it builds foundation within yourself. So you have a stronger pyramid or a temple or a castle or whatever you want to call your inner world. Mine's is a pyramid. I like pyramids. And my foundation is not built on quicksand. It's built on like solid, like it can't be broken foundation. Like that's what my foundation's like. It can't be broken. It's impenetrable. It's indestructible. And so the more that I started making life easier, that's why some people are like, yeah, that's total bullshit, Orion. That's not true. It has to be hard. Right, because the rest of the world is subscribing that it has to be hard. I've been on dating sites, okay? Lots of dating sites throughout the years. And there is a common thing for both men and women that they're always looking for. I'm looking for a hard-working person. A hard-working person. First of all, what the fuck is the definition of hard-working person? Right? What is the definition of that? I don't work hard anymore, y'all. I play easy and I have fun. I'm just saying that I play easy and have fun. Most people be like, ugh. They'll scoff at that. Ugh. How dare you have such an easy life? You don't know the pain and suffering I'm going through, Orion. Oh, I sure as hell do. But I chose to start seeing things differently. I don't care if I'm relatable to the world. I have a relatable story, but I get to share my story that I was able to start to change it. That you have the ability to change. This is the core of my message. You have the ability to change at any time. Once you're aware of certain things, you can't be unaware of it unless you play ignorant to it. That's a bar, write it down. So, if your life has been hard and you want to be relatable because you see everybody else struggling around you, I have news for you. You can make your life easy now. You get to decide. You have a choice and you get to decide now. But the thing is, you're going to probably still feel guilty. And guilty is a very corrosive energy, or guilt is a very corrosive frequency, which will then, the universe will look at it and be like, yeah, I'm going to make sure you self-sabotage and throw you right back where you were maybe not that long ago. And then you become relatable to everybody else. Because the words "you've changed," Andrea has experienced this, if she's still here. You've changed, I'm sure, because of the people around her. She no longer subscribes to like the beliefs that the people around her have. And they're probably thinking, yeah, Drea's changed. Or Nancy, who showed up yesterday, you've changed, Nancy. That "you've changed" is like a dagger to your soul. Or I should say a dagger to your heart, to your mind. Your soul already knows all the answers, but your mind is like, and then generates an emotion, and then you'll go back and self-sabotage just so you can feel relatable to the people around you. Hey, look who it is. Caillou, who is stuck in his first dimensional comments. Get your ass back in the corner where you belong. I've been diving into guilt and shame, seeking to understand the difference and where they are in me. It's always says as if it's a bad thing to change is to grow. Yeah. So Caillou of the internet is just a troll. For those of you who are new to the channel, he's my residential troll that I keep on a leash, and I keep him in the corner where he belongs, because, you know, that's where his frequency is presently. So get your ass back in the corner. I have respect for him, but like he has no respect for me or the people on the channel or people when I'm speaking to in the physical. So get your ass in the corner where you belong. He feeds my algorithm too, so I keep him on a leash. He's my personal little pet. All because he started acting like a moron. Anyways, to get back to what we were talking about. So when you continue to feel guilty about things that, life should be easy, right? Life is supposed to be easy. But the thing is, other people around you are having a very difficult time. And it's only natural that you want to make sure that they have an easy life too. You want to help them, but they're not going to be like, no, Drea, no, Orion, no, Nancy, no, Chelsea, no, Caillou, no, T-Bray. No, it has to be hard. It has to be difficult. No, Doc, it has to be difficult. And that's where they're going to be like, this is where dissonance is going to happen. They're not going to be in resonance anymore. They're going to be in dissonance. And then the mind is seeking to be accepted by them, even though they have now decided that you're totally different if you've changed. So they'll either drag you back to where they belong, or you will drag yourself back to them based on their frequency, because you want to be relatable. And that's by placing your attention on things of like, yeah, I want to be, with that person. I guess I should just I should dumb down my dreams. I should keep my goals smaller so I don't make anybody uncomfortable. Just so you all know, my dreams and goals, which are no longer dreams and goals, they're my fucking reality within. They're as big as they possibly can. They're bigger than fucking Elon Musk. They are literally bigger than Elon Musk. They're even bigger than fucking Jesus and Buddha. I put myself at that level. I've decided I don't care. I don't care if anybody relates to me or they don't. I don't care. I came here to speak, and that's what I'm going to do. And for those who want to listen, will listen. For those who don't, simply won't. Nothing more, nothing less. But I decided that my vision is so fucking massive that I'm not going to bring it back down to second dimensional minds and first dimensional minds who are thinking very small. Because that's what people do. They dim their light so that they can just fit in and be comfortable with the people around them. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. I'm not going to be your traditional YouTuber. I refuse to be like every other fucking YouTuber making all these little fucking edited videos and all this shit. I'm going to speak as I choose to. If people like me, cool. If they don't, I don't care. I'm at a point where I don't care. When I say I don't care, I don't mean to say it in some negative way. I simply am good with myself. That's what my I don't care means. I'm good with myself. Whether I have people or I don't have people, I'm good. I don't care. I know how reality works. I'd rather be hated by the world and be who I am than be loved by people and not be who I'm supposed to be. That's a bar, write it down. Yes, you are, Drea. Hello, OKB. Good to see you again. Just scrolling up quickly. See, so Jennifer says that life's not supposed to be easy, right? Well, you get to decide. Yes, you're going to suffer. Yes, there's pain and struggle. But you get to change the meaning. That's the real power that we all have. You get to change the meaning of what it actually means. Because life actually has no meaning until you give meaning to it. That's a real bar. Write that down. You have the power to change the meaning. On the outside, like when I'm doing my workouts, or I call them playouts, on the outside to all of you, it looks like I'm struggling. I'm having a very difficult time lifting those weights. They're fucking heavy. They're very heavy. But to me, I've changed the meaning. When I'm working out, it's not that, it's like work to me. It's play, it's enjoyment, it's fun. I get to have fun. Even when my face is probably getting kicked in, not physically, but energetically by the universe, I'm having fun with it. You know why? Because that just shows me that there's still more for me to remember how the mind actually works. Because I get to change the meaning. We all get to change the meaning in any present moment. That's a real bar. When, you know, you got bills to pay, right? Lots of bills to pay. We all got bills to pay. I got my bills. We all got that bill, right? Got to work. It's got to be hard, right? What if I told you you can change the meaning of bills and you get to do these things? You're still here, aren't you? The world has told us a story that it has to be hard. No, you get to decide if it wants to be hard. It's basically your perceptions behind the word hard. For me, I do hard things, but I make it look easy. Somebody said yesterday, man, you make things look so effortless. Yeah, because I've decided that it's effortless. It looks hard to most people, but it's effortless to me because I've changed the meaning behind those experiences. For me, like, it's easy to live stream. It's easy to share the wisdom because we all have the same wisdom within, right here. Not here, but here. So I've decided that it's easy. It's not hard. It's simple. But when I first started live streaming, because I didn't understand how the mind worked, I was making it harder than it had to be. People say it takes so long to get into a flow state. No, it doesn't. You decided that it takes long to get in a flow state, then it'll take long to get in a flow state. It's just that simple. Your words are what governs what you're going to experience. That's a real bar as well. Excuse me. Drink some water. My throat's drying up. You get to decide. If you want life to be hard, let it be hard. But you get to change the meaning of what hard is. That's why I don't subscribe when people say, oh yeah, I love hardworking people. Okay, well, what does that actually mean? Does that mean someone who's dedicated? Someone who is like locked in? Does that mean someone who's focused? What does that mean? Do you know the definition of hard work? What's your personal definition? And just so you know, you have a conscious definition and a subconscious definition to words. Just because your conscious definition might be this doesn't mean your subconscious definition is the same. In fact, it might be vastly different. And that's another bar. I'm cooking right now. I'm in flow. Once you learn that struggles that present in your reality are there to teach you, then you grab the lesson because it's your blessing. Life's easy. Spot on. Andrea, you understand what I'm saying. You get it. Well, the illness had to come through something, right? It's an imbalance within yourself. That's how all illnesses comes to fruition. Some sort of imbalance. Even if someone brings it out, like let's say flu, just simple flu. Somebody's sick, and then you get sick, right? Like, shit's gonna happen, but if you have taken care of your body, like there have been people who's been sick around me, and I was completely immune to it. It didn't happen because I've worked on myself so much. But did I get sick during like the winter time? I did, because there was a day where the temperatures went from hot to cold, and I'm like, but I also have to go through that so that I can master my body to know that I can actually heal faster. Normally, when I used to get sick, it would last for weeks. It persists for weeks. I'd have these little remnants, like little coughing here, sneezing here, this here, that there. Now, that 1 week is as if it didn't even happen. If T-Bray's here, he was there on my other channel. I was like sneezing and I had to keep running to the bathroom, but I also knew that it was to purge something within me that I was holding on to. See, Jennifer, I don't play the game like everybody else. And you found this channel for a reason. Your soul is wanting me to tell your mind that it gets to be whatever you choose it to be. So if you decide that it has to be hard, then let it be hard. You're the one that creates your own rules in your life. It's just that simple. I've been where you are, and I know exactly what you're thinking because I've thought the same thoughts once upon a time. If this was me 2 years ago, I'd be in the same boat with you, Jennifer. I'd be saying, yeah, life is fucking hard. Fuck this life. I hate life. Life sucks. But because I got to figure out how the mind works, because the mind is your governor, you can call it the great gatekeeper to your reality, because you have to use your mind. You get to decide. The world will keep shouting out that it has to be hard. Do you know there are a lot of people in the world right now who are living a very easy life, and they actually started to understand the principles to reality? This shit is not taught to us in school. We've been taught backwards. Unless you had a really conscious parent and they knew how shit worked, most people are living backwards, unfortunately. Me included up until recently. I haven't been living like this for years. I've only been living like this for months. How easy this got to be. Because I decided how easy things are, things just come to me now. I don't have to stress or worry about anything. It just comes. Because that's how it works. I started to say, I already have this, I have this, and everything's easy, fun, and enjoyable. Even if it looks like I'm getting my face punched in or I'm getting like gut punched, I get to change the meaning. That's what an alchemist is. Somebody takes energy and change it and transforms it into other energy. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but it can be transmuted and transformed. And transcended as well. You're an energetic being and you get the ability to shift in every present moment. Yes, you're a human meat suit. You have a meat suit. This is your meat suit. But you, underneath your meat suit, is an energy system that you can't see with your eyes, but is there keeping you alive. So, choice is yours. Well, Jennifer, you don't know my story. In fact, I almost died. I had COVID. I was fighting for my life, and I figured out how the mind worked then, but then I also didn't know how the mind fully worked. So, your mind right now is still holding on to that story. It's easy for you to say, I've had disease too. Hello? I've been where you've been. If you have a disease right now, I'm sorry that you have that disease. I really am. I've been there. I almost lost my life. Hello. You want to hear my story right now? Let me tell you my story. 2020, I got bit by a spider. Red line going up my arm into my heart. Poison. I was working out. I didn't know that I got bitten by a poison spider. It was like 2 a.m. in the morning. I woke up at 3. I didn't know this red line. I thought my hand was just like swollen from a mosquito bite. I was pumping iron. The thing went up my arm. I didn't realize until I looked, like, what the fuck is that red line going up my arm? I freaked out. I didn't know anything about how reality worked back then. I was freaking out. Went to the hospital. I got there in the nick of time. The doc who administered the anti-venom. Morning, how are you? Good stuff. The doctor who administered the anti-venom knew exactly what had happened to me because he had went through the same thing when he was a kid. He knew exactly what was a yellow sac spider. I'm like, what the fuck is a yellow sac spider? The fuck is that? How did you even know? I'm like, this has got to be some sort of miracle of God. This is when I'm thinking of the dude in the sky. But when I look back on hindsight, because you can only connect the dots looking backwards, not forwards generally. This is a quote from Mr. Steve Jobs. So I got bitten by a spider bite. I had a portable IV and anti-venom machine with me for 2 weeks. It was stuck in this arm. I had to carry it around. I couldn't do my workout properly. I couldn't shower properly for 2 weeks. I have to drive with one hand, my non-dominant hand at the time, to go and get my bag changed. My IV and anti-venom bag. I have to drive 40 minutes. So this is what happened after this. Once it was my swelling went down and my arm was good, they pulled it out and whatever. I did not ask the question, what's next? How long am I good? They're like, you're good, but they forgot to mention that your immune system is weakened. And during that time, I was getting to work from home. I was working in IT. But my boss, he's like, you need to come in. This is November 2nd. You need to come in. I'm like, I don't want to come in. You have to come in to just do something. Like, I can do this fucking remotely. Why do I have to come into the office? You have to come in. Whatever. So I went. Somebody did a fucking drive-by. Achoo! I had my mask on. That didn't do shit all. Nothing. Guess what happened? I ended up getting COVID. But not your traditional COVID, because COVID plus my anti-venom bullshit that happened weakened my immune system. And I was fighting for my life for 3 fucking weeks in the hospital. So before you make your assumptions that it's easy for you to say, I can tell you why it's easy for me to say. You ready? When I was in the hospital, I saw a lot of people dying around me. I saw the sadness and the regret in their eyes as they're leaving the world. And the universe put me in that situation for me to know this so I can tell you this story 6 years later. Yeah, it's 6 years now. 6 years fucking later. And not just you, but anybody else who's listening to this story. I wouldn't be here. But I had to wake up in 2019, and I'm like, there's no fucking way you had me wake the fuck up, universe, for me to die here. There's no fucking way. I don't believe that to be true. There's got to be a reason why you put me here. That's the first thing I started thinking about. And I'm like, I remember reading a story in one of the books that I read where there was people in World War II. Some survived and some didn't, but they were all in the same circumstance. They were in bunkers and they had like bombs being thrown, like grenades, back in the day over them, and some died and some didn't. You know what the difference was between them? Mindset. Basic, fundamental mindset. The ones who survived, the reason why they survived is because they had someone to fight for, to live. They had a reason to keep going. So that fueled them. They were in the same position with the other people I'm about to tell you, who didn't have anybody to fight for, nobody to go back home to, and they just threw their life away because they had no hope. That was it. Conviction. So for me, when I was in the hospital bed, I remember that story and I started training my mind. Now, of course, I still didn't understand how the mind really worked, but I was using like fundamentals and foundational principles of like the mind. Oh yes, I can change my story. I can continue to play a victim story, or I can continue to say, you know what? There's a reason why I'm in this fucking hospital. And yes, I was in the hospital for 3 weeks with a fucking tube in my mouth. So I can tell you that. I can say that now. Obviously, back in hindsight, I couldn't tell you that. I'd be right where you are, Jennifer. I'd be exactly what you're saying. Like, it's easy for you to say, right? I would have been saying the same shit too. This. Now I understand how this works. I'm not here to prove anything to you. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just here to mirror back that you have the power internally by getting this to work with this. Well, I should say this to work with this, because most people have this not working with this. It's to get this and this to work together, and you'll see how easy things start to really get to be. Look, if I end up getting a disease or I get sick, there's a reason for it. There's always a reason. And I'll deal with it at that moment. I'm not going to be, oh, woe is me. Oh, it's easy for you. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be like, I know what's going on here. I'm going to just have to deal with it. To the mind and the body, it's going to feel hard to deal with it. Yes. But to the soul, it's just an experience. Nothing more. I'm not saying to be ignorant, that like not to feel your feelings. Feel your fucking feelings. I'm not here to say, yeah, if something's really hard and somebody's punching you in your face, to be smiling. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you get to decide what meanings you give to whatever experience you're experiencing. That's a bar, write it down. That's really what I'm saying. Nothing more. So, before you jump the gun, before any of you keep making your assumptions, know thyself. Thank you, Drea. So, I understand pain more than any other human on this planet. I understand it more than anyone. And yes, I will put myself on a high pedestal there, because I have to go through all kinds of hells just so that I can help other people who are going through that same very hell that I had to go through. I spent 20 years hating this world, and I placed my attention on hating the world. I hated this world so much. I hated it with so much, like, not even passion, but ferocity. Like, I just hated humans. I wanted nothing to do with like filth. That's what I called everybody. How disrespectful is that, first of all? But that's where I was placing my attention back then. I look back in hindsight and I'm like, I don't feel guilty about myself anymore, but you know, I had to overcome and forgive myself for all those things I felt. I felt all kinds of like hate and disdain for the world. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Thank you. I hated this world with every fiber of my soul. I wanted to either get off of this planet, like find a way to get off of this planet. I wasn't going to take myself out though. Either God sent some sort of lightning bolt. This is when I thought of the dude in the sky. Send a lightning bolt and strike me down. I wanted that so badly. I wasn't going to go and do that. But I was like, just take me off of this fucking planet. Like, why am I even here? All the humans fucking suck anyways. They're pieces of shit. That's what I used to tell other people, that they're pieces of shit. But I really was saying it to myself, because I also call myself a piece of shit. Because other people had called me pieces of shit. For years. I took mental abuse from people that I had no choice but to listen to. That I was a worthless piece of shit. This is why I come onto this on YouTube, to explain and share why you have the power in every fucking present moment to live your best life. Most people will jump the gun before they attempt to understand. That's why, like, if you ask questions like, well, Orion, I know you're saying it's easy, but can you help me to understand why you're saying it's easy? And you ask a question like, how did you make your life become so easy? I would have answered it slightly different. But because you said, well, it's easy for you to say, Orion, well, then, of course, I'm going to have to speak in that same dialect. I'll tell you why I get to tell you it's so easy now. But I had to go through 40 years of pain and struggle. Because I focused on like negative shit for most of my life. Because that's what I thought. As a child, I was never negative. Where did the negative come from? Well, when I was 7 years old, I was chased by a guy, like another kid, in the school playground with a stick that had a point on the end, and he was chasing me for dear life. Thank fucking God that I was so fast. I was the fastest kid in school to run. I was given that ability because of scaredy cats. I was a chicken shit. But I was running for my life because he was going to stab me that day. And of course, from that moment led to other moments. And then in 13, there was someone who was getting bullied, and I had been bullied a lot when I was younger because I wasn't physically strong. I was like the runt in the class. I was like the small kid. Everybody else was a little bit like bigger than me. So of course, right? Like I see somebody getting bullied, I want to help. I'm like, I'm not going to let that shit happen to someone else. I'm not going to let someone else get bullied. Not on my watch. I did defend him, but then guess what happened? He pushed me away. I went to comfort him like, hey, you good? I should have did the, man hug, but I went and did that hug. And he's like, he pushed me away. He's like, you fucking gay bastard, stay away from me. I don't need your, because his male ego got hurt that day. And then all the people around started calling me that. So guess what I had to do? I created a fucking mask. I came every day to school wearing fucking black clothes with a black, slow down, with a black baseball bat to make sure that if anybody called me that, I would swing that bat. And I've done it a couple times. And because I started going down the path of darkness, I started hating people for 20 years. I saw people as pieces of shit because I thought of myself as a piece of shit. You know the thing underneath your shoe? That. Because I placed my attention on that. And the more you place your attention on that, you're going to get more of it. The universe has no choice. And back then, I didn't know how shit worked. I didn't have the internet like some of you who grew up with the fucking internet. I grew up in the time where there was no internet. So I got to have the best of both worlds. Where humans were just, more talkative. They actually knew how to talk to people. Versus now where people they don't even know how to fucking talk to each other because they have to use their fucking little devices. When I'm out here, I make sure I talk to as many people as I can. I say hello or I have a little banter with them. Anyways, I didn't grow up with the internet, so I didn't have this luxury. So for those of you who grew up with the internet, you should consider yourself fucking lucky. My parents weren't conscious of like what they were doing and saying. The people around me weren't conscious of doing what they're saying. So I obviously took on the world's definitions that it had to be hard. It has to be this. Money is the root of all evil. Blah, 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 blah. Insert your limitation. That's why I can tell you all now how easy it gets to be. Because I've been through it. I've been through the entire ringer. You want to talk about shame? I've been there. I'm talking about placing your attention on things. I know you just jumped in CH3RPY777. I'm talking about placing your attention on either positive or negative things. I'm not even going to entertain that last comment. That's a second dimensional comment right there. Anyways. So, for those who are like, for those who've been rejected before, I've been rejected. I've been shamed, I've been humiliated, I've been beat up, I've been bullied, I've been tortured. Not physically though, thankfully, but mentally. For those who have been abused, mentally and physically, hello, sexually abused, I've turned my pain into purpose. And all of you, whatever pain you might be going through, you're going to turn it into your purpose eventually. It's not the first time you probably heard that. You're going to turn your pain or whatever the hell you've been going through, you're going to turn it inwards. You're going to help someone with it who's going through the very same thing. That's my reason for being here. Otherwise, I told the universe, if I have no more reason to be here, take me off of this planet. Like, I love being here. I really do love being on Earth, and I love to explore, but take me off of it so that I can go back. If there's no more use for me to be on this planet, just take me off. It's just simple. I'm good either way. But it still persists to keep me here, so here we are. And I love helping people. This is my joy, it's my passion. That's why I place my attention on helping, servitude. Because I know there's people like Drea who understand what I'm saying. Even if everyone else in the chat, I know there's like others who understand, but if let's say others and there's only one person like Drea who understands what I'm saying, I don't care. I'm speaking to Drea at this point. Nothing more. Those who get what I'm saying will understand. Those who don't simply won't. Like these second dimensional minds right now in the chat with the N word and all the other like the color. It shows me their level of awareness. No offense. That's just where they are right now. And you're welcome, Drea. So the thing is, those who jump on live streams, this is what they do. They make their judgment right away. Before they get to like hear someone out. Because they either come mid-sentence and they drop their second dimensional comments. Morning. They drop their little second dimensional comments and making their assumptions and judgments when they clearly have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. Before they say, hey, what are you talking about? If they ask the question, what are you talking about? I will explain what we're talking about. So good on you for asking whoever said that, what are you talking about? This is what we're talking about. The rest here are like jumping on saying N words and calling people this color and this designation. For those people, they don't exist. They're an illusion. Their soul is real, but their soul is currently not in control. Their mind is controlling them. They're little puppeteers, playing the same little third dimensional game like most humans are. Morning. That's what most humans are doing. They're being played. And they can scream and yell and shout, I'm not being played. Okay. That's what they're focusing on. And here we go again. No, I'm a soul, bro. I just taken a human form so that I can navigate and work with humans. I'm a soul. Or you can say I'm an alien. Or some can say, are you illegal? Yeah, I'm illegal to this world, but I'm legal in the universe. I should put, like I said, I should really put a big ass disclaimer on my channel. I am a soul. If you ask that question, I should ban those words. Are you Indian? There's nothing wrong with being that. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with being black. There's nothing wrong with being anything. But if you keep asking questions, like even though you're new to my channel, I will basically tell you, I am a soul. And if you can't accept that, and I do that for fun, by the way. This doesn't mean like, fuck you. This just means... Anyways, to get back to what we're talking about, I was giving them a little bit of attention there. Now I'm going to focus. So back, if Jennifer is still here, I don't think she is. She probably already swiped up because the moment I probably was starting to say something, she probably swiped up. If you're still here though, I commend you for being here still. Because sometimes it's not easy to hear the things that you're supposed to be hearing. I'm not talking to anybody, I'm speaking with you all. Big difference. You all have the power to change the meanings of your life in every present moment. That's a real bar. Write it down. You really do. You have the power to change the meaning of whatever your experience currently is and shift it, like shift the perception of it whenever you want. The choice is yours though. See, I come on the live stream because I get to do this. My clients pay me more than enough. And I love using my free time of servitude Because I know there's people like Drea who understands what I'm saying. And not just Drea, Apocalypse, Jeanette, T-Bray, Doc, right? Carnage, Nancy. So clearly there are people who understand what I'm saying. Otherwise, if I was speaking some foreign, like alien language that none of you understood, then none of you would be here. I'm going to be rolling out shortly because I know it's about to rain. Chelsea. And Chelsea as well. What am I doing? I'm explaining about where you place your attention, that will grow. Simple. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what I'm doing. I'm here to be your non-YouTuber, to make sure that each of you know that you have the power in every present moment to change the meaning of your life to whatever it is that you desire by focusing within. Here we go again. I'm a fucking soul, bro. I can be anything because I am everything. I'm anything I want to be. I'm a soul. I'm Canadian, I'm American, I'm Indian, I'm black, I'm Chinese, I'm European, I'm everything. And any of you that keeps asking that question, I will just say that I am a soul. And if you can't accept that, then I can't help you. But you can keep making your little second dimensional comments and accusations and assumptions, but I'll just keep saying, I am a soul. Bro, you look Indian. I'm a soul. Bro, you look black. I'm a soul. Bro, you look like Nigerian. I'm a soul. Bro, you look Blasian. I'm a soul. I'm a soul. I'm a soul. I'm a soul. Nothing more. All right, we're going to say... I'm going to say thank you, water, for your time. I appreciate it. We're going to head back to the house. I think it's going to rain. That's why I brought my umbrella and I have my gimbal there. But thank you, water, for your time. I'm still going to keep talking about attention while we walk back to the house. We still have like about 40 minutes-ish to get back, depending on the speed of how fast I walk or how slow I walk. But I appreciate you, water. I'm going to take you guys off of this tripod and put you onto that thing, the gimbal, so it's a little bit smoother while I'm walking. But I'm not done talking. I have a lot more to say. But yeah, if Jennifer, if you're still here, I hope you heard what I had to say. If you left already, then clearly you were not ready to hear what I had to say. And no, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you for feeding my algorithm, though. I appreciate it. For those who are dropping like things that have no relevancy to our stream right now. Later, water. I'll see you. Nothing in this world impresses me anymore. Not a person, not an amount of money, nothing. So like for me, my attention is always inwards. I'm very neutral. The hottest girl in the world doesn't impress me anymore. The amount of money in the world doesn't impress me anymore. All the fancy cars, fancy houses don't impress me anymore. What impresses me is myself. So that's why I place my attention always within myself, because there's nothing in this world that impresses me. And here's the funny thing, when nothing impresses you, then the world will attempt to impress you with everything. That's a bar, write it down. Because when you stop caring about the outside world, and when I say not caring, I don't mean in some narcissistic, like negative way. I'm referring to like nothing actually like is important on your outside world and you know that everything starts with you internally, you'll see how the world will start to just shape itself around you and give you everything that you actually want. It's such a paradox because it's a backwards way of living that from most people, but it's actually the correct way that we were supposed to be living. But school and the outside world tells you a different story. So it is what it is, but now you get to decide. Morning. Thank God I brought these boots. These are my more worn, overused boots, or shoes, because it's wet here. Wasn't gonna bring my good shoes walking in this. Thank you, Jack, for keep throwing your second dimensional comments. Actually, no, you're like a first dimensional comment with a first dimensional mind. That's not to insult you. That's just where you are based on your level of awareness. I know you're having a little fun, and I'm going to give you your little fun, give you a little bit of attention since you're seeking it right now. Because that's what a Indian would say. If you say so. I am what you say I am, but I am not what I say I am. I say what I choose to be. That's a bar, write it down. I don't take the opinions of other people as lightly. Like, I don't take it for serious. Like, you can call me Indian, black, you can call me the N-word, you can call me all kinds of shit you like, but it doesn't really matter because I know deep down I am a soul that chose a human body so I can navigate the world. And I appreciate you feeding my algorithm, Jack, because the more you comment and the more you engage, the more people like Drea shows up. So thank you. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I know you're having fun though, so it doesn't bother me. It's when you're like starting to talk about a bunch of bullshit that has no relevancy. That's when I'm like, okay. That's when I just like stop even paying attention. But I'm gonna feed you some attention for now. For now. Because it seems that you really, really want that attention. You're seeking it so badly. What a good conversation. Anyways, let me continue about talking about not even spiritual, bro. It goes beyond spirituality. That's just another box. I'm the infinite. Within, of course. The mind is not infinite, though. The mind is finite. Oh, I don't mind. What's up, Infinite King? Good to see you. And Mr. Matrix, what's up, bro? Good to see you too. We were talking about placing your attention. And this is perfect actually right now for Mr. Neo. How's everything going for you right now? You remember what I left you on Discord? Are you focusing on the internal or are you still focusing on the external, Neo? Since you're here. Because if you're focusing on the external, then, you know, shit's still gonna not work out. That's why you have to focus internally. Remember, you're still making Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm glad you were honest about that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. Soon, though, it'll be more internally than externally. Once you let go of the importance of the external, you'll see how easy it is. For me, like I don't care if any, put it this way, I don't care if people show up on this stream. I really don't. But people still show up. It's the reverse. It's like a reverse psychology. So when you stop caring about like what the world is showing you, then the world will attempt to show you everything. That's a bar. So that's why I was saying, when you focus within and you know you already have everything and you're just good, then you'll see your external will just shift. Even though you're not placing importance on the external at all. Morning.
Good morning.
The mind has a very, how do I say this? The mind has a very difficult time going with these like reverse like psychology ways of being. It struggles because it works in a linear fashion, past and future. And it does not like this thing called the now and accepting things like as is right now. It always is looking for some sort of evidence. By the way, practice love and authenticity, people. Especially authenticity. Evidence, always evidence. Hey. Always evidence. If you were on a couple days ago, there was a brother named Clayton. He's like, I need evidence. I'm like, bro, the evidence is right here. I was pointing to me, like the heart, but I wasn't pointing to like me, myself. I'm referring to like his version of his soul or wherever he wants to name it. He's like, I need evidence. Oh, you're good, Nathan. Welcome back, bro. Well, Jack, I don't focus on second dimensional comments. I'm not focusing on you. I'm focusing on what I came here to talk about, not what you decide I should be talking about. I just gave you a little bit of attention. And yes, I'm very philosophical, but I'm actually very practical as well too. Let me see what Neo wrote. Okay, no, it's still the same thing. I didn't. Can you respond, or can you just recap what you shared? Because there are messages I just don't read, or simply because like I don't use the YouTube app. I use Streamlabs, and Streamlabs, the chat system looks different than YouTube. So my chat box is much smaller than watching it on YouTube, where there's a bunch of like things on the screen. It actually keeps me focused and locked in. So in order for me to I'd have to scroll up, but I don't know how much messages I have to scroll up to find your last message. How can one stop the war of the mind between logic and reasoning? That's a great question, actually. What if I told you it's super simple, that you actually have no war between the logic and the reasoning? Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Back to Nathan. So Nathan, if you say that, how does one, like, if first of all, even if you're subscribing to the war, that means that the mind is still creating the story that there's some war between logic and reasoning. What if there's no war? What if it just is? Right? Because the mind is creating the story of like the war between the reasoning and the logic. What if you just allowed it to just simply exist and change the meaning from war to like, you know what? It's just existing. It's just doing its thing because you understand it's doing its thing, right? Then explain the internal conflict. The mind is creating the stories. It's the mind. Literally, dude. Literally, the fucking mind is creating the stories and wants to keep creating internal conflict because it doesn't want you to be at peace. It doesn't like simplicity. It hates it. The mind strives on complexity. So it will always seek conflict and problems and drama. That's a bar. Write it down. You ever noticed how so many people focus on problems, but they never focus on solutions? But the mind is like wanting a solution, but it doesn't like the solution, that it's just right here, right now. You ever notice that? It doesn't like simplicity. It doesn't want to accept that the answers are right here, right now. That everything can be easy, or it can be whatever you desire it to be. Because the mind has a story of using your memory and your experiences, aka me, M-E, memory and experiences, to keep the story alive. Your mind is a astral or spiritual, I don't like using that word spiritual, but astral or spiritual entity that's taken residence in the mind and is called the great puppeteer, and will continue to hold on to the stories and the memories and the experience that was created by you, and now it simply wants to exist. So it will continue to create internal conflict and strife just so that it stays alive. It's not you. That's the eternal or internal conflict that you speak of. You have to go beyond your mind. And how do you do that? By deciding that you can go beyond the mind right now, by knowing, like how you know how to blink and breathe, by knowing that you have the power in every present moment to shift and stay in the now. Morning.
Morning.
That's the internal conflict. Let me ask you this. What is the one thing everyone has in common when it comes to problems? Ooh, well, it's generally focusing on, it's an emotional thing because it's based on emotions, which then gets wrapped with logic. Like whenever someone has a problem, it's based on some sort of lack of feeling something, or they're missing something. That's generally the root of it all. Now, of course, it can go into many, many different tangents from there, like the reasons why someone is facing certain things or why they're experiencing this. You always have the answer, bro. You always had the answer. We blow... Yeah, that squirrel. We blow and expand the issue way out of normal control to understand why it seems so small. Yep, that's one way of saying it. We take things out of context. Mr. Spider, you're gonna have to leave. My I was on my phone for a moment. I had to get it off and just let it do its thing. Morning. Have a great day. But yes, you're spot on. See, you found that answer within. So you see how easy that was? You were able to, you answered basically your question. That's why I keep saying you all have the answers within, and you are the answer. That's the paradox. And yeah, Chelsea, that squirrel was had to run because of the motorbike, or the bicycle with a motor strapped to it. There are certain things that I will not be able to fully explain or articulate with words because it goes beyond our words. Wow, look at that. Look at that interesting skyline there. I have that answer from way back when I was 10 years old. I have been carrying that question for years, asking them to see how free their mind could possibly be. There you go. See how simple it is? Even I, like, for years, I was asking questions, like sophisticated questions, like, why is this doing this? Like, why do we have the ability to speak? Like, why blah, 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 la, 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 la. I kept asking all kinds of, like, questions. That's the normalcy of the mind. We were built with curiosity, built, like, within. Some of us shut curiosity out, though. I shut it out for a period of time. Now I regain my curiosity again. There's a saying that curiosity killed the cat, but curiosity actually helps you to expand your horizons and see things differently. Is that Tom? Is that Tom coming there? No, that's someone else. But there's a brother and sister that I normally see earlier. Now they're coming. Or that probably is Tom. Oh yeah, it is. He has seen me. It is him. I knew it. That guy over there. And then the couple that's coming. That means he came down for a second walk. Fascinating. I'll read the comments in a moment. I'll just say hello to them first. There's some of the geese over here. They're just chilling in the water. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning. Everything good? Good. Yep, there's the ducks over there, just hanging out. Have a great day. All right, let's scroll back up. I've been called the Buddha. I have been called the Buddha of the Norse faith. Cool. In my neck of the woods, we call it the self-eating snake. Yep. It's basically chasing your own tail in an endless search for the answer. That's what the mind does. I think I'm struggling with stream because I have work and also takes most of my energy. That's okay. You know, there are times you have to, like, take a pause, right? Sometimes you have to just take that pause from streaming because you have other things that you're doing for now, and then. But the only thing is, like, you're saying you're struggling. Nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing wrong with saying you're struggling, but who's struggling? You or the mind creating the story that you're struggling? Because that's the story as well. Because the mind, it's feeling the emotions, that's feeling like you're overwhelmed. And again, these are real and true, But who's still perpetuating the story? The mind or you? This is for you, Matrix. For you, Mr. Neo. Who's telling the story that you're struggling? Is it you or is it the mind? And remember, you know that I told you that you're not the mind. So who's telling the story? Who's struggling? You'll let me know. And yes, back to Nathan, you're spot on. That's what the mind is, basically a self-eating snake looking for an answer by doing all kinds of shenanigans, but the answer is right there. So it'll go and destroy itself to find its own answer, which it was right there, right now. That's why that day when Clayton showed up and he's like, I need evidence. It was so perfect that he showed up because it was to remind me to not ever go back down that road where he currently is. That frequency he's on, that's where I was even a year ago. I was like, I need proof, universe, that you're listening to me. I was screaming my head off. I was getting mad, frustrated. Because like nothing seemed like it was working. No matter what I did, I'm like, what the fuck? I read all these books and I went through 40,000 hours of podcasts and listened to all kinds of content and nothing is fucking working. Like, what the? I was getting so mad. The character was getting mad. I'm just gonna quickly hang on the bar for a sec. Get that extra stretch in. And so, yeah, when Clayton showed up on Sunday and he's like, what's your truth? I'm like, my truth is right here. He's like, I need evidence. I'm like, but the evidence is right here. I'm pointing like right here, like in this moment. I need evidence. I need evidence. I need evidence. So he was a great mirror that day. 2 hours, and other people were attempting to share their way of like explaining it via text, but they're like, he started going down other routes. Like, it's scientifically proven that without the brain, there is no mind. Because he's more science than like the unseen. But there are certain things that we have not experienced, like with our physical eyes. But we know it exists. Right? So, but I need evidence. I'll always remember that moment. I need evidence, screaming loud, always needing evidence. There's a lot of things in reality that will never give you evidence. Morning.
That's true. Morning.
See, I said that and they heard it. There are a lot of things in reality that will never give you evidence. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. See? Perfectly timed. She literally said, yeah, that's true. I think I'm struggling with stream because, or no, that's already what you said. So you said, I don't know. Who's saying I don't know though? Is it you or is it the mind? Who's the one that's saying I don't know? What if you do know? What would that look like? If you did know, how would you answer? Yeah, he was looking for some physical like evidence. Morning. Morning. So he was like looking for that evidence. Yeah, basically what you just said there. But he wanted tangible evidence. Evidence that he can see with his eyes and his mind. What is your truth, Orion? It's right here. I was literally raising my arms and just like, this is my truth. This moment. In this moment, everything exists. I have everything I ever wanted or desired, and it's because it's within. There's nothing more. I need evidence. Keep saying it's right there. But, yeah. He's looking for the extraterrestrial thing. That's why I'm like, you know what? I told the universe in that moment, like, hey, how about we take off my human body, like take off my meat suit, and I turn back into my 99th dimensional being. Then you'll get your evidence. I told the universe, just turn me Super Saiyan, and then like let me have the ability to turn Super Saiyan. Let me be the one to turn Super Saiyan, and I'll show these humans how it's done. Then you'll get your evidence. Watch one day, like I'm on my stream, and like I just transform into a Super Saiyan. Yeah, that's when everybody's gonna be like, but we can turn Super Saiyan within. Because the eyes need proof. You're not Super Saiyan. I'm just laughing. I'm not laughing at him because I know where his soul is, or his mind is. I've been there. I needed that evidence too. I'm like, because there was a moment in my journey where I was connecting with people who were more connected to, I'll use the external God, the dude in the sky version. And they were like, I can hear God clear as day. I'm like, that's bullshit. Why do you have the ability to hear God? That's so fucking stupid. Like, I want to hear God. Like, I'm the one that actually gives a fuck. You don't actually care. That's the mind creating a story, of course. That wasn't me. That was the mind creating the story. And all it needed to do was to quiet down and it can hear God. And someone told me straight up, like, Orion, all you need to do is shut your mouth and quiet down. They had to tell me blunt like that. But I still wasn't listening because I took that as an offense. I'm like, how dare you tell me to shut my mouth? Who are you to tell me? And that's the mind again. And that was their mind basically getting frustrated to basically tell my mind to shut up and listen. So that's basically what happened. Yeah, it would be very intriguing indeed, dude. I can feel like you know, but I also know because you and I, we are the same. Deep down at its core, because we all have the same wisdom. The only difference between us is the mind. What is in awareness and what isn't. That's why yesterday I was talking about awareness. That's the starting point to everything. We have different experiences, like the soul, but the fundamental root answer to everything comes from the source, and we all are from that source. So we all have that same answer at its core before our varied experiences from our soul's journey. But yes, it'd be fascinating having that kind of like conversation. For me, it's easy to find people like you to have that conversation. In the physical, right, there are people who understand what I'm saying. But am I having conversation like that, like one-to-one, sitting down, drinking like a coffee? Well, for me, it would be hot chocolate. I'm not a coffee drinker. But yeah, it'd be cool. Yep, I'm super just saying. Just super saiyan. And I'm just super saiyan. So back to Neo, if you're still here, dude. I sure do. Is it DV? Is that how you say it? Is it DV? I do have a little bit of a challenging time when there are names that are sort of like fused, and I'm like, how do you say that person's name? Yes, I do remember you. If you say, do you remember me? Of course I remember you because you said it yesterday too. And you said it And then I saw you on Monday. So yes, I remember you. I don't forget. I even don't forget the trolls who jump on and say what they say. Do you remember me when I called you this? I'm like, of course I did. I think you're the one that was playing Minecraft, no? Or was that someone else? That could be the only difference. There was someone who said, do you remember me? I'm like, yes. I'm gonna go play Minecraft. Okay. Fresh air is so nice. It's very hot today. We still have about probably like 20 minutes on to get back to the house. Man, if I was not wearing my headband, I'd be sweating buckets right now. The headband contains the sweat. Otherwise, I'd be dripping sweat right now. Look like a hot fucking mess. Man, he's making me feel hot right now. He's wearing that sweater right now. God damn. Like, I remember like seeing people in like summertime wearing a jacket. I'm like, man, you are making me feel way too hot. And then there's the opposite. There are people who are wearing like nothing in winter. I'm like, what the fuck? You're making me feel too cold. Crazy. All right, I'm walking backwards. You're good. You're not obligated to be here. No one's ever obligated to be on my stream. If you're here, you're here, right? I'm never ever forcing anyone to ever come to my streams. It's a choice and a decision on your behalf. I can speak to my stream even if there's no one here for hours alone if I really wanted to. Because I know someone will eventually hear what I'm saying. Someone will eventually run into the things that I'm saying. Like Drea, like she ran into me on Sunday when I just got back from the walk. And there were people on, but I was kind of like, I was in the flow state. So I was sort of like, you know, talking about whatever I was talking about. I think it was the paradox. And she just jumped on like, oh my God, yes. Yeah. I don't know if Drea's still here. If you are, let me know. But, you know, wow, it's fucking hot. Back is like sweating right now. There's an owl somewhere. It's probably in this tree, but I can't see it. I like owls. Something about them. Nathan, what park are you in? It kind of looks familiar to me. Well, this park is in Toronto, northern Toronto. It's called Humber Park. Or Humber Gate Park, I think. Yeah. Whew. So unless you're in Toronto, yeah. I'm gonna cross over. No car coming. Perfect. I didn't even have to bring my umbrella. God dang it. Seriously? Like I basically had to carry extra today, thinking it was gonna rain. Watch, it does start raining though. It's always like that. Days I don't bring my umbrella, it rains, and days I bring my umbrella, it doesn't rain. It's funny how life works like that at times. Orochimaru, yes, you probably seen me in your was about to say, you probably see me in your dreams, bro. Or maybe like you were hanging out with like a family member and they're in Toronto and then you you know, you were like, wait, who are you watching? Oh, there's a YouTuber in Toronto that I know. His name's Orion. No, I don't play Roblox. Minecraft. I know of them, obviously. I just don't play them. They're not my type of games. My types of games is like Dead by Daylight, Monster Hunter World, fighting games like Capcom versus SNK 2, Marvel vs. Capcom, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, Tekken 7, Tekken 8, Soul Calibur 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Final Fantasy, Tales of, Kingdom Hearts. Can't forget Kingdom Hearts. So excited about Kingdom Hearts. RPGs in general, or JRPGs. Stellar Blade, God of War, Spider-Man. We'll enjoy playing Wolverine. Unfortunately, Sony decided to take away that from PC, which sucks. But I'll buy. I'm sure I'll be able to play Wolverine at some point on PC. Yeah. For me it's Zero, Wolverine, and Chun-Li or Akuma. Those are my people generally. So Zero for my sword person, Wolverine, and either Chun-Li or Akuma. Those are my people. Oh. Didn't even know they had a dog. Oh. Oh, okay. These guys have a dog. Interesting. Nice. Rawr, 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 rawr. Rawr, 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 rawr. Yep. My brother used to irritate me with Wolverine combo. Oh, like the infinite combo that he has. Yeah, Wolverine can be a little cheap. You know what's funny? There's someone else who mentioned Warframe to me. I know of the game. I just never played it. But someone else like 7-8 years ago mentioned Warframe. Oh, I can't forget Persona, like the Persona series. I did say JRPG, so I mean that does encompass most, if not all, the JRPGs. I like my PS2 games a lot. That's like the golden era for me of video games. PS2, so good. Funny enough, I'm not really big in GTA. I'm not a big fan of going around and like shooting people and shit. Like that's just not my thing. Yeah, which is funny because I used to play Counter-Strike professionally. Counter-Strike. Counter terrorist wins. I was a Counter-Strike guy over a COD guy. I was never into COD. Because, you know, when you play Counter-Strike, you're like, yeah, who plays those console shooters? Those are for those little amateurs. We Counter-Strike people used to make fun of COD people. But now I like COD. It's good. I just haven't played like the latest ones. I played Counter-Strike 1.5 and 1.4 back in the late 90s, like 1998, 1999 into 2000. I was like playing every day when I came back from school. And during the summertime, I would be waking up, Counter-Strike, till I go to bed, Counter-Strike, all day. Headshot, Double kill. Godlike. Double kill. Yeah. Okay, I'll check. I guess I'll have to check out Warframe at some point. Yeah. Because I was thinking like Warframe, if I remember, you know, it's you're wearing like, or it's like mobile suit. It's like Gundam, and like you're kind of like battling other people in their Gundams or some shit like that. Which I like Gundam, by the way. I love me my animes. I wasn't too sure exactly how, do I want to walk through the grass knowing that it's wet? No, I'm not going to walk through the grass. Fuck it. I was about to. I was like, wait, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it. Because there's like patches in that grass where it's probably like soaked. Don't do it. I can walk over by those trees though, because the water would have already went and be seeped in. Either way, I gotta go that way, so I can either go that and then there, or go that way. Fuck it, let's go. We're gonna go on the grass. Let's see if I'm gonna regret it though. Oh. I'm gonna give my tree some fist bumps. What's up, tree? What's up, tree? Could you give me a fist bump? That's when Naruto asked his dad, hey, Pops, can you give me that fist bump? Boop. This is my version of hugging a tree. I've hugged trees though, but giving the fist bump to the tree is enough. That tree has 6 splits to it, so I'll just do one. It'll target all 6. We'll do the main middle one there. Arc the Lad, I've played that. Not fully though, but I've played it. And I won't be fist bumping those because I have to walk all the way there and then come back. So just the ones that are on the path. Hello, little one. These ones were planted last year. Cool. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, it does? Interesting. So fascinating how words mean one thing in one language and then it means something else in a different language. I'm gonna pick you up. He's like, even if there's nothing in there, I'm still gonna pick it up and put it on the grass. Snail. Didn't I not just see that guy there? I must have just seen that dude. I think I just saw that guy. He just did his lap. Yeah, I did see him. I'm not having deja vu. You know what? I'm going to share a story quickly. You know, because I just saw him doing what he's doing with his phone. You know, when I was working downtown Toronto, and I started to become aware how people don't pay attention to when someone's walking. You know what I did a couple times? I basically let people walk into me. I just stood still. And they look at me and they're like, what the fuck? Well, you should be the one paying attention. Like when I'm walking with the phone, I have a gimbal, but I'm not looking at the phone as often. I'm actually looking at my surrounding. Right? I'm seeing what's going on. But many are like their heads are down and they're walking, then the last moment they'll like dodge out of the way. Very instinctual. It's funny looking at that when people are just on their phone walking and they're like walking and then they either run into somebody or they instinctually start moving out of the way. It's great. I will be crossing the street. Where's the fairmonger? He's probably in the corner somewhere. Hey, Caillou, are you going to say, "Be careful, Ryan, you need to get out of the street, you're going to get run down"? Caillou would be like, "Dude, you're going to fall in. You got to be careful, you got to fall in." Hold on, I should go back on the road for a moment. Caillou, should I go back on the road and tell me, "Be careful, Ryan, you're going to get run down"? Be careful, Ryan. You got to be careful, Ryan. You're going to get run down by cars. He's probably lingering somewhere in the back. I put him in the closet. I let him out sometimes, I feed him sometimes, and then he goes back in. That's my residential troll. Hey. Well, we're almost back at the house, and I'll continue to talk about attention. I was about to almost say awareness. Yeah, it would be cool to have a conversation with you, Nathan. It'd be interesting. But at the same time, like, I live in if I had a conversation with a sister named Trina Dawn, there would be no conversation. That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about that, because her and we operate from the same level of like, oh, all words are just made up. So there's really no words to speak, right? There's nothing to really say. We just look at each other. That's our conversation. We'd just be staring at each other. Right? If I could, I literally would not be saying a word on the stream. I'd just be like staring at the screen and sending intentions, because I'm like, yep, all these words are all made up. I have to use these made up words to help with people who are using made up words as well too, who are subjected to their words. But I have no choice but to use these words. That's how I have to navigate in the world, to use these words. It's quite fascinating. Let's see. I was attempting to preparing rice, but it turned out to be a cake. Ah, I see. Fluff. Lots of fluffs. We're almost back at the house. Yeah. It's 12:01. Yeah. I definitely am going to go grab my meal. I heard some complaining from Mom yesterday how people are not eating food in the house. She's cooking and all the food is getting wasted. And I keep telling her, like, just don't make food. Well, just find something to eat. But she's not gonna ever do that because she's too much of a mom. I'm like, I could just make eggs and eat that. Costs nothing. It doesn't take that much time, and I can do that. But she was complaining because I heard her, like, all the money. I'm like, and I am the one that has to eat all the leftover food, because my brother, they keep buying food, and my sister as well, and my dad, he doesn't eat often. So I'm like, I'm the one that has to eat all the leftover food too, but she keeps complaining no one's eating leftover food. And I hate complaining. That's the one thing I don't like, people complaining. And earlier, I was complaining about the complaining. That's the paradox. No, I haven't. Oh, or you mean thin? No. I've been overweight one time that spanned for like 2 years. I was like 100 pounds overweight. Yeah. I was obese for a bit. Because I was obese, I have a story to share. Like, for example, when I was at the law firm when I was working, my pants, oops, let me take you guys off of this first. My pants, it's split because the girth of my legs was attempting to fit into something thinner or something like smaller than it could actually hold. So I forced myself into smaller clothing because I knew one day I would get back to being that size. And the pants split. And I was in a law firm and I had to go in a meeting. And guess what? Thank God I had my change of clothes because I didn't come to the workplace with my suit on. I came with my track pants. But I had a great track pants on and a blazer and a suit and a tie and a shirt. So guess what? That was a new style I created. And when I went up to the boardroom, the lawyer was really pissed at me. He's like, because he had a very important client, so he felt embarrassed that I was embarrassing him, and he embarrassed me by feeling embarrassed due to the fact that I was overweight. So that moment changed everything for me. I was like, I don't care what I got to do, I'm going to stay in shape. If I got to bust my ass to stay in shape, then that's what I'm going to do. That's why when people say, like, you know, oh, Ryan, you keep saying life is easy. I know the difficulty of life, how life was. But I also know now how life can be extremely easy. You get to decide what that looks like for you. I chose to have an easier life. 2018. I actually have a picture, but let me restart my stream. Uno momento. I'm going to go back to 1080p 60. One sec. I'll be back. How much battery I have left? Welcome back. So let me show the photo. Thank God my friend took a photo. I was never a photo type of person back then, so this is the only proof of me being overweight. But because I hated photos. I was the type of person, like, I don't like photos. Don't take a photo of me. But here's what I look like. And it's a comparison of me in 2021 versus 2018. But I'm so glad he took this photo. You know why he took this photo? Oops. He took this photo because it was my dating profile. He's like, bro, come on, man. I got this new iPhone 8. I want to take a photo of you. Come on, it would do you good. I'm like, I don't want no stupid ass photo, bro. And this is how I used to think. And that smile is not real. The one on the left. But yeah, that's the difference between me and that me. That's 2021 and 2018. So this is I still care about, obviously, this person who's overweight, but like, I will never go back to that. That's why I will continue to keep moving my body every day. Come a long way. So that's why, like, people who jumped on earlier, like, you don't get to say life gets to be easy. Yeah, I get to say life gets to be easy. Know before you speak. Ask me questions and I will tell you why everything gets to be easy now. And by the way, this is before AI existed. You can check the metadata if you want. I can send you this photo for proof. The metadata will say 2018. Oh, when I have the original photo of this one. So, when people say, oh yeah, you had it easy. Oh yeah? Tell it to that guy who was struggling and suffering, who was working his bone off for hours I was getting paid good, but was the money worth it? Nope. Not at all. I was making 6 figures and it still wasn't worth it. For the amount of stress I had to deal with, nah, I'm good. I got to take care of something here quickly. There's a bucket of water that I have to keep clearing out because they haven't changed the pipe. I don't know why don't they just change the fucking pipe so that they don't have water running. This house is like falling apart. I'm gonna basically get all the money I need and destroy this house and rebuild it because, you know, the consciousness in this house at times are like, I don't know. All this water. All because the faucet or the turning mechanism, they don't change it. Just change the fucking thing. So that's the complaining energy of this house. Oh. Let's see. I think you still need some weight for optimal look. You do, for sure. That's why I still have a little pouch. Look, I still have the pouch. I don't have my 6-pack. I have my 4. I have 12-pack underneath, but it's actually just 4-pack outside. I'm in the healthiest, most happiest, most aligned state I've ever been in my entire life. So that's why I get to tell everyone how easy this really was. But I have to show pictures, or I have to show this as proof. Because, you know, Clayton, I need evidence. Evidence, here's your fucking evidence. For people who need evidence, there's your fucking evidence. I have lived experience at this point. There's your evidence. I need evidence. I know, because I've been there too. I needed evidence myself. It's not possible. It is possible. It's possible if you decide it's possible. If it's not possible, then you've decided it's not possible. It's just that simple. That's not how reality works, Orion. Sure it is. You get to decide how reality works. You're the one. I will. I still think you need some weight for optimal look, and now you have something better, optimal realistic health with balance. Yes. You're right. Oh, Jeanette, welcome back. So yes, I need evidence. For people who need evidence, here's the evidence. I need evidence. I'm so grateful that experience happened. You never know who's going to show up on your live stream and will give you a great experience. That was a great experience. I do. Because the thing is, like, I basically have like a monologue when I do that. So like it's me and then like how some people's minds think. So I'm pretending to be their mind. And I'm having that monologue conversation with them. I can be an asshole at times. I can be an asshole, a prick, a dick, just arrogant, a bastard. I can be a bitch at times. Yeah. I need evidence. When someone says it's impossible, you say it's impossibly possible. Now that's a paradox again. Exactly. Everything's a paradox. Because you get to decide what it is in the end. That's why, like, your mind is a paradox of itself. It can't see the answer that is right in front of itself. That's why Nathan was talking about the self-eating snake. It's eating itself alive. That's a great metaphor, by the way. It's a self-eating snake. It basically will just destroy itself within. Oh yeah, Janelle, I know. Me too. I'm a kind person by nature. But if you If hypothetically speaking, if somebody were to come at me right now and they were to start fighting, like, I'm not creating this experience, obviously. I don't go out and like fight people. But if somebody were to just randomly come and like fight me, do you think I'm going to hold back? I'm not going to hurt them, but I'm going to restrain them. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You second dimensional clown. I'm speaking to the mind, not the human. It's not the person. I never see it as the person. It's always the mind. Yeah. I have read it somewhere in Hindu texts, self-eating snake, and I'm not glazing. Yeah. Because that's what's happening. Or it's like you're chasing your tail, but you'll never catch your tail ever. Unless you do one thing. You want to know? What's up, Seth? Good to see you. The only way to stop chasing your tail, or the only way to catch your tail, is by stopping. If you think about it, right? Because you're running around in a circle. If you keep running around in a circle with your head chopped off like a chicken, right? You're never going to get your answers because you're always running. So until you stop, then you're able to touch your tail and grab it. Hello, the answer is right there. It's fascinating. That's why I love what I get to do with the mind, because I get to see how the minds work. Because whenever you're speaking with anybody, you're not speaking to the human, you're speaking to the mind first before the human. Because that determines where they currently are. Right? Some people they get it. Others will jump on, they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Right? Because, they need some context. And nothing wrong with that. Like, I can be halfway through what I'm talking about, and then someone jumps in and be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Those are lower vibrational beings trying to pull you back down. I know. I'm aware. But I appreciate you reminding me. The reminder, it's always good. I don't get trapped into it, but I give them a little bit of taste, like this one right here. You're a fourth dimensional mind? Well, if you call somebody a retard, then you're clearly a first dimensional mind. So if I catch you ever saying that again, you're clearly actually like zero dimensional mind. What's up, Doc? Mr. Get going. Yeah. Because, you and everyone is like, the bodies are different, but everybody at the core is one. We're just different nodes on a Wi-Fi network. That's it. Nothing more. You're connected there, I'm connected here, but we're still part of the same grand spectrum of whatever it is, if you want to call it. You can give it any type of name. Yeah. You can tell yourself you are whatever, but your actions show how you treat others and shows us. Exactly. I lost a little bit of respect for... That was a bar, by the way, as well, too. I lost a little bit of respect for Caillou because he called Tom a retard. And he called other people on the trail retards. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, they didn't even say anything to you and you're calling them retards. Like, what the fuck is... Like, why? Because the frequency. Because I've been in that frequency too once upon a time. I would have said the same thing too, where Caillou was saying. So that's why I sort of like, I keep him like to the side. I don't know if you actually mean that apology, but sure, whatever. Please, I need $1. So, Seth, great question actually. Why does the mind feel so clear? Because on mushrooms or hallucinogenics, it breaks past the mind. So like you see things more clearly. That's why so many people go and experiment with psychedelics, because there's no logic anymore. The logic disappears. Right? So like microdosing or anything like that, it breaks past the logic. So that's why everything's easier to navigate. But when you don't have... I don't need that to get past the mind because I've gone past it already, so I've seen it. But yes, why does the mind feel easier or clearer? Because you're no longer operating from the mind. You're operating beyond your mind. So you can The hallucinogenics will basically blast past the logics of the mind. That comment, that last comment, that's a paradox right there. Get your ass back in the corner. Me? I'm not complaining about anything. I'm sharing. You must have jumped in halfway when I was explaining something about the mind. No big deal. Yeah, so for Seth, yeah, if you ever do microdosing, or if you ever do the hallucinogenics, I guess you have, is because the mind now doesn't exist. So that's why so many people, when they're under the influence, the mind just, do you got $1? I have more than $1. When the mind is out of the picture, you're able to see and experience things that you can't really experience without the mind being in the way. So it's easier. You have the dollar within yourself. You're just being a troll right now. You want attention. It's okay. Here's your attention. I'm giving you attention. You have your dollar. Here. Well, there's nothing I can do. I can't send it to you like that. Put in your fucking PayPal. I'm not some Cash Patel. Patel Cash or whatever the fuck his name is actually me. But yeah. I like when people like to put me as if I'm some sort of celebrity. No. Chesslight. Of course he's got $1. He said he's invested $1 million in a U.S. company to get instant citizen and move to San Diego. Indeed. Ah, you remember Chesslight. You were paying attention. Someone who's paying attention. It's good. I have hope for you humans. I really do. I must have said that, 2 or 3 days ago? Someone's actually paying attention. It's good. I have hope. Actually, no. I have knowingness that you guys can do it. For the ones who are, coming on and trolling me and whatnot. I have faith for you all. It's great. What do we got? Ooh, that's like you're either insult. That could either be taken as a compliment or an insult, depending on perspective. I'm not from India. I'm from here. It's called the Earth. Number one. Number two, I'm not Indian. I'm a soul. Number three, yes, there are people who look alike, but I don't look like anybody. If anything, they look like me. That's a bar. Write it down. In my universe, y'all look like me. Not the other way around. That's how I roll. Chesslight. It was a windy day, and I think I remember you saying you wanted to move to San Diego. Yep, by next summer and try out some ice cream place there. Yes, you're spot on. What is this, request time? This is not a standard YouTube live stream, people. I don't take requests. Next. But yeah, Cheslate, you're right. That's exactly, I want to invest $1 million. It's just be simpler than have to go through all the song and dance of getting the US citizenship a harder way. I'll just raise the $1 million with my clients and then invest in that company. I have to do the research, of course, which company. That's my homework that I got to do. I'll figure it out. I always will figure it out. I never ever run into problems like that. Yeah, that's right. All of the books are interconnected. They're just using different words, but they're a puzzle piece of each other. They all basically fit a puzzle, a gigantic picture. But many fight for their version and not want to hear the other versions, which allowed me to be like, you know what? Let me just go through all of them from a very neutral standpoint. I'm like, oh my God, they're all basically the fucking same. They're just using different words, a simile, or a synonym. Sorry. I'm like, oh my God, they're all the same. They're just using different words. It's crazy. They have different stories, but they're all basically alluding to one thing. Yeah, I could, but I don't want to be living in Canada. That's my point. I don't desire to be here. Period. I want nothing to do with Canada. I want to cut all my ties completely, except for my citizenship and my that's it. Like, I don't really want to be physically here. Nothing to do with this place. I love it. I have to be in San Diego. Like, that's just a must. Nah, I would rather the US one. For me, I'm going to be dual citizen, so I'll have both. But I still wouldn't want to live in Canada. Canada doesn't have that much ambition. For what I need to do, it doesn't have the energy that I need. I need specific energy. And that's found over there, where the action actually is. Now, of course, I can go to downtown Toronto, but it's not my place. It's an energetic thing. I can't explain it with words. Toronto is a great place. It's a wonderful place. I love it, but it's not my place. It's never been my place. This is just a temporary dwellings. It's definitely the mountains, the ocean, the people, like the energy of the people, the simplicity of life there, the more chill vibes. It's just as, I'm going to use most people's words, expensive over there. But if I'm going to pay the same price that I'm paying here, should I be renting again? Why would I pay rent here when I could just live over there and pay the same and have better opportunities? It doesn't make any sense. And the weather is just phenomenal all year. Does it mean it doesn't rain? Of course it rains. It rains like maybe 5 times a year, maybe 6. Yeah, unless they have one of those like, wet spells that are flying through California. But San Diego is generally pretty sunny. And it's usually warm throughout the year. It's like comfortable weather. So weather does play a part in how someone feels generally. Like in wintertime, people are like, ugh, lethargic here. I can feel the energy. So I force myself out and walk in the cold, but like it's not as enjoyable as walking in the summer. That's why I prefer warm climates. Now, of course, I can move to British Columbia where it's much warmer and they have mountains and they do have the ocean, but it doesn't have the energy that I'm looking for. That's why I'm drawn specifically there. Yeah, lottery energy. Good to see you, by the way. I was born and raised here. I moved away from here a couple times, but I had to come back during COVID and support parents. And then I ended up, quitting my job, getting let go more because I was supposed to go on the entrepreneur route because I was never supposed to be working at JOB. Just over broke. That's what a job is. Just over broke. Nothing wrong with having a job. It's just for me, that's not my path. My path was to speak. My path was to share. And my path was to do, bring the awareness back that's forgotten by a lot of humans. So this is my passion and my purpose, and I'm living it right now. You're good, Nathan. I had to go to a different stream. This dude in this other stream really thinks he is Thoth. I mean, that's cool. If he's Thoth, he's Thoth. Let it be. I've said my thing, but that's why I don't need to say it anymore. To the person who's Thoth, like, okay. Well, technically we all go beyond Thoth. We're all the creator. We're all one. We just chose human forms. That's it. But I understand why he's using Thoth. Now it's not even just over broke, it's under broke. Inflation is way higher than wages. Exactly. That's why shit is getting difficult for a lot of people. I prefer living in Australia over US. Honestly, dude, Australia is a place that I would love to live because I like Aussie chicks. I like their accent. I love the Australian people's accents. When they say crikey. I just want to go to Australia and hear somebody say crikey. Like, I want the authentic Australian experience. I have an Australian friend, and he said crikey, but I'm like, you got to be in Australia for me to hear you say crikey. Crikey. I'm not even going to pretend I can even speak the Australian version of English, but I love it. Fucking love it. I love it. Crikey. They don't? Ah. But they have a certain like accent. Like how Europe, like not Europeans, British, how British speak a certain like version of English. Of course, when they hear us speak, I have an accent to them and they have an accent to me, right? So, but I love like British. I love how Irish people speak with English. I like how Scottish people speak with English. I like how Australian people speak with English. It's fascinating. It's very fascinating. Yeah, the dialects. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was the word I was like, there's a word that I'm missing. Hello, where is it? Thank you for filling it in for me. Dialects. Correct. It is very multicultural, more than what you perceive as Aussie people are in the city. Interesting, yeah, because I've never been there, so I have a certain perception of it based on preconceived notions. But it's just like when people think that Canada is always nice, that's their perception that Canadian people are very nice. That's so not true. Canadians are not nice. We're kind, but we're not. We can be very like. So like it's the same. It's a sort of the same perception. Or like, I remember when my fellow Americans would call Canadians just maple syrup sucking ice igloo living people. Because we live in winter, right? Most of the time here, but America has winter too. They forget that America has winter as well. The fuck? Sometimes they have worse winters than Canada. All right? Thank you. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. I never will ask anybody to subscribe. But, like, a lot of perceptions of Canada is y'all live in the winter all the time. You live in igloos. You're always nice, which is not true. That's so not true, by the way. And what else do non-Canadians say of Canada? I don't know what else you guys would say about Canada. But I can tell you that y'all think that this is a beautiful place, yes, but we don't live in igloos. That's the north. That's the way north. We don't suck on maple syrup all the time. Hello. I haven't had maple syrup in probably like 3 years. And you know the funny thing is, my brother and my sister, they like waffles and pancakes, so they have syrup, but I don't eat syrup. Syrup is in the fridge, but I don't eat it. I haven't had maple syrup in like 3 years. So that's not true. Oh, Ryan, because you're not a real Canadian. That's right, I'm not a real Canadian. I'm a soul. I used to be very, very like, I am Canadian. Now I don't give a shit about that. Oh, and there's the other one. We say a lot. That is not true. That's so not true. A. I did not have syrup. I didn't even eat anything. I only had water. I had no syrup. I had nothing. The apology aspect, yes. The I'm sorry. Yes, Canadians do this. This part is actually true. Canadians apologize for everything. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't do that anymore. Fuck it. I used to do that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I don't apologize anymore. If I say something and it potentially offends somebody, it is what it is. I'm not here to actually offend anybody, but based on the words I speak, it will basically trigger the fuck out of someone. And that trigger is actually their feedback for them to realize why they're getting triggered. That's a paradox. And that's a bar. Write it down. Anyways, yes, Canadians are very apologetic because why? And I was brought up in that environment, like, yeah, you gotta apologize, even if you don't like. Do you want some water? No, I'm sorry, I'm good. What? Why are you even apologizing for having a cup of getting offered a glass of water in Canada? I'm sorry. Can you pass me the ketchup? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you pass me the salt and pepper over there? Oh, I'm sorry to bother you, waiter. Would you be able to bring me the bill? Justin Trudeau. That's a character right there. If I don't read some of the comments, it is what it is, people. I'm not scrolling up right now. So if I don't see it, I don't see it. It is what it is. I read that comment. I don't want to scroll up right now. I really don't. Because, let's see. Yeah, I already did my walk. I just came back. I usually come back, chat for a bit, but sometimes that bit ends up being like 4 hours. So, I'm going to go eat just now. I might just end the stream in a moment, but we'll see. We'll see. I go with the flow. I let life just go with the flow. And yes, EJ, we do get taught to apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. But this is basically what happens to all of us. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with apologizing, but that's when you're doing something that's like going to hurt somebody. But when it's like something like asking for like, I'm sorry to trouble you, but can I have a glass of water? Like, why do you have to say, I'm sorry to trouble you? Can you just say, is it possible if I can get a glass of water? It's the same thing. What's the difference? I'm sorry, can I trouble you? I don't mean to trouble you, but can I get that glass of water? We become, like, it's not even just Canada, it's a lot of places in the world. Too humble is not good. There has to be balance. Because you don't want to stick out and be like the shiny object that you are supposed to be in your universe. Universe. Youniverse. Universe. You have your own universe. Most people are like dimming their light. So like, I'm sorry, can I, because you want to be polite, and I get it. There's nothing wrong with being polite. But there's being over polite. There's overdoing things. That's why so many people are like playing less than what they deserve in this world. Hello? You're not any less than like The Rock or Taylor Swift. Do you see them apologizing? I use them as an example only because, you know, they're well known from a guy and a girl standpoint. Insert your favorite celebrity. Or insert your favorite YouTuber. Are they apologizing for being who they are? No, they're just doing it. I have no opinions on that dude. He's playing his part. He's just another character playing his part. I have things to say about what he's doing, but I know why he's doing what he's doing. But even he doesn't know why he's doing what he's doing. But I know why he's doing it. He's like a proctor of the exam. He's a paradox. Most people are looking at what he's doing, creating the problems, but we were not supposed to subscribe to the problems and not listen to his words. But the problem is everyone's taking his things seriously, so then they get influenced, and that's how the world is the way it is. But that's a different conversation. That's why I said, he's just a character in my story. I'm not a character in his story. He's a character in my story. He's just a character. Most people put themselves as a secondary or third character, like the third-ish character in their own story. And there's this whole new term called main character syndrome or main character whatever. Yeah, that has a negative connotation because that's all for me and not for you. Like, it's all about me. That's not what we're here for. You're still the main character, but you also are working along with the other main characters of their own stories, like I'm doing. You're all your own main character. Big difference. It's all about perception and perspective. All right, see ya. Enjoy it. Have a great one. Yeah. They're just characters. I can change the meaning of anything they do. Now, of course, if someone's coming at me with like, yeah, you want to change the meaning of me having this 9mm on your head? Of course, the body's going to be like, ah! Right? Of course, the mind's going to be afraid, right? At that point, like, but just so you know, if someone were to go, I'll come back. Just not in this body. I'll be back though. And I'll get them. I'll find them. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I look like I can do anything. I have all different perceptions of people. Some people say I'm like this. You say I look like that. Like, it really just comes down to, this is why anybody who's on my stream who's been here many times is getting to see how everything is based on perspective, based on first impressions, right? This is first impression, right? Because I mentioned that, right? That's his impression. Nothing wrong. It is what it is. You two should add a feature, actually. I'm just thinking about it. That when you get into a live stream, there's like this live stream talks about, unlocking the power of your mind, da 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 da. If you want to join this live stream, click join, and then you join. Not just immediately gets thrown into the live stream, because not all live streams are going to be conducive to your experience. Some are actually more destructive and distracting to what you're supposed to be doing. Both positive and negative. Yeah. We can only dream of our existence outside of our perceptions. Well, you're right from your perspective, for sure. But my thing is different. Later. Gotta love the randomness of the YouTube live stream. It's the Wild West. I love it though. It's interesting. I don't know if there's anything else I want to talk about attention. I don't know if if Nathan's still here or Drea or anybody that's been here. Oh, I know CJ's still here. I think CJ, you're still here. I can't tell because YouTube doesn't have a feature that says these are the people in your chat right now. YouTube, hello, add that fucking feature. You're the biggest streaming platform on the planet and you don't even have features like that? Come on. Unlock your mind? Cool. If you're being serious, I'll show you right now. You asked the question, unlock your mind. Who's to say it's not already unlocked? Who's the one asking that question to unlock my mind? Is it you or is it the mind asking? Cool, CJ. What if I told you you've already unlocked your mind? Would you believe that or would you know that? Whatever you respond with, it'll determine what I say next. It's really super simple. It's just the mind plays. You'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. I mean, it can be whatever you want. You just have to decide. But that decision is not going to feel simple to the mind. The mind's going to be like, it's not going to just let you accept it. Based on all the emotions and the experiences and the memories you've had prior, it won't let you. Exactly. That's another bar, what CJ just dropped there. Only you get to decide. No one can actually unlock anybody else's mind. I just help people to unlock their mind. Notice my words. I don't help you. I basically say, I help you to unlock the power of your mind. Notice I said, though, I help you to unlock the power of your mind, meaning I help them to help themselves to unlock the power of their mind. Not I'm the one that's helping you, that I'm the one that's going in your mind and helping you to unlock it. Little shift, big difference. But yes. You're helping yourself unlock the mind when anyone's working with me or listening to me. I'm not doing anything. You're doing it yourself. I'm just a mirror reflecting back what you already are at your core. And whatever you decide is true and real for you, that is what you're going to get. And that as well, too. And that is the key piece right there. The willing and receptive. Not the, no, you're wrong, and it doesn't work, and they're fighting for their dear life, right? Because we've seen it, right? It's happened. Those two words, willing or at least being receptive, or open is another word. Open to hearing. And being, open to maybe the shift. But if they're not, then there's kind of no point to talk. It's just kind of like, oh, here we go. We got another troll. Hello, Mr. Second Dimensional Comment from a second dimensional mind. No, I'm a clean soul. I love it. I fucking love it. I don't use the word believe. I use the word know. I do know in what you can call God, but it's not a dude in the sky for me. It's a dude in the sky for others, but it's not a dude in the sky for me. It's an energy that cannot be explained by any words, and we can't perceive it with our mind. But yes, as for spirituality for me just means unseen, but I don't use the current spiritual box that most people put themselves into to make it themselves some sort of identity. Like, for example, they start like putting like moon symbols on their forehead, and they start eating all kinds of like acai bowls and drinking green smoothies and touching grass with their bare feet because it's making them more spiritual. I don't do that. I do touch grass with my bare feet, but not because of that, because it just feels fucking good. That's it, nothing more. So for me, I don't use the word spirituality in that context. I use it as just means unseen. So there's nothing wrong if that's what people do, but spirituality without the ability to master your energy is nothing more than fucking vanity. So, to you, lottery energy, I do. The problem is I've talked about it already, and then guess what happened? So I'll paint the picture right now. I shared quite a few of my my past memories, and they're not really past because they're still parallel. And somebody said, like, come on, Orion, tell us, right? I'm like, you really want to know? Like, yeah, I want to know. You promise you're just gonna be open to listening? Yeah, I promise I'll be open to listening. And I shared what I shared, and they couldn't believe it. And they're like, you're lying. And he keeps coming back on my stream every day or every so often, and he's like, you're just lying to these people. Well, you clearly wanted to hear the story, so I told you. So that's why I don't really talk about it. For me, it has no relevancy to what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is sort of help people to unlock their mind so they can live their best life. But yeah, I do recall them. Not all of them, but most of them. Craig, we are not all connected on different frequencies. Yes, I believe in like that cult. I don't believe in that cult stuff exactly. We're on one gigantic network, but with many, many different frequencies. We're like one gigantic like energy, but has been split into like 8 billion different little frequencies doing 8 billion different things. Some of us are in similar frequencies, but we're always going to be on our own frequency because it has its own energy signature for you specifically. But at its core, we're all like interconnected as one. But from that core, we sort of split to like doing whatever it is we're doing. That's why I say all things are valid, equal, and real and true, because it brought you to your experience presently on the planet. I can never say you're wrong or that's not how it works and da-da-da-da. It works the way you desire it to work. So like if someone says, like, this is how reality works, you're lying, Orion. I'm like, well, you're right. From your perspective, I am lying because it works for you. And if that works for you, keep using it. I know it works for me. This is working for me. So this is what I'm going to share. This is why there's a lot of conflicting like information on the internet right now. And other people are somewhat traumatizing other people with some things that they're saying. And I remind everybody, always have discernment. Always have fucking discernment. Discernment and awareness are going to be your best friends. Because with those two intact, you will be able to kind of sift through who's actually speaking from actual experience versus someone who's just speaking from a book. Yeah. That's why like I focus on just the mind, because the mind is what's controlling the experience that you're going to experience or not experience. Everything else is sort of vanity for me at this point. Like talk about like the esoteric and the parallel lives and all the other stuff and all the other things that have no real relevancy to our experience on the earth is just vanity at this point. That's why I talk about like the things that are actually important, like awareness, attention. Where are you placing your attention? Is it on the positive stuff, negative stuff, neutral? Like how do you see yourself? What do you expect in this world? Do you expect good things? Do you expect bad things? Do you expect just neutral? Like where you place your attention, that's what is going to be magnified and maintained by the universe, because it always seeks to be balanced with you. So quite literally, yeah. Look at this person pointing at me with the cat face. Look at this first dimensional comment right here. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, it's good to have you, you first dimensional mind. I love these first dimensional minds with their first dimensional comments. Let's give this guy a round of applause. Now you can see yourself out of my stream. Sure. A 69-dimensional being doesn't operate from that level of awareness. That's a bar, write it down. You just proved to me your level of awareness right there. Orochimaru. Yeah, that's quite, that, I like her, I don't know if that's a girl or a boy, Lottery Energy. It doesn't really matter. I like their name. Their name is awesome. Lottery Energy's name is pretty awesome. Yeah, Craig, I mean, like, look, dude, there are going to be people who are going to come on the stream and say, look at that N guy, look at that, I'm going to say that, about to say the N-word right now. Look at that nigga. Look at that nigga. Look at that African, look at that Indian, look at this. I'm like, is that what most people are focusing on someone, how they look? Clearly, it shows me where you are on your frequency. And what is the frequency? Well, I'm going to name it quickly. 7 keys. What's the 7 keys? It's your beliefs, your expectations, your perceptions, your emotional charged thoughts, your reactions or response, your focus and attention, and your convictions. These 7 keys make up a frequency, which makes up your self-concept, your identity, insert word. So yeah, whenever I see comments that pop up like that, it shows me where they are, and I give them a little bit of attention, and then I just move on. Because there's no point. They operate from a one-dimensional frequency. It's great. And that's right, Lottery Energy. Everything is energy. Everything starts with energy and will end with energy. We're an energetic being. That's why I love, when I saw your name, I was like, I love that name. That name is so perfect. Lottery Energy. I love that name. Such a good name. You picked quite the name. Orochimaru. Brother, I was born Hindu and I'm not Hindu by belief. How can someone accuse you for being Hindu when there is no concept of conversion in Hinduism? Exactly, dude. By the way, that's a bar. I'll write that one down. Yeah. I like Lottery Energy's name. It's a really cool name. It's a really fascinating name. I'm like, ooh, I like this name. This name's nice. It's a good name. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of the other things I talk, like, that I don't talk about is just vanity. Just complete and utter vanity. There's no point talking about it. Like the past lives, or it's actually parallel lives, because all lives are still happening. Because there's no such thing as past. Our mind makes past and future, but that's how the mind works. But when you know you're beyond the mind, there is no past and future. It's right now. all things are happening now. Yes, your physical body has transformed and it looks like the past, but that's just happening in every present moment. That's another bar. So I see Orochimaru keeping bar counts. So fascinating. Exactly. You attract or magnetize. I like using magnetize because magnetize is like Magneto. I'm like fucking Magneto drawing shit to me. I'm the master of magnetism. I am Magneto. Right? You magnetize or attract whatever you are, not what you desire. Right? That's why like souls like you showed up. Of course, I'm also attracting some of the trolls because they are a necessary part of this channel, and I'll tell you why. Because if everybody was just agreeing, right? And I'm not here for everybody to agree. I'm just here to share a perspective, nothing more, nothing less, with the mind on how it works. But if the trolls didn't show up, then they wouldn't be showing the contrast of where some of you are and where others are. And there's nothing wrong with that because they are where they are based on their frequency, their state of being, their self-concept, their perceptions. Some just want to do it because they want to have fun. I'm all for the fun and games, but then when the ones like come on and insult and they drop, they're like, you are a liar and you're telling people blah blah blah, and they want to drop their like fucking like 5-paragraph essay comment in the chat. That's when I'm like, okay. You know. I have no idea what is going on with BR Brandano. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. I have no idea. I have zero idea. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I have no idea. I did scroll up though and see what you were talking about. Something about flying carpet. What is this, Aladdin? Yeah, I understand you crystal clear because I have to read up. Now I know now I'm like, oh, this is one of those. It's one of those second dimensional comments. Okay. Hello. Hello, King. Good to see you. The ones that come on and say hello, I immediately have just like respect for, because they at least drop by and they at least say hello, even if they don't agree with what I'm saying. At least them saying hello or hi, you know, that's kind of them to do that. The ones who just come on and like start dropping all kinds of like random shit, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Dreams, how is it not in yours? Oh, my dreams are vast, bro. Like, I can think about all kinds of stuff. And bro, if you do build that flying carpet, hey, do it. I'm here to empower you to build that damn carpet, because if you can build that flying carpet, I'll fucking pay for that flying carpet. And not only will I pay, I will even invest in your company for that flying carpet so that I can fly around, because I want to fly on a flying carpet. How about that? But if you can build I'm going to build something where I can turn Super Saiyan. I want to be the first Super Saiyan on this planet. Like, physically turn Super Saiyan. Like, not be wannabe Super Saiyans, but turn into fucking Super Saiyan. I'm going to build that. Well, AI is here to stay, unfortunately. It's not going anywhere. Because you know the funny thing is, we are the ones that created it, and now we have a problem with it. This is what humans do. We create something, then we create something that thinks it's supposed to help us, and then create a problem because it's overtaking a lot of things. But it's us humans that are the ones that created it. Humans will never be satisfied. That's why there's always progress. That's why there's so much problems. it's natural. We're always going to progress, but like it's hilarious how the world works. It's funny. Do you want blonde hair, blue eyes? Don't get me wrong. I'm on the monkey side with Mario, not in the Koopa Troopa lizard. Gotcha. Almonds are fun sometimes. Interesting. I want a goat, a Canadian polite laser cannon, and a German Wi-Fi, and that downloads updates while cooking. Am I? Nah, you're good, dude. Hey, if that's what you want, Orochimaru, hey, more power to you, dude. Go crazy in the chat with whatever you want. The sky's the limit at this point. In fact, the sky is not the limit. Your mind is the limit to what you can actually experience. That's a bar, write it down. Welcome back. For me, anything I desire to physically create in the world, it has to be something that is helping other people. And it's actually beneficial in everyone's day-to-day life. And it doesn't impede on something else. But the thing is, whatever you build will always have an opposite reaction to some. That's how this world works. It's dualistic. Internet has its pros and cons, right? It was here to help us to like sort of be interconnected, but then it created all kinds of other problems. People getting scammed more, people bullying each other, people trolling each other, right? But it made life more convenient. You're able to do stuff instead of lining up at a bank to go and draw money out. You can literally, send money from your phone. You can pay from your phone. It made life simpler. But then it made everything always has opposites on this planet. We live in a dualistic system. So the thing, whatever I'm supposed to build, I trust that it doesn't have too much negative repercussions and it's more on the positive, but I have to like kind of, piece out. Okay, so when I'm building this thing, what is the opposite that could potentially happen? Of course, I won't know all the variables until other people are using said thing or whatever it is and see the variables. Oh, so this is what's going on. Okay, so this is why they have beta testers for things, to see like the kinks. The magic carpet, the magic carpet, you guys that got the doable in some form, even hologram. How are we to use our superhuman powers when jealous people with no powers come and plan in the 60s to weave a net? Well, you simply don't subscribe that they impede in your power. Just decide. And then when you decide, you put like you're literally putting like a force field that nothing can affect you. Unless you allow it to affect you internally, because you have control within yourself. Not outside of you, within yourself. I'm not afraid of death. Awesome. This is a really good comment. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of time. Each breath you take, be happy and enjoy life. Everyone's clock is ticking. Use it wisely. Attack the day. Yep, I love it. Is it Chiga? I've seen you before. What's up? Welcome back. I think I've seen you before. Yeah, that's a good comment. I like that. If you wouldn't give me, I wouldn't do behind them. Nope. Funny thing about Twitter, X or whatever, I have a account and I don't use it, and I've never really used it. I've never posted anything on Twitter ever in my life. I don't even see the point of Twitter, to be honest. For me, It has no inherent or intrinsic value whatsoever. I know other people find it valuable, but I've only ever been on it like maybe like three times, and I've never posted anything ever. One time because somebody was like, they needed someone to like, do like one of those like voting things. There's one of like the YouTubers like, can you help me to be like the best, blah blah blah. I'm like, whatever. It's gonna cost me a moment of my time to just give them like a like or some shit on Twitter. Yeah, I have an account on Twitter. I just don't use it. There's like no value whatsoever for me. That's the same thing that goes for like Clubhouse. And I have TikTok, but I don't use TikTok anymore. It's there, I just don't use it. Facebook I use here and there, and Instagram I use here and there. But even that doesn't really have that much value anymore. I'm slowly starting to get off of social media, except for YouTube, because YouTube I have to use the platform to help and reach more people. Instagram and all those others, like, yeah, it'd be cool to reach more, but Instagram's algorithm is very, like, I don't want to post shit. I want to live stream. It's just easier. Posting all kinds of bullshit is just like a waste of my time. Live streaming is just easy. You just turn the camera on and go. So, I'll probably be on Kick soon enough. I'll be doing Kick streaming. I won't be doing Twitch. I've done Twitch in the past. Well, I don't know. I haven't been reading the chat, to be honest. I do apologize, but I'm not gonna actually apologize. I don't know. I have no comment right now, basically, for all the things you shared in the chat. I have no comment. That's not like negative, it's just like I have no comment, I have nothing to say. You want to trade and build respect. I don't expect money. I expect to make it. Is that from you? Well, I'm not really trading anything except for my attention. I don't care if I'm respected. I'm not here to build respect. Honestly, I'm going to just share this. I don't care if I'm the most hated person on this planet. I really don't care. I am here to do one thing, though, to bring awareness to the mind so that you can enjoy your life as best as you can. I have so much resolve in myself that, like, I don't care if I'm the world's most hated person, speaking what needs to be spoke. So I'm not here to build respect. I don't want it. I don't need it. I have my own respect. That's enough. Humans interact in all various different ways. There's alignment. There is resonance. There is commonality. That's one of it. But for me, I'm just sharing stuff. If you care about what I'm saying, cool. If you don't, no big deal. It's one less person I have to, entertain. What's polite? What's civil? Is that a question or is that just a statement? Well, yeah, everything's a trade to some degree. If you're speaking it from that aspect, yes, everything's a trade. You're trading always something. You're always exchanging. Or other people like to use the word sacrifice. Right now, I'm using my energy and my attention and my time and giving back. So I'm trading right now. I'm exchanging. I could just turn off the stream and go do something else though. And then I'll be exchanging my time for that thing, whatever I'll be doing. I do have to call somebody. I do have to check if this person wants to chat today. We're on different time zones. They're in California. And they reached out to me last night when I was asleep. It was 7 o'clock their time, and it was 10 o'clock my time. I was already asleep. I was like, nope, I'm going to bed. I'm done. I don't stay up too late. I like going to bed early. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna quickly message by the time you messaged. I was already asleep. Cool. Nathan. No, what's uncivilized is doing trading and expecting a profit. Both perspectives are accurate and true. Because it comes down to what you choose to entertain as, whatever it is. That's the beautiful thing about this world. It's a paradox. It's an endless paradox, and you get to go down endless rabbit holes and endless explorations. That's why the world is built the way it is, because it's never ending to an extent until you've kind of you know what? You just exist, and you just see everything for what it is. I know that's not for me. That's probably for that guy. That's not for me. Yeah. At the soul level, no one's ignorant at all. Everybody knows. At the mind level, well, there's that depends. But even still, even in that ignorance, they still kind of still know. It's another paradox. Yeah, I would say when it's I would say more so information, data, awareness. They all kind of are similar but slightly different. But that's spot on. Or my way is just not as much awareness, or information would be a better word to use in that context. But generally, it's it comes down to awareness. Do I fast? Well, right now I'm technically in a fasted state. I was supposed to go eat. I don't fast like purposely. It just happens either naturally or just cause I'm just doing other things. So yesterday, my first meal was 2 o'clock, and then I decided to stay on the stream for a while. I used to be intentional with fasting because I thought that fasting would make you clearer, and it does. You do feel lighter because your body doesn't need to process anything, so you have more energy shooting up to your mind so you can actually do mental processing. But then I came to a conclusion that that's just another story that's being created by the mind, that you think you need to fast to be clear, which is not true. Yes, when you eat food, you can feel lethargic. That does happen. This is a feeling. But I also told the mind, like, no matter what you eat, you're always clear. So somebody asked me, how do you eat 1 meal a day, 2 meals a day, 3, 4? I'm like, some days I eat one. Some days I eat none. Some days I eat 5. Not 5 big meals, but like, like snacks in between. Yesterday I had 3 things to eat. I had my breakfast, like the toast and the eggs with apple, yogurt, and my vitamins. And then just before I did my workout, I had another apple, so that was considered a meal. And then after that, I had dinner after I finished my workout, and that was it. I was done. So that was like 3, but that apple was just more of a snack than anything, not really a meal. So I don't let I tell myself that I'm good with food or without food. Like, I'm good. I can operate with or without at any present moment. I'm not tied to, like, I have to eat at like 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and that's it. That's my feeding window. And then I fast. Because the fasting, it just happens. See, here's the thing. Things I can do, anything that I want to do, you can't do. Slavery died along. Whoa, where is the chat? Where is the chat going? I honestly was not even paying attention to chat. I have no idea where the chat going. To be honest, I'm not paying attention to chat. There are comments when I see things like that. I'm like, I don't even get into it. There's no point. Because I know right now Nathan and that brother there is having a conversation. So I'm just observing. There's no point to get into that. That's their conversation. I should go grab food though. Hey Blake, welcome back, dude. I'm just chilling watching the chat right now. I'm not even entertaining anything. I'm just watching. And the rest of you just kind of observe what's going on in chat. Don't get into it. Just sit back and watch. I just want to see, like, just observing. You know that S word, I'm not going to say it out loud, that S word that BR is talking about, I don't subscribe to that word anymore. But you know why? Because I get to decide what words I use and what words I don't use. It's your words that govern your experience. So you can say your words can also use the S word into your experience. But that's the paradox of words. Orochimaru, the lore is getting so deep, I'm gonna need a wiki. Yeah. That's why I'm just like, I'm so glad that my YouTube chat is so tiny that not everything needs to be entertained. I'm just like watching. Well, he's right about one thing, but the thing is, like, does he know that his mind is creating that story too? Are you beyond your mind, BR? I don't know how to say your name, so I'm just gonna call you BR. If you are beyond your mind, then congratulations. You don't need to prove anything. You're good. You're perfect. It's just the fact that you're using the S word that shows me like that's the story of the mind, not the soul. Nathan, quick question for you. No, I'll just say the word the slave word, that word, slave. That's not a word that I subscribe to anymore. I'm not entertaining the conversation though. This is them, not me. Has nothing to do with me. It started with me saying some stuff, but you know, uh, they decided to engage. I'm just observing. This is why this channel will be the most controversial channel on YouTube, and I'm so grateful for it being that way. I wouldn't ask for anything more. I definitely, Orochimaru. I'll let you know when season 2 and season 3 drops. This is the reason why. This is the reason why I came to do my work. There's so many different perspectives. They're not wrong. Both are right. It's just that, is it actually helping them in their life when they're subscribing to words like that? If it is, then then cool. But if it's not, then why? Why use it? That's the awareness I bring. Like, I myself, I don't subscribe to the word slave because I know we're not. And I also have I have the mapping key as well too. That's why I'm free. I have my clients, they pay me well because I give results. I'm not in the trap anymore because I basically stopped trapping myself, and that's based on my words that I use. That's why for me it became super easy, you know. Helping is a distraction. It's all about dollars. If you say so. I'm gonna go grab food. If you two, well, I'm just like, me and Nathan have a good conversation, so I have more rapport with Nathan presently, but I'm not taking sides. I'm gonna go grab food though. I am hungry, and I'm gonna go see if anybody's in the kitchen first, just cause. Let's see. Nope, no one's in the kitchen. I am going to make eggs because why the fuck not? Eggs again? Yes, eggs again. But you had eggs yesterday. Yeah, I'll have it again today. I love eggs. Maybe my cooking will just, help the channel to just chill. Eggs, really? Let me first wash my hands. I will get back to talking shortly. I'm just chilling right now. I've shared what I needed to share. Unless someone else wants to ask me anything about the mind. And I do enjoy Nathan's question earlier. It was a great question about like the conflict between the logic and the reasoning. That was a really good question. Thank you, Nathan, for that question. It's wonderful. Eddie. You know, me and Eddie have this thing going on. What's up, dude? You good? I'm good. I'm just chilling, doing my thing. I'm just doing my thing. Ah, you're welcome, dude. I'm glad you asked the question. Every time someone asks a very powerful question, I'll be able to go extremely deep within myself and find the answer because it's there. I will always find the answer. Now, if someone says, well, what's the after 3.14? I don't give a fuck about 3.14. If someone's like talking about the mind, I care about the mind. I don't care about 3.14. Can you solve the root question of like blah, blah, blah? I don't care about that. I can go use a calculator. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see if this egg's stubborn. I didn't crack this one properly. I still didn't crack it properly. There we go. See? A little bit of finesse. Come on. Come on. This one didn't crack properly, but it's okay. There are easier ways to crack eggs, but I'm doing it my way. I always have 3 eggs. The Trinity. Orochimaru, the result is like a wizard arguing with a customer support representative. What a homer? A homer. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Can somebody give me the definition of what a homer is? Because, if that's a Gen Z word, I have no idea what that means. Please and thank you. What is a homer? Are we talking about like a home run? Are we talking about like Homer Simpson? Is that even towards me? I have no idea. Extra virgin olive oil, by the way. Wait. Why is the stove wet? Yeah, it's wet. I was wondering, why is it making that noise? It should be making that noise. So I'm gonna put my eggs into my food, my rice and my chicken. So I'm gonna do scrambled eggs today. Yesterday it was with toast, today it's gonna be scrambled. Black pepper, chili flakes. all season. Parsley. And of course I already have the extra virgin olive oil. And I'm gonna whisk it around. And before I do that, let me put the oil that I put in the pan, spread it around, even though I don't really need to do that technically, since I'm making scrambled eggs. Got to get my rice and my stir fry that I had yesterday, and I'm going to be mixing it with the egg. It's going to be a protein day. Let's put that to that and do that there. Perfect. You know, it's funny because on my old live stream, my old channel, I had a fight. There was two people arguing in the chat. I'm not saying that that's what we're doing here, but you know, you're just having conversation. But there was two people that were fighting in the chat, and they misinterpreted each other, and they both actually meant the same thing. Unfortunately, they were using different words. And due to that fact, the friendship, they were close friends on my stream, and then they tore themselves apart just because of a misinterpretation of words. So that's why I'm not getting into it. There's no point. I am at peace, and I love making my eggs. It's wonderful. Spatula. These Rubbermaid spatulas are amazing. Or silicone made spatulas. Amazing. Amazing. Now, turn this way. I always wash and cook at the same time. I don't like leaving dishes into the sink. So now that the egg's on, I'm gonna grab my meal from the fridge. See what's left. So we have that, perfect, this, perfect, and what is this? Is this, I'll have some of that, corned beef, because why not? There's supposed to be some broccoli somewhere. Where are you? Damn it. That's not it. Is this it? Nope, this is not it either. It must be this. Yep, it's over here. Okay, I should be scrambling the eggs. What am I doing? Almost forgot that I was making scrambled eggs. I haven't seen Justin for today. Watch as I say his name, he appears. Right, Justin? I say Justin's name and he appears. Very nice, very nice. Now I'm going to warm up some food. This is going to be a big meal, technically speaking. So my last meal I had yesterday was at was at like 6:30. So however long 6:30 was ago from now, that's how much time I haven't eaten. So sure, you can have some. I'm gonna just grab corned beef because Mom was complaining, no one's eating the thing in the fridge. So I'll eat it. I was eating it yet. I was attempting to eat it yesterday, but I got distracted with the stream. I only ate one meal. I was supposed to eat my second meal yesterday on the stream and I didn't. So now we're gonna have broccoli. Put that. So it's gonna be a big meal. Cool. And then chicken. Good old chicken. It's got some red peppers on it. Not the spicy stuff. So yeah, that's what's on my plate right now, and then I'll put my eggs. So I'm gonna warm it up. Awesome. My eggs. Wonderful. Wonderful. La 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 la. Yeah. I get to be a child when I'm just in my flow. The power of the child and the adult makes the infinite you. The infinite you. Okay, cool. So egg is done. Let me just scrape that off the spatula. Perfect. Let me just quickly wash or pack the dish. Welcome back. I'm just cooking my meal. I don't know what's going in the chat. I'm not paying attention to it. I have zero idea what's happening in the chat right now. I see somebody says, what the actual blank, which means fuck. Don't know why they even bothered to even put the 4 asterisks. I think they wanted attention there, potentially. Don't know. Well, I made eggs on the stove and I'm warming up rice with, well, it's stir fry. So there's broccoli, chicken, and I put some corned beef because that was still in the fridge from 2 days ago. And I hear my mom complaining that nobody's eating the food in the fridge. I was supposed to eat that yesterday and I got caught up with my live stream. I didn't eat my second meal, so just mixing things together at this point. So I'm just waiting for the food to finish warming up, then I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna enjoy. I'm just cleaning up. I still have to wash the pan, put the eggs in it. There you go. I gotta wash that out. now. Oh, damn it all. So this is going to be a massive, somewhat of a massive meal. Hey, get your butt back into the plate, damn it. Look at that. It's a beast meal. That's a meal of protein right there. Okay, cool. Let's wash. I have to get my placebo vitamins in a moment. It's funny how like, I'm not supposed to be doing all this on my stream, but I figured, you know what, let's keep it going for a little bit. I'm supposed to have already jumped off my stream and done this offline, but you know, you guys get to see me in my natural state of being. Even if I wasn't streaming, this is exactly what I'd be doing. So I may as well. I've eaten turtle soup. That sounds not pleasant, actually. The most... I can't call it weird because people do eat stuff like that. But for myself, something that's not really common, I ate it once. It was snake. I was like, whoa. I got tricked into eating that though. My uncle, that damn guy, he's a practical joker. He made it and told us it's tuna. I'm like, what kind of tuna is this? This was like when I was a kid though. And then he's a joker though, that one. I'll grab an apple. Yeah. And a clementine. Okay, let me take this outside first because I have only 2 hands. I'll be back in a moment. Then I'll bring you guys outside. I'll come back. Hello, Mr. Chickmunk. Hello. It just ran underneath the table. Hello. Why did I bring my water inside? I need the water outside. I require it. I'll be back in a moment. I'll just bring both of these waters outside since I'm gonna wolf it down anyways. Let's open up the front door. Did I finish with the dishes? I did. Perfect. And here we go. Now I'm gonna go have my meal. Oops. I like making silly faces. Off we go back outside. I'll wear these shoes. Come on. Damn shoes, get on. And there's my food. Waiting. Yeah. Cool. Now. I mentioned it earlier. Chicken, it's stir fry with eggs. So broccoli, eggs, and corned beef. So we got a lot going on here. This is a big meal. This guy now is targeting me. I didn't even do anything wrong. What the hell? Yeah, I like corned beef. Very, very big protein. I wasn't even talking to you, bro, and you started like calling me a serial killer. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, well then get the fuck out of here. Simple. Here. Enjoy. I'm not holding you hostage, bro. You're the one that's still feeding my algorithm. There's no need to be assertive. I can be assertive. I can just whoop. It is good eats. I can be assertive, but there's no point. I'm not worried about anything, bro. I'm good. I'm eating my meal, bro. I'm having the time of my life with my meal, right? That's all I'm focusing on is my meal. There's a lot. Hey, look at this second dimensional comment right here. I love when people come on and they're like, go back to your blah, blah, blah. Here. Oh, hi from London. This is Toronto. I'm eating eggs. It's stir fry. There's broccoli. There's chicken. There's some corned beef, actually. This is just random. That's not part of the stir fry because that was leftovers. And yeah, eggs, chicken, broccoli. What's that damn vegetable? I don't even remember the name of the vegetable. This vegetable, whatever this is. I forget the name. The name is like on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember it. So, not cauliflower. Cauliflower would be the white version of like the broccoli. I don't know if this is zucchini, to be honest. I think it's something else. Zucchini's kind of has its own, whatever this thing is. Yeah. I'm just eating. I'm watching the chat. I'm just seeing what's going on. Random people coming on, calling me all kinds of things. Other people like you. I think it's cabbage. I think you're right. It's my, or maybe not cabbage. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. Just whatever this, not this, whatever this is, that is onion. Whatever this is, this. It's hard to see it. The name is not coming to my head right now. Today's upper body day for me, so we're gonna be, I'll be getting that protein in now. I should be eating this afterwards, but I'm hungry. I want to eat now. Then I'll have another protein meal in the evening. And then I'll have my fruits. Clementine or tangerine. We don't want to be throwing it an apple. That's funny. Do you know Damon Darkin? Damon Darling, good comedian. No, I actually never heard of him before. That's the first time I'm seeing that name. I know of other comedians like like Fluffy. Like Matt, is it Rife or Riff? I think it's Riff. I think it's Rife, actually. Matt Rife. So good. Well, I sold my car to my sister for now because she needed a car, and I am going to get my Supra, but for now it's a Mazda 3. I'm going to have my MK4 Supra. It's going to be fully modified. I'm not going to mod it. Someone's going to do it for me. I don't have time for all that. I'll pay someone to do that. I'm like, here's the money. Here's the money. Go and build my car. This is what I want. Build it. Very nice. A good car. BMW. Hello, Mr. Chipmunk. Yes, Eddie, that's exactly what I desire. I want this one. I'll show you. You'll know the one the moment I show it to you. If Eddie's gonna be my sugar daddy, you're gonna be my sugar daddy, bro. Here, that one. I want that one, exactly like that. That one right there. It's discontinued. Well, the newer one is, but that doesn't mean I can't find one. And somebody building that. They're making MK6, but I don't want an MK6. I want the MK4. Unless the MK6 impresses me enough. MK6 is supposed to come out in 2027 or 2028. The MK5 is discontinued now. But I don't want the MK5. I decided. He is, when you say he is not one of them, he's a gray. Are you referring that to me? Because I'm anything I want to be. Did I just... Hey! Live gameplay, good to have you on. Just finishing up my meal. Just kind of shooting the shit right now. I'm everything. You can take your interpretation and take whatever you want from that. Star seed, Pleiadian, all star seeds, all grays, reptilian. Insert your favorite terminology. You know what's funny, Craig? We actually have a brother on our channel named Shapeshifter. That's hilarious. You'll probably run into him. I'm surprised he wasn't on today, but he's literally named Shapeshifter. Welcome from India. Nice to have you on. This is Toronto for now, until I move to San Diego, California. I'm gonna have my clementine, aka tangerine, aka whatever you want to call this in whatever language. I'm having this fruit. I'm having my fruit. Just had my placebo vitamins there. When I go to eat my apple, I'll put my microphone closer to the phone so that you don't hear the chewing of the apple, unless you like the ASMR. This one's not as crunchy as like an apple. So now we have a guy talking about grays and like alien stuff, which is cool. 3 days ago, Sunday, we had a guy who was all science. It would have been awesome if both of you were in the chat. You guys would be fighting each other and arguing. Just wait. Wait till when everything gets revealed. It'll be a wonderful day for me, because I'll be like, all right, bye-bye, Earth. All right, I'm going to move the mic away from my mouth. And eat my apple. Do you feel electric cars like Tesla lack life? They don't really have a personality. They feel, I mean, I like them. Don't get me wrong. I like electric cars. They just don't feel like, I don't know. I like the idea of putting gas in a car, you know? I like the idea of like, you know, like, yes, I do like my push start engines, but I do like the idea of like turning the key and you hear the ignition go. So I like that fact. I don't know. That's why I prefer cars like that, personally. You know what's fascinating? That brand Lucid only showed up in Canada like 2 years ago. It was not here in Canada at all. And then I'm like, wait a minute, because I went to California and I saw that brand. I'm like, what the fuck? What brand is that? I've never seen that car brand before. And when it came back, I'm like, oh, now I see it. I never seen it in Toronto at all. And then we got Polestar as well now too. We never had Polestar as well. That's the other brand. That's so true, Craig. Isn't it ironic? Such a paradox. I'm just gonna quickly check to see if that person messages me back. Yep. Oh, it is? I didn't even know that. Doc, I had no idea that's what Pulsar. I had zero idea. Now I know. I honestly thought that was just like their own brand. Isn't that right, NSA? Okay. Sure. I don't know what I'm saying okay to, but sure. Yeah, like we just got Polestar in Canada like not that long ago. I was like, I've never seen this brand either. Lucid, Polestar, and I saw it in the neighborhood recently. Oh, okay. I guess we do have it now. Nathan. Sorry about the delay. I had to. Me? Oh no, I was just saying. I was just happy that you asked that question earlier about, the logic versus the reasoning, Nathan. I really enjoyed that. Oh, look at this first dimensional comment right here. Hello, Mr. Attention Deficit. So fascinating. Have you have SRS with goats today? Okay, sure. Look at this. Look at this third dimensional. Nah, that's actually more of a. Let's entertain him for a moment. He's a second dimensional clown. Next. I like when these clowns show up on my stream. I know the game you're playing. It doesn't work with me, boy. Okay. It is what it is. If you think I'm disposable, then I'm disposable. Let the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Okay. This person doesn't even know me. He has so much hate for me. It's great. I love it. He has so much hate for himself. I can't wait till he sees the other side. Then I'll have the biggest I told you so. My goodness. Thoughts about what? The last thing you said? Um, there's been an alien invasion since death entered the world. I know. I lost. I'm so sad that I lost the match. Welcome another troll. I know. I'm so sad that I lost. I'm gonna take my life. I love you second dimensional clowns that show up on my stream. That's great. Regarding the alien thing, I don't really have any thoughts about it. I know I'm gonna lose my Nike sponsor. Yeah. Yeah. Let me finish my other water. Oh wow, that's a throw. Wow, Grant Hill. Wow, that's a throwback. Haven't heard of Grant Hill in forever. I remember those days in the mid 90s. He was promoting Sprite. That was his thing. I forget what other basketball star was doing Pepsi. Someone was doing Pepsi. I don't think anybody did Coke though. Cool. Age is but a number, it's an illusion, but yeah, I'm around that same physical. How many hours? Well, I mean, I just came back from my walk, 2 hours ago. I just finished my meal. You could be my dad or uncle. Yeah, I don't know about that. Unless you're giving me a compliment that I'm like, I look that young, then thank you for that. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. I have no idea. I have no idea about that. You can take a guess. I'm not gonna just tell you. You can guess for yourself. I just want to see what year you're gonna give me. I'll take it as a compliment, by the way. Unless you say some like really, really, really like back in the days number. I mean, I actually take that as a compliment. Thank you so much, BR. I appreciate that. I actually take that as a compliment. I appreciate that. Close. That you're much closer though with that one. Yeah, I had to raise I had to raise my brother and my sister at the same age. So, yeah. Even if you could be my daddy, you couldn't, because where I am in my awareness level, no one surpasses me in my awareness level, because we're all at the same level anyways. You can be fucking 100 years old. I don't care. You can be 80 years old. I don't care. You couldn't be my uncle anyways. You said you were 40, right? So you're 86. I presume you're 86. Unless you're turning 40. No, you'd have been 86 if you said you're 40. If you're 84, then you're not 40. You're not 40. You're 42. Unless you're 41 turning 42. That's the math. Yeah, if you're an 84, you are basically 41 turning 42 or already 42. You can't be 41, or you can't be 40. That doesn't logically make any sense if we're using logical age numbers. I don't give a shit about logic anyways, but you're 42. Cool. So if you're 42, and I saw some of the stuff that you were sharing earlier, I'm like, isn't that really someone who's actually aware of what the fuck they're actually saying at 42? That's not a diss to you. I'm just like, because I had no comments for a lot of things. I was just like, you got one more guess. I do appreciate the compliment though about being in my late 20s. That was good. So that was good. I'll take that. Well, I actually set the pace. You're the one that's playing my game, not the other way around. You play my game. I don't play yours. Let's squish this. Nathan! So from what you was talking about earlier, either the war of the mind to help find the answers, I have to conquer that in a sense. Well, yeah. So now, y'all, I'm going to be speaking with Nathan specifically because we're actually going to have a really good conversation right here. So for the rest of you, if it's not going to be conducive to our conversation, you can just chill out. If you want to keep throwing your comments, by all means, but I won't be paying attention. So this is to Nathan specifically. So the war of the mind is because the mind wants to be in control at all times. It doesn't want to just accept that the answer is right here. And so when you say to help find the answer, I have to conquer that in a sense, I wouldn't say conquer. I would say more relax into it. Because conquer implies that you have to fight something. The thing is, the fight is the mind still creating a story to fight itself. So it's more of just like relaxing yourself into it, allowing the mind to just slow down, like to get the mind to just tranquilo, to relax. As you relax more and you start to get more in the now, you'll start to see that you're going to start to hear the mind creating all kinds of noise and obfuscations. And the stories that it's going to continue to spew, whatever stories it keeps talking about, logic and versus reasoning, or logic and reasoning. Because it's always going to want you to keep thinking you need to keep searching, seeking, and finding an answer outside of itself. And in its quest to find an answer, that in itself is a paradox, because it wants to keep feeling like it's accomplishing something, attaining, acquiring, and achieving something. Because if the mind doesn't feel like it's doing something of that nature, it's going to feel like it's feel like it's failing, it's falling behind, and thus the conflict and the war keeps it going. The stories. Ayo, bro, where'd the link? What link to what, Eric? No idea. What link? Link to work with me, or link or to Mr. BR? So anyways, back to Nathan. I was just reading the chat for a moment. I hope that makes sense. Hello, good to have you on. It's basically, it's to get the mind to just slow down. That's all it is. There's no war. You don't need to conquer anything, because that idea of conquering implies that the story of the mind is still intact. Because the soul doesn't need to conquer anything, the mind does. I'm good. And yourself? I'm wonderful, in fact. I get to just help people and have great conversations. I'm living the dream right now. Or I can say I'm living in my reality. It's good. So yeah, Nathan. So I'm just helping someone named Nathan with the question that he left. This is Toronto right now. Toronto, Canada. But soon, I don't know how soon, but sooner or later, this will be San Diego, California. I'll be living there. But this currently is Toronto. It's a little cloudy today. It's supposed to rain actually later. I should really get my workout in before it rains. Don't want to be doing the workout inside. In fact, let me just double check when is it supposed to rain. Because if it's supposed to rain soon, then I've got to get rolling. It doesn't say it's supposed to rain, but then again, it's like cloudy. Yeah. No, not yet. I'll be doing that. Yesterday, I did it on my stream. Today, I'll be turning my stream off and getting it done. Thank you, I will. It's funny you mentioned Taco Bell, because yesterday I was watching Demolition Man and I caught that attention that there's a part in the show or the movie that says, I invite you to Taco Bell, but the one that I watched is I invite you to Pizza Hut, and it caught me immediately. Like, wait a minute, what the fuck? They never said Pizza Hut. I remember I thought this was a Mandela effect for him. I'm like, when the hell did they say Pizza Hut in Demolition Man? And I went and I Googled it, and it was apparently I was watching the European version of Demolition Man. They auto-dubbed Sylvester Stallone saying Pizza Hut. And they put the Pizza Hut sign in the European version. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that was even a thing until yesterday. I was like, that was so fascinating. That's why attention is so important, because once you pay attention to certain things, you start to see things clearer for what they are. Dude, what the fuck? Like, what's with you? For a 42-year-old person, like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? God damn. Seriously. Like, I'm here to talk about the mind, not bullshit of whatever the hell you're talking about. God damn. It's crazy. You're just flapping your gums. Well, you're more like typing. You're like a keyboard warrior right now. I am a soul. And I'm a resident of the earth. I really need to put that disclaimer. There should be like somewhere on my live stream that says, I am a soul. I'm a soul. Yeah, I'm a soul. Nathan. Yeah. Yeah. So that's basically what's going on. Just got to get the mind to just tranquilo. That's why, like, for me, I take everything very, like, I'm at a very, like, neutral, like, spot, generally. I'll raise up the energy because I'm purposely doing that. But, like, for the rest, I kind of, like, you know, tranquilo. I know, because I'm not your traditional YouTuber. I will throw curveballs like that at people when they ask me questions of that nature. Generally. I am a citizen of the earth, and I am a soul that is dwelling with a human body. Nothing more. I have to ponder on that a bit, but it does. Yeah, take as much time as you need to. It's not one of those things that... just remember, though, it's when you're pondering, don't use the mind to ponder. Use your feelings to ponder. What's up? I like that name. Zool? I like that name. It's a good name. Very cool. It's like cool, but Zool. It's a good name. Yeah. Just remember, just allow when you're pondering, just use your emotions or your feelings. Just basically make it more sensory than thinking. Because thinking is just going to create the same outcome of like the story of the mind over and over again. I'm just helping to answer a question about how to end sort of like the conflict of the mind. Logic versus reasoning. That's what I'm talking about. I talk about things about how to help your mind to be more like relaxed and slow down your pace, because more people in the world is just like go rush, like, and they have to just keep thinking, whereas and I've done that for years, whereas for me now it's more calm and more relaxed as much as I can. We get to decide, basically. I sure have. I've read it. One of my favorite verses in the Quran is Allah is no respecter of man, or Allah will not change the condition of man until he changes himself. I don't remember all the verses, but that's one of my favorite verses. Pretty good. Nope, I'm a soul. I transcend all religion, but I love them all because they're all equal to me. I see it from a metaphysical standpoint. So I have only love and respect for it all. But I'm none of it. I'm a soul. He's a tech man. Well, I was a tech man at one point. That was my previous field. Top of the line IT specialist who ended up being a cybersecurity like engineer. But that's no longer my field. Has no relevance. No, I heard about the Quran many years ago, but I read most of it that I could remember back in 2022. In 2022, I went down a rabbit hole to study all the different religious texts to see why are people arguing between these? Like, what is the commonality? I look for the commonality for things, and I saw that they all are basically essentially saying the same thing, just with different words. So, all the stories are valid, all the stories are real, and all the stories are helpful, but you have to be open to different perspectives. That allowed me to be open to all different perspectives when it comes to, the teachings. But the thing is, you don't read the Quran or the Bible, the Torah, the Talmud, or the Bhagavad Gita, or the Book of Enoch, or the Lost Gospel of Thomas, or the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or the Emerald Tablet, or the Kabbalion. You read it based on your level of awareness. And your awareness is based on your self-perception and identity and your awareness of recognizing what they're actually saying. So two people can read the same words will have two different experiences. So, yeah. It's okay. That's why, and I'm glad that you found me, Nathan, because I also came from that background, or I came up with a very, very difficult upbringing, but if I was able to shift it, then everyone else can. It just comes down to, do you choose? And that's the mind, either creating a story, like creating like the obfuscation. But it is, for me, it's pretty simple. I don't want to talk about portals. It's a waste of my time. You can talk about it, but I'm not going to entertain it. It's your choice. Has no relevancy right now for me. It's relevant to you, but it's not relevant to me. This is my live stream, not yours. So you either do whatever you want or just deal with it. But you go for it. Talk about your portals. Cool. Cool story. I'm glad. You went through a portal and you're young. Awesome. Zul. Okay, what Muslim people? What do you mean? Just so you know, there's gonna come a point where I'm just gonna not pay attention to some of the chat, because I'm gonna be. It's only because I'm just chilling right now. But when I'm locked into what I'm talking about, I won't be paying attention to the chat. So unless it's important, and I know it's important to you, but it's not important to me. So if it's not relevant to what I'm talking about, I will simply just discard it or ignore it. So no offense to any of you. This goes for future stuff. If you're saying something that has no relevancy to what I'm talking about, I'm just going to simply keep moving forward. So, but right now I'm just chilling. So I'm just kind of like just seeing what's being said in the chat and just kind of rolling with it, because there's nothing I really want to talk about right now. I'm just hanging out. So just kind of laying down the law for the future. As for Zul, when you say what Muslim people, can you reframe the question again, just so I know I hear what you're saying? Yeah, that's why it's a soul stream. Yep, exactly. Those who are supposed to be here will be here. Those who are not will not. But those who come and they're like, oh, look at that XYZ person, pointing to me specifically. It is what it is. It's 2:33. I guess I'll stay on until 3 o'clock and then I'll end the stream. Or I don't know, we'll see. My days are basically whatever I choose it to be. as long as I get my workout in, or play out in, as I like to call it, I'm good. There's not much that I care to do in Toronto because I've done all that I think I could do here in terms of like attractions and going out to restaurants and all that. My people are not here anyways. It's in San Diego, California. So my circle in Toronto is actually like just a handful of people, just small. But they're too locked up in the matrix way of living. So I told them that there are other ways to do what you want to do. They didn't want to listen. So I had to be the proof that it's possible. And now I'm the proof. I only work 1 day a week. I help 6 clients in that 1 day. I get paid really, really well. And I get to do whatever the fuck I want for the rest of the week. I can choose to work more, but I will not. I want my free time to myself. 1 day is enough. You can call it like the 4-hour work week, but it's more like a 9-hour work week. So it's possible. Don't know. You'd have to go ask like Roger Federer or somebody. I have no idea. I've played tennis, but you know, I know the headband kind of. I should wear like the Naruto headband or something, and then we'll see who's gonna call me tennis player. I don't take that as an insult at all. I like tennis. Because tennis players wear this just to keep sweat from like dripping while they're playing. Only tennis player with. Oh, okay. So now we have a sec. I was gonna give you some respect, and unfortunately now you kind of just dropped off. So you're a second dimensional like mind. Okay, I won't be entertaining you. Yeah, Naruto. I love Naruto. Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, Yu-Gi-Oh, Gundam Wing, Gundam Seed, Evangelion, Trigon, Hellsing. What else? Samurai Champloo, Inuyasha, Tenjo Tenge. I'm just naming animes that I really enjoy. Gurren Lagann. I know I'm missing more. Oh, Samurai 7. I like anime of like that generation. Of course, Solo Leveling. That's one of my favorite newer type of anime. Next to, I was surprised I even liked Frieren, but Frieren, and Vinland Saga. That was an interesting anime. He lost a putt, got by himself. Cool. Any Ronin Warrior fans in here? I know of it. I couldn't tell you if I'm a fan or not, though. I just know of it. Yeah. I still want to finish up with you. I'm not quite done with you, Nathan, because the mind's going to create... I know what's going to happen when you ponder. The mind's going to create a story. Like it always does. That's why I was saying, like, the only way through this is to go beyond your mind. And in order to get beyond your mind, you have to let the mind just, like, relax. And once you get into that relaxed state, then you'll be able to sort of now navigate properly. Because when the mind is engaged, or it's not in like it's more alert of what's going on, it's going to always like use the outside force for you to go beyond it. That's what separates a lot of people from, you can call them the goods and the greats. It's the mind. That's it. And confidence in what they do. It's nothing but confidence. Skill, yeah, they have the skill and talent that does play, but it's more confidence than anything. But when you're like calm confident, so CC, not credit card, but calm confidence, things just unfold more with the flow. I had to brute force my way through mastery of my mind. Yeah, the mind is the one that's creating the obstacles, not the soul. The soul has it very, very easy. Exactly. The mind has the stories, but the soul just knows. That's why I keep pointing here. The soul is technically everywhere, but I point to the heart because the heart was the original. This is what's created first in your vessel before this. So this has all the answers, but the only way for this to help this is for this to slow down and relax. But this doesn't get to be relaxed when you're in a world that's always like go and constantly like bombarding you with things. One of the things that I had to do was stop looking at notifications and turn off notifications off my phone, my tablet. That's why you haven't heard bings, dings, boom. My tablet's right here. My phone, I'm using it, but it doesn't send notifications, so I'm not distracted. So my live stream, when I'm like locked in with all of you, like I'm locked in. So it allows me to focus, so I'm not being distracted by, a lot of other things. So that allowed me over time to get access to the mind, to have control over the mind and go beyond the mind. But when you're constantly being distracted by things, it's a little bit challenging to get past the mind because the mind is always using distractions as a way of keeping you sort of where you are and thinking that you need to do something to accomplish something to get something. As within, so without. That's why I said like the stories, and it uses your memory and your experiences, and guess what? Memory and experience, M-E, me, that me version of you. What's up, Carter? Good to see you, bro. That me version, right? M-E, memory, experience, has stories behind it. And it will use your stories either for your good or against you. The mind isn't always going to be on your side, unfortunately. This is just a fact. It's not your enemy, it's not going to be on your side a lot of times because it's going to say, yeah, that's not possible, or I can't do that. Or it'll say, nope, that's dangerous. Stay away, even though it's not dangerous, because the mind has to know with certainty so it can allow this nervous system, because the mind controls the nervous system, and vice versa. The nervous system sends a signal to the mind, danger, 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 because the mind doesn't understand what this experience is, and it has to fill in a gap of like, what is this? Right? Anything novel is considered technically like dangerous until you understand it, and then your nervous system will surrender itself and the mind will start to see it as safe, and then it'll allow you to proceed. That's how the body and the mind work together. So they're two sides of the same coin. I spent 17 months on my other live stream to figure this out. Doesn't mean that like you still don't fall to it at times. There are times that this thing likes to talk, but I don't listen to it half the time because I know what it's doing. It's like, I hear you, I see what you're doing. You're like going into the kitchen at 12 a.m. to sneak in, get that cookie, and I turn on the light. Hey, get your ass back to bed. My new question is, why does the mind make us so complacent? Because the mind is afraid of change. It doesn't like anything that's like new. And the subconscious exactly is part of it as well. The subconscious has its own definitions and its own experiences, and it transcends time and space by using emotion. So with those two intact, if they're not in alignment, one will have one thing, one will have the other, and then you'll have like that also like fighting mechanism going on. That's why it's important to know like conscious definitions of things and subconscious definition. But the only way to know about subconscious definitions is to get yourself into a relaxed state and allow whatever to feel. It's basically feeling a lot of shit and sitting with it. Even if it's very uncomfortable, just sit with it. It'll feel like you're dying. Internet cut out there for a moment. My bad. So the mind is going to continue to say danger, 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 because it's starting to feel a certain feeling that's like scary, very, very scary. And then guess what happens? It'll use the nervous system against you. But there's a you before your mind and your body. You have a mind, you have a body. There are tools to be used. They're not you. They're just a tool to be used. So when you understand that you are not the mind nor the body, you have a mind, you have a body to use to navigate the world with via your senses and whatnot, then you'll see how the game starts to be flipped on its head. And you're the one that gets control over your experience versus the mind controlling your experience. That's why the mind, to get back to your question, it is afraid. It's afraid of anything that's novel, which just means new. So it'll do all kinds of shenanigans. It won't allow things to unfold if it doesn't mark it as safe. And the nervous system is like sort of the electrical system that will allow the current to either flow through your body or not, to allow you to experience said thing that you want to experience or not. So like, for example, a lot of my clients who come, they make lots of money, but they want to make more money. The reason why the mind is afraid of change is because it loves the story that it's in right now. And because you're threatening the story with this new change, you're threatening the mind. Your mind is like a doppelganger. Think of it like another you sitting next to you. And it's like, you're about to go do what now? And then it uses your nervous system to get a hold of you to stop you from doing the thing that you want to do. That so-called change, whatever it is. It's just like a double you. It's just a double version of you with all your beliefs and everything that you currently have. But it has the ability to control your nervous system to stop you if you don't know how to go beyond the mind. And that's by getting it to relax, but also knowing that you can be safe in every present moment. This is something that I had to tell myself. It's not a mantra, it's just a lived fact that I'm safe in every present moment. And the mind had to have no choice but to surrender that idea. Pretty much. It's kind of like that, yeah. It's not evil though, it's afraid that you're going to threaten the story that it has presently. And if you threaten the story, then it's going to fight back. It's going to not let you just get away with like change. That's why change is scary for it. But when you know that you're not the mind, this is the part where it throws people off, that you're not the mind, you have a mind. This puts you here and this puts the mind here, not this. So this is you, this is the mind, right? The mind generally is like this, so it controls the human. But most people are like here. But when you start to slow down and relax, you start to bridge the gap, and then it starts to do this. Now you're the one that's controlling the mind, and then the mind has no choice but to listen to you. That's why there's a saying, the mind is a great servant, but a terrible master. I think you heard that before. The mind is a great servant, but a terrible master. Because the moment you have control over your mind, that's it. Let the games begin. Let the true games begin. But when you don't have control over the mind, then you're basically playing the games of the mind. That's why when I look at the live stream, when I see, You know, who's actually paying attention and who's actually like dropping something that's of value that's actually going to be helpful for everybody else in the chat. I focus on you guys. I give those other people a little bit of attention. I feed them, right? I'm feeding them their little attention for a moment, but then I pull back. Yeah. The mind is a great servant but terrible master. So once you know that you're not the mind, then you automatically start to become the one in control. That in itself is, people pay millions of dollars just to get to that. So back to my clients for a moment. Some of them, they want to make more money. They are making lots of money, but they want to make more. The moment I asked them, okay, so how much do you want to make? They have to be specific with me. They can't tell me something vague like I want more. Like, tell me what it is that you want to make. Like, exact number. Then I asked them, do you think it's possible for you to make this money next month? Some of them will say, yeah, it's possible. And if they get to that, yeah, it's possible, and they have conviction on that, then they'll make it. If I ask them, do you think you'll make that money? Whatever number it is. Then I tell them scale it down. Doesn't mean that I'm telling them to bring down their dreams. I'm telling them to scale until they're able to know that they can confidently build more. Because the mind is afraid when it has not had the experience yet. That's another reason why the mind is the way it is. That's why I was saying earlier that if the mind has not experienced it before, it will mark it as danger, afraid. And that's the subconscious, which your nervous system. Your nervous system and your subconscious are kind of two sides of the same coin, which is also tied to the universe. It's the womb of your reality. So if having more means like you're actually going to be changing in front of other people, like your loved ones, and they're going to see you like some sort of bank account, or like you've become like different and you've changed, like that word "you've changed" means like death to a lot of people. They'll self-sabotage and bring themselves back down just so they can stay relatable. That's what I was talking about earlier. So when they're locked in, and this is the number that they want, I'm only using money as the example. Let's go relationships, health, entrepreneurship, whatever it is that's you desire to have, but your mind is like afraid. The mind's going to use your nervous system, which is your subconscious, and it's going to derail you every time until it's marked as safe. Once it's marked safe, then it'll allow you to proceed. No, I'm on my flow, bro. I'm not thinking about anything else but helping. Nothing more. Yeah. It was from my understanding a long time ago that it was some... So, Craig, I basically help people I help them to unlock their own subconscious blocks within their mind, even though the subconscious is actually their nervous system, but I point here always, so they can live their best life. I work 1 day a week, and I help 6 clients right now. I only take 6. I don't want more than 6. I have a wait list for a bunch of people who want to work with me, but I'm not done with them yet. So that's what I do. The terminology I would be called as a coach, but I don't like that word. That word is so... But that's what I do. I'm a coach. I hate that word, though. I hate it so much. Because it puts me on like the same like level as everyone else who's a coach. And I've been with other coaches, and not to tell them that they're not wrong, but they're not really deep. They're not as surface. They're very surface level. That's not everybody, obviously, but yeah, coach just like... It was, from my understanding, a long time ago, that it was the subconscious that ran the mind. Yeah. The subconscious is what's running the show. It's 95%, as you know, right? You have the conscious mind that's 5%, and then you have the subconscious. They say it's average 95 and 5. It could be 90-10. But generally, the subconscious mind, emotions always override logic. What's up, Justin? Good to see you, by the way. I was thinking about you. I was saying your name earlier, so you appeared now. I manifested you. Your emotions will override your logic 100% of the time. And the only way to sort of navigate that is to slow down and relax. That's why immediately the subconscious mind is more powerful than the conscious mind. You can say, I want to be rich, I want to be in a healthy relationship, I want this, I want, but implying I want implies you don't have it right now. And then the nervous system, aka your subconscious, will then say, you don't have it, you're lying. And it'll tell you a bunch of bullshit and then keep you where you are. Because your subconscious is what's going to help you to bring forth everything in your physical world by knowing you already have it within. That's why you have to viscerally feel things. Everything you do in life is based on how you feel, not just what you're thinking. Everything that you want to do in life or you desire to do is based on a feeling that you're looking for. And that feeling you can feel it right now. And the $1 million question that I struggled with for years was, well, how do you feel a feeling that you've never felt before? Right? Like, what if you want to be a billionaire? Or you desire to be a billionaire. How do you feel that feeling? You've never felt it before. You've never been a billionaire. Hell, you've never even been a millionaire, Orion. How the fuck do you feel a feeling? Well, I had $1 million before, but that was a scam that I lost it. But I more like deposited it to the universe. That's a perspective. I had to take what it would feel like to be that. Like, I would ask myself questions like, okay, so what would a billionaire feel like right now? How would he feel like? What would be the thoughts he's thinking right now? The feelings he's having? What would be the actions he's taking? What would be the words that he's using? So I kind of had to like get into a relaxed state and start writing shit out. Well, I know a billionaire is very confident in their ability. They won't back down and say, they won't say like, yeah, they're not playing small, that's for sure. They're very relaxed. I don't know if that's all true for all billionaires, because some are very high tense, but like for my being a billionaire, aka trillionaire, I'm more relaxed and calm. What are the words I'm saying? Very empowering words, like I am capable of anything, and not like I'm trying so hard, because, you know, what are the beliefs I'm believing? Or what am I perceiving as true and real? That there's endless of opportunities for me. There's always endless of opportunities. And these are not logical things. These are emotional things I'm feeling. Because, again, logic will be always overwritten by your emotional. I saw that word before, HRD. Remind me what HRD is again? If you want something you never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. That's a bar, and I've heard that before. I've seen that before, Justin. Thank you so much for that one. Yes. And you have to become or realize the person you're supposed to be. And that kind of tags onto your thing that you just shared. It's good. To go somewhere you've never been, you have to become or be someone you've never been. But that also requires for you to actually feel whatever that is to be true and real. But I was sharing earlier, like, everything you do is based on how you feel. Like, you want to go on a trip, it's a feeling. You want to go... Come on, dude. Of course I do. Everything you do is based on a feeling. Like, why do you want to eat? Because you want to satisfy that feeling of hunger. Why do you want to drink something? Because you want to satisfy the feeling of thirst. Why do you want to have a toothpick? Because you want to get rid of the feeling of that annoyance in your teeth. Why do you want to go brush your teeth? Because you want to have a clean mouth. You want to feel that feeling. Why do you take a shower? Because you want to feel cleansed. Why do you want to have that ice cream? Because it brings you some level of joy, and it's going to cool you down right on a hot day. Why do you want to drive that sports car? Because it makes you feel a certain way. All those feelings are within you right now. So going back to the question, how do you feel a feeling you've never felt before? By going within yourself and finding experiences that are similar. They're not going to be exact, but it's similar. Like, there's got to be times in your life where you had a surplus of money. So that feeling, when you had that feeling of surplus of money, it doesn't matter how much that was. It could be $10 more than you've ever had. When you had that $10 more that you ever had, you felt this feeling of empowerment that you have so much money. Like as a child, right, when you got like allowance, if you got allowance, or you got Christmas money or birthday money, you felt, oh my God, I have so much money in the world, whatever that amount was. And so you have the money and you feel so relaxed. You feel very like empowered. So that feeling still exists within. How do you know if a woman is really into me or just really nice and thinking you can tell. It's intuitive. You can kind of tell. It's not a logical thing. It's an emotional thing, but there's a lot of signs that they do. Like girls like to do the thing with their hair, right? Which opens up like safety for them, because when their hair is like close to their neck, that means they're very closed off. Like if you ever notice a woman who's like playing with their hair a lot, right? That means that signals to them as like a safety sign, like, oh, this person's trustworthy. That's just like a physical cue, or the way that way they look at you. Like their eyes would be in a certain like way. I can't obviously do it because I'm not a woman, but I can explain. Like they do something with their eye, or they make softer like sounds with their voice. You'll know when they're interested in you. Like they're the ones that's like, they'll give you like a compliment, like you're looking really good today. I like that shirt that you're wearing today, or something like that. Then you start to see, okay, because normally women don't give the compliment generally to men like right away. It's usually the other way around. So I'm not saying that that's the number one sign, but like that's when you can start to see, are they like, just notice like, how are they with you. Jeanette, welcome back. I went to a vegan restaurant and tried soy soft ice cream. It was good. Yeah. It's already 3 o'clock. Okay. I'm gonna have to get rolling with my workout in a moment. Yeah, so to get back to that question with how do you tell? Well, it's just like subtle cues. But to get back to what I was talking about, how do you feel that feeling you never felt before? Like, let's say you've never been in a relationship. Let's use that. Well, what does it feel like? What would it feel like to be in a relationship? What would be the things you're looking for? Wouldn't it be affection? Wouldn't it be like appreciation, being supported, being loved? But Orion, what if I never felt those before? Sure you have. Your mind's going to create a story because it's afraid. That's the reason why the mind does this. The moment the mind starts saying, but I've never felt that before, it has. It has to find some experience in your previous experience of the planet. Because you came to the earth, there's no fucking way you've been abused as a little baby from day 0 all the way to now. You would have basically been done. You would have been cooked. Right? So you got to find an experience when you were a child where you were just having fun or you're relaxed, or you're more receptive, or you're open, or you're playful, or you're excited about something. And take that experience and apply that energy into your experience that you desire to have with a relationship. But you have to be very relaxed. You got to get this conscious mind out of the way. Because if the conscious mind is in the way, it's not going to work. Because you're still thinking. You have to feel. This is a feeling world. This is an emotional world. But the world has convinced most of us to be thinking, logic. They beat your feelings out of you. That's why so many people are like really like zombies. What is the feeling of deja vu, and why is so familiar when it has not happened in this current life? That, or you can call it parallel life, or there's a version of you who already knows you already have it and is waiting to, it's sending you a signal for you to take the action. So for you, Craig, that's a great question, by the way. Let's say, for example, we'll use again relationships, just random for now. You have this feeling of like being in a relationship with someone, but let's say you haven't been in one before. There's a version of you who has that relationship right now and is basically sending the signal back, not in the past, but sending it back to a version who hasn't reached it quite yet to share these are the insights, and that's aka deja vu via a feeling. Or, and I'll use the word past life, but it's not really past, it's parallel. But past life, you might have had a similar experience, and you have a deep sense of knowing. Like you just know, you can't doubt it, but you don't know how to explain it with words. But you've had this like deja vu feeling. So when you've had that feeling, that means either there's a version of you, and not if, there is a version of you who has everything you currently desire to have in your physical, but your mind has said you don't have it, but you actually do have it, and they're sending the signal to the current you to tell you that you already have it. And then you walk the path, and they'll give you that feeling of like, why does this feel so familiar? That's what deja vu is. There's the opposite of deja vu, vujade, but I can't remember how to explain that one properly presently, so I won't talk about that. It's the opposite of deja vu. It's vujade. I think it's basically... No, I'm not going to talk about that one right now. I don't remember how to speak that one yet. I'm confident in a lot of things, but when I heard vujade, I'm like, vujade? Interesting, that's a new one. It's the opposite of deja vu. Yeah. So I'll give you guys another example. We'll have Jeanette as the example this time. Jeanette, we're gonna use health. Right? We're gonna use health for now. So there's a version of you who's uber duper like healthy and strong, you're physically fit, you are healthy, you are on your healthiest form. That version of you is sending a signal back. It's not really back, it's parallel. So like this is you that's already at your health goals, and then there's you that's getting there. And what's happening is that the you that's already there is sending you information via a person, a situation, opportunity, or an event, who will then, or you will then take the action and reach the version who's already there. And then you'll just be one-to-one with them. That's how simple this gets. Without getting overly complicated, there's a you who is mastered, perfect, whole, complete, whatever it is that you're looking for. And then there's a current you that's walking the path to get there. But they already exist, so they're sending information back, or parallel to you. Oh, and just so you all know, every time you heal... Oh, here we go again. This person. I remember seeing you. This is not New Age stuff, but yeah, you're right. Anybody who drops the word Satan in the chat, it's like, okay, just let them be. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. When you're healing, right? Like, you need to heal. Every time you heal, you send it back or forward across time and space, but morally you're sending it back, even though there is no back. You're sending it to your other versions who are already healed or are going to heal, and they get the same information. So you basically alter your timelines. The mind doesn't understand this because the mind works on a linear fashion, forwards and backwards. It doesn't work in diagonals. And it doesn't work in a parallel like this. Only forwards and backs. That's why the mind is the way it is. But it allows you to stretch yourself so far beyond what you can possibly imagine. That's why this is a paradox. It gives you the ability to see life the way you choose to see it. Endless paradoxes, endless exploration. Endless. It's when I say endless, me too, and I like listening to all the beliefs too. It's just that, yeah. Hello, Natalie. Good to meet you. I love listening to all the beliefs. See, here we go. The moment like they drop their like there's such a rejection and blah 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 blah. This is where I just don't even bother. Yeah, if I was rejected, then why am I still alive, right? Take that in. So I can repent for my sins? Sure. I've already repented for my sins ages ago. I can't wait till most humans who still fall into that trap. I'm going to take the recycling to the front. Gives me something to quickly do. Who fall into the trap of like that, like good versus evil, Satan and God thing. Like, I can't wait till they actually see what it actually is. I cannot wait. I'm just like, I'm just gonna be like the happiest dude when they figure it out. Like super duper happy. Let's see. Let me bring you guys to the front too, since the phone's gonna cut out. Actually, no. Let me leave you guys here. I'll answer that. They exist, but I don't subscribe to them. I'll be right back. I got one more bin to put to the front. The reason why I say they exist is because the all is mind, the universe is mental. So if you subscribe or believe in them, then they will be created and you will create them. It's just that simple. I know they exist, but I don't create them in my reality, so they don't exist in my reality because the all is mind, the universe is mental. All things exist and all things don't exist, depending on you're the lawmaker of your reality. Your mind is what creates things, or I should say reveals things into your physical experience based on previous experiences of your soul or someone else sharing their experience and then you creating it into your experience. So Okay. I know Jesus more than you, but okay. I don't entertain the Christian people much because, their goal is to save people. That's their goal. They think that God is going to favor them because they're saving people. So there's no point getting into it with them because they're right. But they'll see soon enough. Soon enough. There's no point getting into it with you. You can leave my stream if you want, or you can stay. Totally up to you. I'll be back. My mom came back. So she just came back from work. So she was pulling in as I was taking the garbage or the recycling to the front. And I was like, let me just wait before I run back to the back. So that's what took me a couple extra minutes to come back. I do have to go wash my plate though. So just going to quickly go back upstairs. I'm going to read what you guys wrote before I go. Sounds like Old Testament. Yeah, this person has been on my stream before, and he's gonna keep dropping his Bible stuff and whatnot. So I'll let him do whatever he needs. He's not saving me though. I've saved myself. Do. He's not wrong for what he's saying. I'm not disagreeing with him at all. It's just that they don't have open perspective. They don't have open minds. They're too fixed to their one way of thinking. That's why I call them second dimensional minds. Or even first dimensional minds. Trapped. Nice. I'll be back out there in a moment. I do need to get my workout though in. I'm gonna change my headband. All right, headband on, shirt off. I'm sweating buckets. Oh man, this shirt is like stuck to my skin. Oh, there we go. So much better. I get to use my new gloves today. I'm not that thrilled the fact that the band is white, not pink, but whatever. Let's put this in the grass for a moment. Chelsea. Let me grab my mat. Chelsea, what did you say, girl? Yeah. Chelsea, I wouldn't even get into it with him because this person, he's just feeding my algorithm. He's just a distraction because he himself is attempting to prove something that he himself hasn't figured out himself. So I'm not here to fight with him. He can continue to fight with me, but yeah, he'll see. I get to laugh. I get the biggest laugh when I get on the other side. I'm like, so God, I'm not digging this white, to be honest. I'm not really happy that whoever did this did not, like, they probably were sleeping on the job. They're like, yeah, I'm going to put white on this pink version and pink on the white version. But I get to test my gloves out really for the first time. Yesterday I put it on, but now I get to really test it out to see the padding and all of it. So, yeah. Yeah. This person has been on my stream before because I remember the name clear as day, and there's no point arguing with a second dimensional mind who doesn't understand how reality works because they're locked to their ways. He's like my aunt. I love them, I respect them, but they don't like to hear anything else but Jesus. So, and I love Jesus. In fact, me and Jesus are like dudes. Like, yo, what's up, bro? If I saw Jesus right now, I'd be like, yo, what's up, dude? I'd be like, yo, give him the fist bump. What up, bro? You good? What's up, dude? Same with the Buddha, same with Krishna. But yo, what up? You good? Yeah, good. You don't need to thank me, I already know. But you're welcome. But don't be coming on my stream and creating all kinds of obfuscation. You want to do that? Go somewhere else. Just know that I love Jesus very, very much. You got it? Capiche? Are we in agreement with that? I love him very, very much. I love him very, very much. He means the world to me. But not just him, though. Everything and everyone. That's where I get to be. My mission is about just harmony and unity, not separation and causing division. That's what the human mind does. It likes to separate, create conflicts and drama and problems. I'm not here for that. But in my work, it's going to potentially do that because the mind of most humans have not figured it out yet. Unfortunately, that's why I have endless of work to do. I will never run out of it. So much to do, but I look forward to doing it. All right, I'm done talking about all this. I'm about to do my movements. So, do I want to do this on the stream or do I want to end the stream? Yesterday I did lower body. Today's upper body. Do I want to do this on the stream or do I want to do this off stream? Decisions. But I do got to get rolling, so I could do this on the stream. Totally up to you. Yeah, I know. No, Jesus did not came here to bring division like that, because your level of awareness is understanding from a literal sense. He came here to help people who understand their mind to know what the power of unity actually is. Most Christian people don't have a damn clue about how things actually work because of the way they perceive things. I got to study all of it to understand how all of it works. That's what separates me from the rest. And I was born Christian Catholic, so, and I chose to still study all of it and love it all, but not be a part of it all. So keep fighting, though. I'm not here to argue with you. I respect your perspective, I really do, but don't be coming on my stream and be like, dropping your Satan this and blah 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 this. I don't subscribe to that bullshit. It's just that simple. Michael. Yeah, My man, what's up, bro? You good? I did it yesterday. I did. You're right, by the way, about that. Oh my god. It's good to see you, by the way, Michael. I trust all is good. That's hilarious. Thank you for breaking the seriousness of the chat with your comment. That right there. Fist bump. 327. Well, I definitely have to open up my workout, so I'll do that at least. Do. YouTube keeps asking me if I want the premium. Of course not. Of course not. Why would I want your premium? I don't need no YouTube premium. Ooh, Better Human, Better Dog. I'll be watching that episode later on today with Mr. Caesar Milan. I like Caesar Milan. It's a pretty cool dude. You know what's up. Okay, so this is upper body and abs. So I'm going to do this one. It's 40 minutes. I'll be with Tiff and Dan. There they are, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, you can spout out all your Bible verses, but you probably are still not reading that correctly. Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I am God. I forgot the other verse, but seek ye the kingdom within and all its righteousness, and all shall be added unto thee. you're gonna read that as like seek ye the kingdom in some sky place, but it's okay. I'm gonna be ending my stream, so if you desire to come back on my stream and argue, thank you for feeding my algorithm. I really do appreciate it. You are feeding my algorithm, just so you know. So appreciate you and your comments. I really do. I have only respect for it. But seek ye the kingdom within, and all its righteousness, and all shall be added unto thee. I seeked it right here. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. Yeah, okay. You can keep using the right word, the words that were said, but you will still not you'll still misinterpret the words. Your frequency, my frequency, totally different frequency. Both are accurate. Whatever works for you works. Now, I'm gonna go do my workout. If you want to keep yelling and arguing and yapping in the chat, by all means, you'll feed my algorithm. For the rest of you, I'm gonna do my workout. I said fuck it. Let's do it on the chat. Let's do it on the stream. So I'm gonna do my workout. I got my shoulders to do though. Yeah. Can you like go now? Because I'm about to do my workout. So if you want to keep dropping your Bible verses, I mean, go for it. But feed my algorithm. We're doing the workout. We got supersets. Actually, before I start, I'm gonna go use the bathroom because this needs to be done. Because I had been holding a number 1 for a while. Too much information. I'll be back. Let's go. Need to get some water. Boop, 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 boop. Ah, Nathan, you're here too. And Jeanette, good to see you. I'm going to do my workout. Upper body. Let's roll. I figure I just do it on the stream. We got a warm-up to do. We can do some arm circles. So the first set of moves are going to be with shoulders. Shoulders, I give my shoulders a little bit more extra tension only because, like, this side, it's still, has a little bit of a time when lifting heavier dumbbells. If I were to go back to lighter dumbbells, it's easy. So the warm-up's going to be for about, I think, a minute or like 3 minutes. So we're just... The music is playing, but unfortunately, due to the fact that, YouTube caught my when I was doing the workout yesterday and I played some music, it heard it and it copyrighted the live stream. So hand release push-ups. I get to test my gloves out anyways. I said I wasn't going to be doing these things on my streams, but here I am, just doing it anyways. It's all good because I'm hanging out with you guys right now. Oh, Cobra stretch. Well, I get to test the gloves. I'm still kind of like, what the fuck? Why is the wrist straps white? I didn't buy a multicolored glove. I bought black and pink. It's all good. It's whatever. So I'm doing pike to plank. I'm glad I'm wearing my other headband because I'm about to sweat buckets. Chest opens. And I will fix the camera because I just realized how weird the angle is. There we go. And I'll read the chat. Workout. Okay, so supersets, 45 seconds each, 2 exercises, shoulders and then abs, and then I have shoulder. I'm gonna have to basically like do a push press with these dumbbells. All right, plank, toe touches. My body is still not fully used to 45 degrees, or let me rephrase that. My shoulders are not used to 45 degree, or not 45 degree, but to shoulder press yet fully. I have to train the shoulders to anchor into 45 pounds. 45 degrees, 45 pounds. I get 30 seconds to rest. Yeah, I know. I gotta work on it's because I had a shoulder, I had a little bit of impingement on this side. That's why I give this one a lot more like attention. It's not hurting. It's just gotta work on it more because I've been upping my weight. 45-degree shoulder press now. I tell myself that I can do it, but I do make sure to not bite off more than I can chew as well. Progressive overload. The aim by end of summer is to get to 50 pounds. That's my goal. I just started using 45-pound dumbbells. We're doing bicycle crunch. I started like 2.5 weeks ago, close to 3 weeks now, that I am basically going with 45 pounds. I went from 40. Last summer I started at 30. I went to 35, and then around December last year I started at 40. So I was at 40 on December 18th till 3 weeks ago ish, and here we are. Hell yeah. All right, so we're doing Arnold press, but one at a time. So this will be a little bit more manageable. Standard plank hold. When you do planks, after doing that shoulder exercise, your shoulders should be burning right about now. All right. This guy is still on my stream. Oh God, he's still. No comment. No comment, bro. Here's the thing about Christian people I'm going to share right now. They are not open to different perspectives because they have this holier than thou righteous attitude that they are right and everyone else is wrong. That everybody else is going to go to hell and that the rest of them are going to go to heaven. Hello? You're human. Before you even were born, there was no fucking religion. you get to decide whatever you want. You can argue your own birth if you want. You were just indoctrinated into shit and then decided to call it right. I will be the most controversial person in the world if I have to. Same with Jesus. You think he backed down from the Romans and all the other people and the Pharisees when they were telling him about his blasphemous claims? Watch. I'm going to stir the pot with him now. He's going to start arguing in the chat. Hey Tiff, good to see you. Tiff, how's everything? I'm just doing my workout. Tell Jay I said hello when you see him. Shit, I didn't even know what we're doing next. Oh, upright rows. I'm so grateful that I got to watch The Chosen. The Chosen's a really good show. But when I watched it not for the miracles, but the metaphoric meanings. Tiff, I told Mom about you know what, so she knows now. So it won't catch her off guard. But I only told her. So when you guys do show up, it won't be a shock to her, but I still haven't told anybody else. So she, there's not much she could have said, but she at least knows now. I told her today, like when you were on the stream, like after I finished my stream, I told her, like when Tiff was saying hi, I forgot to mention to you now about the thing. So yeah, good. I'm glad you're doing great though. I would have not done the workout on the stream, but it's all good. You showed up, so that's a positive for me. And Jeanette's here, and Nathan's here, and Chelsea's here, so it's positive. Oh, we are doing shoulder shrugs. Don't let the easy ones fool you. Like, the easy ones are the ones that gets you. I'm talking about the moves. Like, the easy moves are the ones that gets you. The complicated ones are not the ones that gets you. It's usually the easier ones that gets you. Did I not tell you that the easy ones are the ones that get me? So it's basically one exercise and then one ab movement. And even though I'm doing abs right now, I'll still be doing abs afterwards. It's always part of my daily. So any ab exercise I'm doing now, I will be just doing another set of abs. These ab exercises don't actually count towards my daily. It's 30 degrees right now. It's friggin' hot. But this is perfect because it challenges me and see how far I can push myself. If it was cooler, it would make it easier for sure. But yeah. All right, shoulders are done. Now we're doing chest. Yeah, exactly. Me too. I respect it all. It's the ones that keep saying you're wrong and you're wrong, and I'm like, okay, whatever, it is what it is, you know. All right, chest press. Yeah. I have only love for all of them. Every one of them. You know what's funny? I've seen them in a vision and they were just smiling at me. They told me, keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm like, of course I will keep doing what I'm supposed to do. Oblique heel taps. I need to move further on the mat. Obliques are, by the way, these side ab muscles here, closest to your rib cage. So if you're doing this exercise and this one's hard to do, you can bring your feet together and do this. Touch between your toes and your ankles or your heels. When you bring your legs out like this, it becomes a little bit more challenging. Chest flies. I like learning all buoys and will chill. I don't know if that question's for me. I can't see all the messages in the chat, so I assume that's something somebody said. So chest flies. Tiff is someone I know physically in the physical, so I have only so much love, respect for her. She inspires me to keep going, to keep doing what I need to do. She is someone I have so much love and respect for. But if she tells the story when we first met, oh man, crazy. But that's the past. That doesn't exist anymore. But you know, remember? Oh man, gotcha. Yeah, you remember. That's irrelevant now, but I mean, stories, right? All the stories that the mind made. Crazy. I'm like, what are you doing? All right, I didn't see the chest exercise I was supposed to do, but it's fine. Oh, reverse grip. All right, so I'm gonna be holding the dumbbell like this now. So instead of like this, it's like this. So my forearms are facing me instead of away from me. Hence the reverse grip. Shit. I just realized, what the fuck? I felt like I missed a move or some shit like that. Oh well. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh. Yeah, I missed the move, but it's okay. I'll just get to abs. I missed one ab exercise. That's what happened. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? It's because when I was chatting with you, I'm like, hey, you remember that time? I was supposed to do an ab exercise. Oh well. One won't hurt. Me missing it, it's not gonna make or break anything. So these are called straight leg raises or leg lowers. Any perspective works on this one. Leg lowers, leg raises. Oh, okay. We got push-ups to do. Wide grip push-ups, but he's doing without the dumbbells. I'm gonna do it with the dumbbells. Whew. Let's see. Just training. Yeah. Just training. I stay healthy. That's the goal. Nothing more. Nothing more than that. It's all about staying healthy. That's it. I train every day. Training is actually really, really important because like it helps regulate a lot of the energy that's in our system. Now, you don't have to do a workout every day, but like, you know, moving the body is important. Okay, I have to move this out of the way and this one out of the way. So we're doing alt crunch or alt cross crunch. So you bring your opposite elbow to your opposite knee. So right elbow to left knee and left elbow to right knee. I'll be spending the rest of my afternoon just moving my body. I'll look at the chat here and there periodically while I'm finishing up this. This is 40 minutes. We're already halfway done, by the way. Yeah, we're about halfway done. Yeah, it's true. You know, the thing is, I have so much love and respect for everybody's belief. I really do. It's just when they start to like, you're wrong and they have to be right. That's where I'm like, no, you're right and I'm right. We're all right. No, you're wrong. You have to be wrong. Because this is how the world we live in, duality, wrong and right. But that's just a human paradigm. God didn't put us here to, whether you want to see it as a dude in the sky, to be doing wrong and right. We have moral stuff and immoral stuff, obviously. But that's why I decided to be so open-minded to reading all the other books. Right? I could have been like, no, they're wrong and they're wrong and they're definitely wrong. But I chose to read the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Enoch, the Lost Gospels of Thomas, anything Sufism by Rumi, the Ashanipads, Mayan, Sumerian, Egyptian, Hebrew, Islamic, Christianity, Judaism, Muslim, I already said Muslim, Hinduism, right? The Mahabharata I read. It's a big book. The names were a little hard to pronounce, but damn, good book. Because I chose to I chose to be open-minded to reading these things and to find out what the hell is going on. What the hell is going on? That's why I chose to do it. That's why I'm not stuck to just like, no, it's this way and this way. No, it starts with you. Oh, we're doing isometric, so one arm at a time, just holding it. The thing is, it's one thing to talk about it, but it's a whole other thing to put it into practice. So when I'm talking, I actually put all this stuff into practice. And like doing my workout is part of the practice. Single leg extension. By the way, when you're doing this move, here's a tip for you. Like instead of doing just this, bring your head forward. You create more core engagement. So if you ever do this exercise, bring your head forward when you bring your leg forward like that. It forces your core to be engaged more. You know, when you're doing ab exercises, the goal isn't to have six-pack abs, because ab exercises don't give you six-pack abs. They strengthen your core. It's your nutrition and your other energy management things that you do that brings you your abs. So we're doing triceps now. So we're going to be doing this. So that's the exercise we're doing next. So skull crushers. I don't have to explain why this is called skull crushers. I want to tell you guys a quick little story about skull crushers. One time I lost balance on my 20-pound dumbbell, and guess what happened? Yep, it went like this, boom, on my head. Like, it wasn't high, obviously, thank God, but like, I had a massive headache for 3 days. That's why it's called skull crusher. Don't bite off more than you can chew with this one. It's just like manifesting. Like when you're manifesting, you're not manifesting in the physical, but you have to take it little by little. Can you manifest a parking spot? Can you manifest like seeing a color car that you desire? Can you manifest like, you know, a small sum of money? Like, if you say, hell yeah, I can get that, it's easy, then you know you can do it. But if you're like, if it's not possible, then it won't happen. So like, let's say you want to have $1 million. Right? So if you are not making $1 million right now, or you've never felt like you had $1 million, what's the likelihood you'll be to $1 million next month? It's okay to drop you're not dropping the goal, you're working towards your goal by slowly increasing your manifestation muscle. So like, for example, if you're going to the gym and you haven't been to the gym before, or you haven't been to the gym in like 5 months, are you going to go lift 100 pounds right away? Or are you going to start small? Right? Are you expecting to go and to like curl a 100-pound dumbbell? Or are you going to start like 20? Right? That's the same thing that goes for anything. You start small and you build up. Right? It doesn't mean you're dropping your vision. It just means that you're anchoring yourself more in, that you're capable of more. Your mind is capable of anything, but your subconscious has its own definitions of things. So we're doing overhead tricep press. Yeah. I'll read what you shared there, Tiff. So you gotta like start small. Like, will I say that I am a trillionaire right now? Well, internally I am, yes. But will I have $1 trillion in my bank account next month? Probably not. right? It could if you have enough conviction, but I just started having clients. So are they paying me $1 trillion? No. But are they paying me enough? They are. Yes. So, you know, that's the thing, like little steps, micro steps. Like when I first started working out, do you think I could lift these things? Not a chance in hell. There's no friggin' way I would be lifting 45 pounds throughout my workout. Like right now, my shoulder, my left shoulder specifically, is still having a little bit of a time. I don't want to call it struggle. I'm going to just say it's learning how to handle 45 pounds. So, you know, but it can handle 40. I gave it a little bit of a step. I didn't go straight to 50. My goal is to hit the 50 pounds by by the end of summer, like the weight that I'm lifting. But like a year ago, I couldn't even lift 40 pounds. I was lifting 25 to 30. But because I've figured out how the mind works, and we need baby steps, and of course, this is natural too, natural progression, natural, you know, progression to like progressive overload. And progressive just means like, you know, small steps. It's like that saying, small hinges swing big doors, right? The hinges on your door, it's tiny, but yet it can swing the door, right? Small hinges swing big doors. What that means is basically taking small steps. Not seeing the mountain, but seeing the first step, and then seeing the second step. Just seeing the step that you're at. But we tend to focus on the entire mountain, and then we make it harder than it has to be. Hence why I was saying how the mind works. Leg circles. When I started working out, I couldn't even do 5 minutes of abs. Let's put that in perspective. I was struggling to do 5 minutes of abs. This is 2019 on October 6th, when I had my awakening, or I call it my remembrance. It's more the awakening, that's the beginning. I had a hard time doing, 5 minutes of abs. I went on YouTube. I remember that there's exercises on YouTube. And I did a routine, and I was dying. I was literally like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I even do this? It's bullshit. So, I'm going to go ahead and do tricep press. And then we have T-plank rotations. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, we'll do it without the dumbbell. So, narrow push-ups is bringing your arms in. This is targeting your biceps and your triceps. So you bring it closer towards your rib cage. By the way, a clean push-up is getting your chest as low as you can and your chin to touch the ground. While sucking in your gut. Hello, Mr. Ant. I see you. Just make sure you're not coming on my mat. As long as you stay over there, or I'll have to help navigate you. All right, T-plank rotations. So, oh, I froze. Oh, I didn't freeze. What the hell? I thought I froze there. I couldn't see if I froze. I thought I froze. I'm like, what the fuck happened there? So these are T-plank rotations. This one's good for your obliques as well. All right. Let's see what's going on in chat. CJ. Yeah. skull crushers or yeah. Yeah. That's why I always give warning to skull crushers specifically, because of my experience. All right. We're doing something called Tate press. And no, not Andrew Tate, but just Tate press. So you basically take the dumbbell and you curve it in like this, and you bring it back up. This targets your triceps. Now my dumbbells are extremely wide, so I have to modify my move a little bit because they will bump into each other. That's the flaw of having this adjustable dumbbell. The dumbbells are just too damn wide. I'm gonna buy a new set of adjustable dumbbells soon enough, but not until I probably move. So we're doing extended tuck, because my goal when I move to San Diego, I have to get my car, is to drive there, because there's not much I'm going to be taking with me. It's going to be my backpack. I'm going to put some of my suits in the trunk, keep them laid flat. I don't want to mash up my suits. Not all of them, but just a couple. And the rest of my clothing can fit in my suitcase. And then I'll bring my weights in the car and put it in the passenger side on the floor. And then like my jump rope will be in the backpack. My MacBook, my tablet, and my phone. So yeah, because like that's the goal. Hello, you. Let's get you onto the grass. All right, we're almost done, by the way. This is the last set. Tricep dips. You can obviously do this with your fist, but you won't get as much range of motion. Of course, I have my dip bar inside, which is my walker, but I'd have to run inside just to go and get it for this one exercise. So okay. Last ab exercise, and then we are done that, and then I get my actual ab exercise done. Plank knee tucks. You don't really need much, to be honest, to move your body. Like I was saying yesterday, you can even do this without like dumbbells. It's just a lot of push-ups, squats, lunges, ab exercises. Your body is the best workout equipment you'll have. Finished. Finito. Finito. We're done. See? Not bad. We're going to cool down now. Got that cool down period with them. See? That was technically close to 40 minutes. Yeah, about 40 minutes. See? You don't need to do too much to stay in shape. You really don't. You don't need to do like 10 hours of exercise. Like in the beginning, you probably have to put a little bit more effort, but once you get the ball rolling, you won't need to do too much. It's just keeping it maintained. That's why when I talk about things, I put shit into practice. You know, it's one thing to talk about, it's a whole other thing to actually do it. And that's why when I was when I was on my other channel, I literally was showing proof of concept. Quite literally. Everything was recorded and documented. My evolution of where I was back on November 25th or even October 6th, 2024, right? I wasn't thinking the way I was thinking right now, because I also was still going through I didn't understand fully how the mind worked. But I was getting there. I was starting to, as things were starting to click. Now it's become super grounded within me. Tiff, I'll talk to you later. Love you, bro. Love you too, sister. Hope to see you this weekend if Jason will drive us over there. Okay, I'll be here. I ain't going anywhere. I'll see you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Whew. And guess what? Once you finish an exercise, now you have more energy. You get that that adrenaline rush, like, hell yeah, I did it. I did the thing. But I still have my abs to do. By the way, give yourself a pat on the back. Every time you do something, just celebrate yourself. It's important. Because you're giving yourself, you're your own best cheerleader, right? There have been plenty of times that nobody could cheer for me, and I was looking for that, and I'm like, hello, why don't you just cheer for yourself? Stop looking outside of you. So that's why, I celebrate myself. Every time. It's important. Every time I do a workout, I always do my best to celebrate myself. Yeah, we're clapping. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Awesome. So it's 4:13 now. It is roughly 28 degrees Celsius with the humidity of roughly 33 degrees Celsius. Whew. Yeah, it's hot. Today's hot. That's why I get to celebrate myself, because I just did a very challenging workout, play out. All right, I'm just gonna open up let me see. If you were 100 pounds overweight, I don't mean this critical or questioning you, but wondering why you don't have all those skins, or why you don't have all loose skin. Well, I still do. I still have like a little bit of. There's still a pouch. It's because in the beginning when I was working out, I wasn't focusing on muscle mass. I was focusing on weight loss. And then eventually over time, there was a lot of flab. That was there. That's the one thing I wish I had done, dude, was record myself when I was more overweight and recorded the progress. Cuz you've seen people, right, who had a lot of weight and then they shrunk down. But that weight will eventually dissipate and the loose skin will disappear over time, and it gets converted into muscle. Yeah. And plus 100 pounds overweight is a lot, but it's not a lot as in 200 or 300 pounds overweight, right? So for me, I just burnt it all off. I wasn't looking to aim for muscle mass. I honestly, dude, if I were to go back right now where I was back in 2019 with the 100 pounds of overweight, I would have literally decided to work on my muscle mass. Because there was a moment where I was super skinny. I basically had I was ripped, but there wasn't really muscle to show. So then I was like, shit, I did it the incorrect way. So now I have to go and rebuild. Now I have to rebuild muscle. I'm like, fuck, why did I do it like that? I was burning cardio. I was burning lots of calories, basically. I did cardio all the time. I wasn't lifting weights in the beginning. in the beginning, and for like the first like month and a half or two, I was literally just doing cardio like crazy, and I wanted to fit back in my suits. That was the goal. So, like, if you had seen me wear my suit, you would notice that my shirt was like sort of like holding in the girth, and some of my shirts got damaged because of that. Like, you can see like the stretches now. But it had to happen. Well, I started to not consume, like, I stopped drinking. I used to drink a lot of Coke, a lot of sugary stuff like juices and lots of soda, and just eating like I was stress eating because I was overweight, or I was stressing out at work, and I didn't eat properly, so I was eating like patties and like all kinds of just, you know, stuff that's just, and yes, I'm moving around, but I'm not moving in a way where it's conducive. It was more stress moving, where I was like, I'm always stressing about something, like, oh, I got a fire to put out here, I got to go do this, I got to do this, I have 10 million things to do, and like stressing, like, So when I started to eat better, I started to eat like peanuts, like almonds. I started eating yogurt for the first time. I never ate yogurt prior to that. I was like, ew, yogurt's like spoiled milk. Who's gonna eat that? Ugh. But then I started to like get into eating yogurt. Started to eat more fruits. Started to get rid of the cookies and the chips and the chocolates and all that kind of stuff. So I was really strict at that point, but now I can eat whatever I want. Now, am I going to go eat like 5 bags of Skittles and all that? No, because like I don't feel good after eating 5 bags of Skittles. But can I eat like, you know, a couple Skittles here and there? Yeah, I can do that. It's no problem. I'll burn it off, right? Because I work out every day, right? But if I stop working out and I start just eating stuff like that again, then we're going to just run into the same problem again, right? Because I was stressing. Stress is the number one factor to a lot of things. And this, by the way, water, I wasn't drinking water. I was drinking, like I said, I was drinking like endless amount of French vanillas and sugary stuff, like hot chocolates. Like, and yes, I have hot chocolate now, but I haven't had hot chocolate in like years, up until Christmas time, because it was starting to get cold, and I was like, I want to warm up my body, and I'm gonna work out this hot chocolate anyways tomorrow, so I'm gonna do it. I'll just drink the hot chocolate. So I did. I basically don't label myself of like when I eat something that I'm getting fat, because if I do that, I'm telling the mind, hey, and then the body's listening to what the mind is saying, hey, you're getting fat. So then it will create the circumstances for your body to bloat up and get fat. The mind is all, the universe is mental. Of course, there's physical things like, you know, don't eat too much of this. It's all about balance for me. So when I started like eating better, I wasn't fasting, but I was not eating as much. Like, for example, I wasn't eating at like 12 a.m. at night, right? I was eating weird shit at 12 a.m. at night. And I was going to bed at 2. And I was going to work for 6. So you can only imagine how much sleep I'm getting. Lots of stress. I'm living so vastly different as in comparison to like back in 2018 and 2019, that I'm like, I'm never going back to that ever again. I will not. So I will do whatever I can. That's why I also work on mobility training to prevent injury, so that I don't get taken out of the game, because I know what happens. Because when you're injured, like there was a brother who came on, he's like, you know, your tendons and stuff, we were talking about it yesterday. He was mentioning like, yeah, man, it fucking sucks that I can't work out for an X amount of time because he's injured. It takes like it took him a whole year or something to be fully healed. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I got to make sure I prevent injuries at all costs. So that's why, like, even though I'm done my workout, I'm not done. I have lots more that I choose to do, and that's like my mobility training, which I'll be working on wrist and shoulders and spine and hips. just so I prevent injury. And then tomorrow is going to be active rest day because it's Thursday. So I'll be working on hips, knees, ankles, and hamstrings because I refuse to get injured. I won't allow it to happen. Yeah. Hey, what's up, dude? Thank you. Thank you. Justin, orange juice may be my downfall. I drink the light orange juice with less sugar, so I'm trying. Let me live a little. It's okay. Drink the juice, dude. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're not creating like I'm gonna get fat when I'm drinking this juice, or I'm gonna get fat when I eat this piece of chocolate cake. Hello, I had a piece of chocolate cake on my stream. It's because I'm moving my body. It will burn itself off. But if you don't move your body, then the energy of the food will just stay lingering. So that's why I call my movement movement snacks. Every day I give myself movement snacks. What is a movement snack? Just getting down, like sitting in a squat. This is a movement snack right here. I'm giving my body nourishment by sitting in a squat, right? Or like, one of my stretches, like this is another movement snack right here. So give yourself, like, yes, you're feeding yourself, but you can also give your body a snack by giving a movement. And your body will say thank you. And then guess what? When you want to do more of it, you'll find time within your day to do more moves. You'll see. It becomes a ripple. So like every time when I'm like not live streaming, I'm always finding time to like, oh, I want to do this movement snack. Not because I have to, because I enjoy it. Big difference. When you have to make something that you have to do something, you become resentful because it becomes a chore. But when you get to do something and you enjoy it, it doesn't become a chore and you won't have resentful energy. Because that's why when a lot of people go to the gym, they're like, ugh, I hate going to the gym, but I have to do it. Right, that energy behind that intention is what's going to cause the obfuscation. But when you enjoy it, like there are people who love going to the gym. In fact, you can't stop them. In fact, they're so excited that they live in the gym. They love it so much. You've seen the type of people. So for them, they don't see it as a chore. They see it as something that's enjoyable. So when you make something enjoyable, you'll do more of it. That's just shifting the perception or the meaning behind the thing. This is why it's so important to understand the attention you give things. All right, let me just carry these for a moment. I'm just gonna hold these for a sec. Basically, this is 90 pounds together, so I'm holding 90 pounds right now. Just gonna walk back and forth. I'm also gonna walk backwards. Walking backwards is really good for your posture. So here's the thing. If I wasn't talking about the mind, you best believe I'll be talking about the body. Because I could be a fitness coach if I wanted to. I don't want to do that though. I want to help here so that you can do the rest here. Because here is where it starts. So that's why my talks are more aimed towards the mental, not the physical, but I do obviously mention the physical. In fact, you see me do the physical on the stream. Let me open up my door so I can put the dumbbells back. If you can pick up something heavy every day and just walk with it for like a minute or two, you'll do yourself wonders with your body. Like you don't have to do much with it. You just walk with it. Walk around your room. You can walk in a circle if you want. Walk like 5 steps forward, 5 steps back. Doesn't need to be anything extraordinary or extravagant. Because when you move that in that kind of way, micro steps are far more effective than massive steps. And in those micro steps, the massive leaps and bounds, you will see the you will see the change over time. Justin, let's see. There are people who wish they can go to the gym, but their body or health doesn't agree. We're lucky to have our health, exactly. Thank you. I wish the gloves didn't have white though. I was hoping these were pink. Oh well. CJ, that's why I was curious whether you had to leave the job to lose the weight or whether you dealt with stressful job and lost the weight. So a bit of both. Thankfully during COVID, CJ, I got to work from home. I went from one law firm that I worked for 6 years to another law firm that I worked for another 2.5 years. But that law firm was much quieter, much simpler, and I got paid more. And when I got paid more, COVID happened, and guess what happened? I got to work from home, and I got to work on me and get paid to do nothing. It was the greatest feeling ever, getting paid to work on yourself, because a lot of the clients back then, like from the workplace, they didn't need help. They were working from home. The only thing they would call in for at times is like, because I had to do a lot of different duties. I was a security analyst or a cybersecurity analyst, engineer. I was a network engineer. I was a system engineer, system admin, because there was only 2 of us. But we were only helping, 60 people? That's nothing. My other law firm, it's a global law firm. We were helping people from all over the North America, both America and Canada. We first were doing only Canada, and then they did the Canadian-American merger, and I'm like, oh shit, our work duty, it just went through the roof. The law firm I used to work at, for those of you who are wondering, is called Norton Rose Fulbright. You can look it up. Norton, Norton, Norton Rose, so Rose, and then Fulbright, Ful, not 2 L's, 1 L, Bright, all one word. Fulbright is one word. So I went from Norton Rose Fulbright, where it was a global law firm, to helping thousands of people on a daily basis, to another law firm that was more like 60 people. It's a little bit more than that now. And it was called Dutton Brock. Dutton, Dutton, and then space Brock. 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 And they are nowhere, they're both in downtown Toronto, but they're not close to each other. So when I worked at Dutton Brock, I got to basically work from home for 2.5 years, except for there was times where I had to come in, there's periods of times I had to come in and basically do nothing. I was getting paid to do nothing. But the universe needed me to get out of that role because I was going to stay stuck there forever if I continued doing what I was doing. So yeah, a lot of the weight loss came during Dutton Brock because I got to work on myself. And there was no stress. I was working from home. There were days where literally I chatted with the boss, and he's like, hey, you doing good? I'm like, yeah. And then I don't hear from him for 2 weeks. I'm like, hey, we haven't had anybody reach out since COVID, since the beginning of COVID. And it's been 2 or 3 weeks because everything just worked. We made sure everything worked before we were systems ago. Of course, the day before our office shut down, we had to stay until 2:30 a.m. So I was tired as fuck. But I was already used to that type of work from the other law firm because I've already done that for years. So when I started working from home, I'm like, holy shit, why haven't we been doing this forever? Come on. So that's why I can't ever go back to a job to do that. That's why I'm an entrepreneur by spirit. So that's my story, basically. I lucked out, essentially. I was on cloud fucking 9 million, essentially. Not even 9. Cloud fucking 9 million. Because I was getting paid 6 figures to work at home to do absolutely nothing. And I took that money and I invested it. Now, of course, in stock market, I was making lots of money. I basically quadruple what I made, but then I took that money from the stock market and put in the crypto scam, and then I lost it all. Well, 95% of it. So, but I do know shit like that does exist out there. People day trading, they're making tons of money per day, per trade, in fact. So, I was gonna go back into potentially like do a day trading like role, or like just be a day trader, but I was like, I don't really care for all that. I want to actually help people by using my voice and knowing that what's actually causing a lot of the problems is right here. So I hope that story was inspiring. Another story? I have plenty of stories, dude. I have tons. I have tons. Like people hitting on me, and I'm not interested in that kind of thing, and they're still hitting on me. I'm kidding, dude. Nah. Most of my stories are basically of like overcoming something. I'm gonna do abs quickly. 10 minutes. You can share anything in the chat if you want, though. I'll read. Alright, yesterday I did this one, so I'm gonna do this one. This one should be 40 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Yeah. We're starting with reverse crunch. So some of the moves that I did on the other one will be just repeated. Abs are necessary. Like, this is just my finisher. Like, I don't like finishing my main quest without finishing abs. So this is like one of my go-to, just get it done kind of thing. Do I need to do abs? No, but I like abs. I love doing it. For me, everything is not a need. It's just, and it's not a requirement. It's just I choose to, or I get to do it. And of course, once I'm done abs, I have my other things I got to do, like my other movements, like my 55 push-ups, squats, my mobility training, my leg raises. Oh, we're doing tuck to leg open. So yeah, if CJ, if you're still here, I hope that made sense. How I was able to basically not have the loose skin anymore. So like if I was still in my stressful job, it's been a little bit more challenging to have done the work that I have done on myself. Everything unfolded exactly as it was supposed to. That's why COVID was the greatest gift, in my opinion, to mankind. Unfortunately, shit happened, obviously, right? Like, people died and whatnot, and I almost lost my life, but I found it as the greatest gift, because in that moment, that was when the world was to wake up to the illusions. Not everybody got the lesson or the message, though. But that's okay. Some of you are getting it now. There is another shift happening. You guys are going to start to notice a lot of like very interesting things happen next year, specifically. It's already started right now, but this is just like the prelude. Like, for example, why do you think some of the alien classified documents were released recently? I'll leave it at that. You're probably understand where I'm going with this. That's why, like, nothing surprises me, because I'm already in that sort of, like, that boat of, oh, okay, all right, so this is what's happening? Okay. Hello, Mr. Robin. You're on the fence over there, whistling at me. The robin's looking at me right now on the fence. It's like, don't tell them about the alien stuff. Alright, I won't say a word. I'll wait till 2027 when more people will start to realize more things. See? It stopped talking. Well, no, it's still talking. And I remember earlier, the brother who's like, dogs are God's great gift or whatever, who was talking about the Bible stuff. You know, he talked about New Age stuff. I'm not about New Age stuff. I'm about the fucking universe. The universe is not some stupid, like, operating system that you're downloading new patches. Hello. It's the core operating system. I work with the universe, not with new modalities. It's us that's creating all these, like, silly, like, complex. Oh, you must put honey in your this thing to you know. I put honey in my yogurt, but that's because it tastes good. But, like, you must put honey on top of your like top of your mouth, and, like, say a chant and all this other shit. That's just fucking vanity. That's literally vanity. Or, like, you rub your crystals in shea butter and you smear shea butter all over your body. Nothing wrong with shea butter, but, like, that's just pure vanity. The universe doesn't give a shit about your like way of being. If you have conviction in it and it's working, that's all it cares about. That's all it cares about, is the conviction you have in your methods and your tactics. Basically, it doesn't care about the vehicle you drive. It cares about the fuel that you give that vehicle. That's a bar, write it down. The universe doesn't use our stupid principles that we've created to understand things that we simply are not supposed to understand. The simple is the answer, by just knowing that you are it here and now, and it will follow suit. The universe never had fear. We were so powerful that we brought something that shouldn't exist into existence. That's how powerful we are. Take that in. That's a bar. That's a literal bar. We were so powerful that we brought fear into existence that it should have never existed. From a human standpoint, that is. Animals have their fear, like instinctual, but, like, I'm talking about, like, illusionary fears, like the fear of being seen, the fear of being judged. That kind of fear I'm referring to. Those are not real. In the Bible, for those of you who don't know, it was said 365 times to do not be afraid. That's the most chanted word or phrase being used in the Bible. To fear not or do not be afraid. 365 times. And what is 365? Also, every day of the year. Hello. Now, of course, you'll have instinctual fears, like if a lion comes at you, your fear of your body being eaten alive, of course you have that fear. Or if a crocodile comes your way, you best believe, you get out of dodge, right? If I saw a fucking crocodile come right here, you think I'd be here? Fuck no, I'm gonna be out of here, dude. I'd be like, fuck this shit. Even though I know we're one with the crocodile, it also is an instinctual being because it doesn't have the logical mind to know to not eat us humans. You're near a fucking crocodile, that's it. It's done. You're finished. Unless you take out the croc. Right? I know myself to not be near things like that, or like an anaconda or like a viper or a rattlesnake. Like, stay the fuck away from that. Or like a skunk, right? Skunks do roam around here, just so you know. They roam around at night. So if I see them, you think I'm going to be standing next to them? Hell no. Hell no. I'm not getting sprayed and having to put have to be bathed in tomato juice or whatever. Fuck no. Hell no to that. One more exercise here. Hell no to that. Even though skunks are very cute, I'm like, yeah, don't mess with them. Hello, Mr. Robin, you're still looking at me? You're just observing me? You're coming my way now? I like how they run with their little legs. They're funny. They're just too funny. Hell yeah! We finished the abs. The abs are finished. Alright. What the fuck is that? PCSX2X6? The fuck is that? I guess I'll watch that video later on. All I know is, if aliens discover us, they will... Let's see. I'll read Chelsea's thing in a moment. If aliens discover us, they will likely be peaceful unless they need us for food. No, they're peaceful. They don't need us for any of that. They don't eat. They don't need to eat. They don't need... They do need energy, but not in the way we need it. That's why we eat. But most of us don't technically need to eat, but food is both. I love eating food, but I don't need food. And let's see what Chelsea said. Yo, I have seen you. I know you see me somewhere. I know you see me somewhere, dude. I saw a TikTok of a white woman befriending a hissing wild possum and kissing it on the head. It's like, hello, rabies. Yeah. Too funny. Okay, abs are done. Let me do my ab stretches quickly. Oh yeah. Time to get my walker. My walker and my yoga blocks and my pink dumbbells, the light ones. So upper body mobility training shall commence. Upper body mobility training will commence. The aliens have already discovered us. They're already here. Some of them have taken human form. Because if we didn't, then everybody else would be like, but we're no specialer. We're basically all the same. I don't even subscribe to myself as that anyways. I'm just a soul that's just aware of things, that's all. Or let me rephrase that even better. I'm just a soul that's aware of things in the mind. Like, I remember someone, his name is Narrow Knowledge, he's like, spiritual people like to say that they're the reincarnation of blah, blah, blah and all this stuff. And I've said it, but I've also let go of that. That's just vanity too. I am just me enjoying my experience, and I just am aware of stuff because I was a student for a very long time and studying and learning all kinds of stuff to realize, oh, okay. I'm gonna do my dips first. Ooh, 22. So I do 55. So I basically will now do 11 per set. So 3 more sets. So this will, if I wasn't streaming, this is what I'd be doing. Instead of streaming, I'd be watching YouTube. Or I'd be watching like an episode of Friends or something hilarious. But if I'm watching anything hilarious, I have to not be doing what I just did. Because if I'm laughing, I'll just like so I'll watch like an episode of The Chosen, or I'll watch like Dragon Ball Z, like, back in the day when I'd come home from school, drop the backpack, turn on TV and watch Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon and all the other animes that were showing back in the mid 90s. Yeah. Good old non-internet days. Yeah, it was great. Dragon Ball Z. I have access to all that on my tablet at any time. Not just YouTube, but I mean, I can go watch Fresh Prince. I can go, like, for example, this is my screensaver for my tablet. That's the man right there. That man right there. So I can go File Explorer, go to my drive downstairs. I have like movies. I have TV shows. Like I have Beast Wars and Boy Meets World and Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Captain Planet and Chip and Dale and Criminal Minds. Like I have all these. So yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have flexibility full time, and I can take a nap on my lunch. It's awesome, isn't it? Yeah, people don't technically need to eat. Yep. Oh. So like if I wanted to, I can like I have Criminal Minds, I have CSI Miami, I have some Canadian shows. I have a bunch of shows that I like. Mighty Ducks. So this is just like my TV shows. Then I have my anime. Got my anime all there. Bleach and Beyblade and Dragon Ball series. Got some Marvel. So like I have content for days. So if I wanted to, I can just watch my show. I can keep it in the background and I do my thing. So if I wasn't streaming, that's what I would be doing. I can put it on, but then YouTube will hear it and copyright it. because they can hear the audio. Heads up, we detected that you're watching blah 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 blah. Please contact owner so that you could be added to their whitelist. So that's why I'm not watching it. I can mute it as long as I don't show it, but then I can't hear it. So then I'll have to like, yeah, I know that's like Goku fighting Cell right now, right? Speaking of that, I feel like watching an episode, but I'll probably mute it. Because the problem is, YouTube is very strict with what you show. I have the original Dragon Ball. I have all of Super, Dragon Ball Z, all the movies. Let's see. Let's go to the Cell games. Goku versus Cell. And my hard drive is downstairs in the basement. Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. See? It's in the background. I'm going to scroll through. That's the man right there. That guy right there. That one right there. Yeah. I'm such a nerd. I'm gonna scroll through. This is just the beginning. Oh, look, there he is. See? So now I just have it in the background. Oops. My hard drive is down in the basement, just so you know, so I'm remoting to it. That's my guy right there. That guy right there. You can kind of hear it. Let's see, Justin. Yeah. This shall be good. Yeah. I'm the biggest nerd you'll find. Quite literally. Hey. It's time, Goku, to see what you can do. It's time, Goku, to see what you can do. And we're seeing Cell. Cell. That's why I said I'm the biggest nerd. I don't care. I use anime as a way to explain concepts as well too. Perfection. They're about to throw hands, as like the Gen Zs would say. They're about to throw them hands. Man, Gen Zs make me laugh sometimes. They're about to throw hands. I'm like, throw hands, huh? That's what they're doing? It's funny. They about to throw them hands, and then they use the skull emoji a lot, like I'm dead. They say I'm tilted. You got me rolling. You got me in stitches. They throwing hands. That's funny. Mr. Satan, which is Hercule. Vegeta's hilarious. That man hasn't realized his weakness. He's like beyond stupidity, he said. 9, 10. Yeah, that's 55. Yeah. All right. Oh, there is a, so I tightened the bolt. So here, the bolt, it's tight so it can't move as much. Like it takes a lot of effort to actually turn. You have to actually put effort to turn the thing. So, yeah. So I tightened the screw nut or whatever to a point where it can't really turn much. So it's stuck. In the beginning when I bought this contraption, the wheels were loose, so they were able to roll. But now it doesn't. So I'm gonna do 55 of these, but I'm gonna probably have to take a pause around like 30. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 25 more to go. Hey, look. They're fighting. They be fighting each other. Yeah. That's my guy right there. Is he? Oh no, you're okay, Amelia. Welcome back. I'm just doing my movements, and I'm watching Dragon Ball Z right now in the background. You're good. Just hanging out. Whew. Yeah. As much as I would love to share this moment with all of you with the Dragon Ball stuff, I can't really show it too much because YouTube's like, copyright, copyright, copyright. So I can only show like a few seconds and I have to remove it from the screen. Because if I show it for more than like a minute, YouTube's like, copyright. So I was just sharing, like, if I wasn't streaming, this is what I'd be doing. I'd just be out here watching my anime or my cartoon or my TV show or whatever. Like, I'd be watching Friends. I'd be watching I'm probably gonna watch an episode of Friends after this, maybe, or maybe Saved by the Bell or Full House. I like my 80s and 90s stuff. Nostalgia is a real thing. I watched The Chosen. It has the 5 seasons. I'm waiting for the 6th season, which is in November, late November, early December. I watched it not for the Christian aspect. I watched it to see how Jesus was handling business, how he was throwing hands by like using his mouth. That's how he threw hands. He didn't have to lift a finger. He just threw his hands by using his mouth. Yeah. I didn't even know there was a show called The Unchosen. I just knew the show The Chosen. Yeah. Olivia, I've just been too hype. I've just been too hype right now, and I'm getting cats in 3 weeks. Hey, that's awesome. And thanks, Random. Appreciate it. I'm just enjoying an episode of Dragon Ball Z while I chat. I can't show it because of copyright, but yeah, I can kind of show bits and pieces. This is like peak Dragon Ball right here. Goku versus Cell. And of course Gohan versus Cell. I won't fall for your cheap pranks. Yeah, Cell.
I thought it'd be appropriate to play a little joke since you aren't fighting me seriously. Hey, you're holding back as well.
The man. That's the man right there. There's a new Among Us show, but I'm not allowed yet. I love Among Us. I heard about it. I haven't watched any of the Among Us stuff yet. So there's a couple shows I have not watched yet that most people have watched. Like I haven't watched all of Game of Thrones, Walking Dead, Stranger Things. These 3 shows, like I have not watched these shows yet. I know what happens at the end of Game of Thrones. I know what happens on some of the stuff in Game of Thrones, but I've never watched the entirety of the Game of Thrones. I will eventually. Stranger Things, I have not watched any episode yet. I will eventually. And when it comes to, I'm gonna finish my 25 here. When it comes to Walking Dead, I haven't watched any of that yet either. My tablet is my best friend. So like when I'm outside, instead of having my MacBook out here, because you know MacBook is much heavier, clunkier, whereas I can like take my tablet and just kind of like watch stuff while I'm here. Like Goku beating up Cell right now. Just makes life easier. Yep. Let's see. Hello, Blake. Good to see you.
I've never seen anything like this. They keep disappearing.
Because it's hot. And, my arms. So, like, when I wear my t-shirt, right? Because the t-shirt covers here and here. So, like, my arms got so dark that my body, like, when you take off the shirt, it's so white. Or it was super light. So this is not my actual skin color, but because the sun roasted me, I figured I balanced it out. Yeah. Today's live stream's been on since 8 a.m. or no, 9 a.m. So this is what? 5 hours? No, what am I saying? That's not 5 hours. That's 9 hours or 8 hours. But if you're asking how long I've been live streaming in general, 20 months straight. Haven't missed a day. On this channel, I started a month ago around this time. And now I'm on my like 34th or 35th live stream. But I've been streaming on Facebook and Instagram since October 6, 2024, and then I moved to YouTube on November 25th, 2024. So November 25th, 2024, all the way to now, I've been live streaming straight. Haven't missed a day. But now that I have clients, my Mondays are a little bit different. So my Mondays are busy or productive. So I'll either live stream later in the afternoon into evening time, or I won't live stream on Mondays. Because like this past Monday, I finished around 5:30, and I was like, you know what? I have enough energy. I'm not gonna take my walk. I already did my earlier walk in the morning before my clients, so I decided to come on stream and just finish up my last of my movements. And I chatted for a little bit. Yeah. So I've been live streaming for a hot minute. So. And I think I have the longest and consecutive live streams in the history of humankind, I believe. Like 12 hours for 16 months straight. I've done 12-hour every day for 16 months. I don't know if that's the record. If somebody can go check that out, I have no idea who has the record for that. But I think I have the record for that. Most amount of live streams consecutively that are 12 hours long. How does your walking thing not fall when you're doing? Oh, because I was sharing earlier, the wheels, they don't move. They're very stiff. So like the screw that's holding it doesn't twist it much. It doesn't move. I have to actually like really like yank on it for it to move. So it doesn't move at all. So it's stable. But if I loosen up this, then the wheels will start to be able to spin. So that's how they don't fall. So you see, it's like I can't. I have to actually put some effort to actually turn the thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm done 25 or 55 of those. Now I got to do 55 of these. Plus, when you're pressing down, right? Because I'm pressing down on this. When I'm pressing down, it's not going to move back. It can't. It can't move it can't move back because I'm pressing fully down on it. So like it won't go anywhere. But if I like move back, like it can move as you can see, but it's having a hard time moving back. So it won't move. Cell's attempting to get Goku out of the ring. Boom. He kicked him up in the air. Ka-me. Yeah, I will do that. Ha-me. Ha. I love it. Bang. Boom. Goku just smashed him on the back. I'm one of the most serious persons you'll find.
He's just as strong as I imagined. That means I've got to be
Goku.
one slip.
He's gonna power up now. Oh yeah. Now. He's now. Now.
Yes, now we'll see.
Here he goes. He powers up. Yeah. Go get him, Goku.
The practice runs are over, and Goku is ready to exert his true power as a Super Saiyan.
That's right.
Will Goku finally reveal the secret to his confidence?
Okay, so I'm now gonna watch an episode of like Friends or something, just to change it up.
What new powers did Goku discover in the hyperbolic time chamber? The answers are soon to come, as the deep strengths hidden inside our hero are rising to the top.
Yep.
Don't miss the boiling point next time on Dragon Ball Z.
This is why I love my tablet. I love it so much. All right. TV shows. Let's put on an episode of Friends. Let's see. Which episode do I want to watch? I'll just pick a random one. I'm gonna close my eyes. I have seen all of them. I have seen all three. Yes. I'm about to pick an episode. I don't know which one I'm about to pick. I don't know which one I picked, so we'll see what's going to show up. Yeah, Friends.
Hi, my name's Chandler. I just moved in next door. And I was wondering if you'd be interested in battling me in a post-apocalyptic...
Okay, I already know what this one is.
Galaxy transforming energy source.
Yeah.
No, she's at dance class. Can I check out what you did with my room?
Oh, this is yeah, I know this episode. I've seen Friends so many times, so.
Oh my god. It's like a guy never lived in here.
Let's see. CJ. Stranger Things started off so good and ended so bad. Fear the Walking Dead is also a good series. Gotcha. I'm going to be watching those soon enough. The only reason why, so for me, the thing about me is like whenever anybody's really watching, so I'll pause the episode for a moment. Whenever anybody's watching anything and it's like a hip thing, I don't like to be part of I like to be my own, like do my own thing. So, you know, like when Solo Leveling came out, I didn't know about Solo Leveling. So I waited till everybody else finished watching Solo Leveling, like the big craze of Solo Leveling, and then I watched it. When it came to Friends, I didn't watch Friends back in the 90s. This was one of the shows I actually hated back in the 90s. I'm like, who watches Friends? Ah! But yet I watched Fresh Prince, Full House, Family Matters, Saved by the Bell. Like I watched those shows, so that you know, Friends is somewhat of in that kind of category. But then during COVID, while I was working at home, when I was technically working on myself, I started watching Friends, and I watched Friends out at least 10 times now. I even know most of the lines off by heart. So that's why sometimes like I say something and then I'm eating my words afterwards, like years later. So that's why now I just say, you know what, I may not enjoy it right now, but I will enjoy it down the road. So for Walking Dead and Stranger Things and Game of Thrones, most people have finished Game of Thrones, so I can go ahead and start watching it. It's just that I have to be in a certain particular like mood to sit and watch a long series like that. The last show I watched out, which was pretty long, was called Dark. It was on Netflix. It's a German-based show where they are in parallel universes because of how I see reality. So that was perfect. And of course, there's another show called Dark Matter, which is also about parallel realities, also on Netflix. So, and the funny thing is, I never used Netflix at all. I never had Netflix, and the only reason why I got Netflix was for wrestling. But wrestling sucks now, so now I have Netflix for things, but I don't really watch it. But now I've been watching a little bit more Netflix. But I don't even use Netflix at times because I have Stremio, or I have my content. So you see, I have an endless amount of things to watch that isn't personal development now, because I'm done with all the learning and the remembrance. So I'm gonna go ahead and watch Stranger Things soon enough when it's like maybe a year or two from now when no one's talking about Stranger Things, and I'm gonna watch it. I kind of like to not be following the crowd while everybody else is watching Stranger Things. I like to kind of like do it on my own time. So like if something like new, like for example Bleach, I've been watching Bleach for years now. Bleach, the anime, there's certain things that I'll watch right as everybody else is watching it. Like I will watch Bleach when it comes out next month, and X-Men season 2, because I waited a whole 2 years for season 2 of X-Men to come out. X-Men 97 to be exact. I'm done with my walker. I don't need this anymore. I'm done with this. I can keep going, keep moving. So I'll watch that July 1st. Ooh, whenever July 1st is, which is Canada Day here, that's a holiday. I'm literally going to just be like, yep, I'm watching X-Men. I waited 2 years for season 2, so I'm excited for X-Men 97. Apocalypse. And you know what's funny, Apocalypse? You're the main bad guy in X-Men season 2. So that's why whenever I see that name Apocalypse, I think of when I see your name, I think of you pitiful mortals and you mutants, you infidels. So whenever I see your name, I see that Apocalypse. And he grows bigger. You infidels. He's probably one of my favorite villains of all time. You infidels. Because he's like indestructible. Like, I think if he were to face Thanos, if Thanos didn't have the gauntlet, I think Apocalypse would take him. I think Apocalypse could take Thanos. Just saying. I'm just saying that I think Apocalypse could beat up Thanos. I even think Apocalypse could beat up Galactus if he wanted to. You infidels. Let's see. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. That could be a great what if episode. It could be. I honestly, dude, I really do believe Apocalypse is much more of a villain than Thanos. I mean, Thanos was Thanos, but like I feel that Apocalypse could beat the shit out of Thanos if he had to. You give Apocalypse the damn gauntlet and you'll see what he can do. You infidels. I remember that episode where they're in, like, this is back in the 90s when they went into the time, like, dimension, and he's like, and he grew like this big, he's like, you infidels. I am Apocalypse. And he's the main villain in X-Men Season 2. I would love to see how they're going to do that. I'm going to put back on my episode of Friends in the background. There.
No! Okay, this is not good. You are a guy, okay? This is a guy's place. If you let this...
Yeah, I do know about Marvel What If. I've seen them. I've seen the American, the female version of Captain America. I've seen it. I don't know if I've seen all the What If episodes, but I definitely seen a couple. Yeah, I've seen not all. I may have not seen all of them, or I may have seen all of them, but I definitely seen the one where Captain America was a woman. And I believe, what else did I see? It came out around the same time as X-Men Season 1, like X-Men 97. Second gear. It hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but I'll be there for you. By the way, just so you all know, when I used to hear the theme song, I had no fucking idea what the hell they were saying. Because when I hear lyrics, I don't hear lyrics. I hear a beat over words. So I'm like, whenever I'm singing, I'm just muttering words. So now I know what they're saying. So when you become aware of what they're saying, now you're like, so that's what they're saying. I didn't know how to sing the Friends theme song back in the day. Yeah. Especially with AI, people can create amazing what if stories. For sure. Absolutely. My favorite, like, Marvel character, 100%, is Wolverine. I don't care if he's not the strongest, but he is my favorite, and then Phoenix. I always will prefer X-Men over Avengers, but I love Avengers. I love them very, very much, but X-Men... Wolverine. Yeah. Wolverine. Yeah. I also like Magneto, by the way. I am the master of magnetism. That's why whenever I was talking earlier about you don't create things, you magnetize things to you. Or you repel things. Magneto. I love Magneto. Alright, let's do 55 push-ups. We'll do 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. Using the yoga blocks makes it a little bit more challenging for me because I have to go further down, and plus I have to push on that instead of solid ground, so it creates a little bit more resistance. Yeah, Magneto, I do love Magneto, but for me, Wolverine's my dude. Like, he's my dude. He's my dude. So, like, if it's not Wolverine, it's Phoenix. If it's not Phoenix, hello, middle name. If it's not Phoenix, then it would probably be Rogue. I love Rogue so much. She hot AF. I like Rogue. And then from there, it's just like trickles down. But I would then choose Spider-Man. I would choose Venom. I like Captain America, but he's not my favorite. I like Iron Man, but he's not my favorite. I like them all. They're just, some of them are, I would always, like if I'm playing like Marvel vs. Capcom 3, or if I'm playing some sort of fighting game or some sort of game where it has the Marvel characters, all of them, I'd always choose Wolverine. Always. I'm going to change my mic quickly because my microphone is dying and I have a second microphone. Since I've never shown this on the stream before, this microphone, Hollyland. If you're ever going to stream, Hollyland makes good microphones, or even DJI. I'm going to take the microphone off. Have my second microphone here. I'm going to pull it out. I'll wait till it connects. Thor is good. I like Thor. Microphone connected. So now I'm going to switch. I love Joey, by the way, from Friends. It's dry. It's dry. I found a creative way to put my headphone or my microphone on my head. That's why it's like up here. I don't want to bring my necklace out. So each microphone lasts for about 9 hours. So it's just an instant seamless switch. I'm gonna buy DJI microphones soon, but these guys, so anytime you hear me, I'm using my microphone, because the phone microphone can't do that. If I were to not use this, if I were to be right here and you guys, and I wasn't using this, you guys wouldn't hear me. You'd be like, "What are you saying, Orion? I can't hear you." Wireless microphones, y'all. Best investment when it comes to streaming. So if you ever stream, get a wireless microphone. I promise you, you do yourself a favor. Your audience will thank you for your good quality audio. Yeah, Thor is cool. I like Thor. If I had to pick between Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor, I'd probably choose Iron Man over the three. If I had to choose. Doctor Strange, he's cool. I like him. Scarlet Witch, I like her. Black Widow, I like. I know a lot of people hated Black Widow. They hated Scarlett Johansson when she died. I was in the theater watching Endgame, and people were clapping for her death. I'm like, you monsters! How dare you be be celebrating her dying. What? People are so like, I was in the theater when I was watching. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So, yeah. What else? Or who else? Vision. I like Vision. He's all right. Of course, we got the Guardians of the Galaxy guys. You know, Gamora, Drax, Star-Lord, Rocket. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. Let's see. Apocalypse. I am Groot. Friends is the most wholesome series ever. I wanted them to be my friends. That amount of emotion it evokes me. It was a great show. Yeah. See? I'm watching in the background. See, if I wasn't streaming, this is what I'd be doing. That's all I'd be doing. I might have a call to take care of here and there, but I mean, I'm just hanging out now. See, in the mornings we talk about the serious stuff, right? About the topic, right? I wasn't gonna make these live streams with doing all this stuff, so some days I'll just stay on and just chill and hang out. Other days I'm just gonna be locked in and just like, this is all I'm gonna talk about. Okay, bye guys, bye. But this is all I would be doing. So may as well get some watch hours. Get YouTube to give me that watch hour. Yeah, she I like her, but you know who I really my favorite? You want to take a guess who it is? I'm thinking you're probably going to know who my favorite is. Out of the three girls, you're probably going to guess. You got it. Bang. Spot on. Bingo. Bingo. You nailed it, bro. Bingo. I love Phoebe, don't get me wrong. But Monica. There's just something about Monica. And she's right there on the screen right now. She with the Chandler. Here's Monica. I like Monica. There's something about her. She did. That's why I'm like, in the beginning, I'm like, yeah, I wasn't really feeling Monica in the beginning. But then when I saw her, I'm like, damn, son. Damn. I'm like, hell yeah, Monica. Alright, I gotta do my squats quickly. Yeah. I do like girls with like longer hair. But you know who do you remember Mona? The girl that Ross liked? Or Ross liked her, and she actually was, I think she should have stayed in the show, man. Like, I liked Mona. Like, Mona had shorter hair, but like Mona was, and then Janine, Joey's like roommate. Ross is putting on makeup and Joey's doing some flower stuff with Janine, and Chandler's like, where are all the men? That's crazy. Where are all the men? It's wild. Yeah. Mona was like my favorite, like, non-main character. This is the episode where Ralph Lauren comes in the elevator, and he's just standing there, and Rachel and her boss is like right there in the elevator with tension. Preventative maintenance, by the way. Oiling up the joints. Nice. Let's see. Yeah. Emily was good. Yeah, I remember Emily was nice. I liked Emily. Do you remember the girl who was at the the kid store, and she was hitting on Ross, and Rachel was there, and Rachel's like, "Oh, Ross picked up a slut." I forget her name though. She had brunette hair. I forget her name. What was her name? Fuck. It's not Cynthia. You know the one. You know the one. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And she like opened up her little blouse and everything. That one. She came to the house and she delivered a plushy dinosaur for Ross. Yeah. And then she's like, "I don't normally do house calls, but I was wondering if you want to go on a date." And then Rachel was in the background, and she's like, "Slut." And it's like, "No, you're a horny slut, and you're a horny slut, and you're a horny slut, and no. Right? That, because Rachel was living with Ross at the time, because she was preggers. I'm laughing at this scene right now. This is when Chandler's like, "You're turning into a woman."
Why would you say that? That's just mean.
That's just mean. Did I hurt your feelings?
What did I say? You said it's just the way you said it.
Oh my god, I'm a woman. I love it. What's next? Oh, let me get my resistant band. That's crazy. Oops. Gotta get this resistant band. I've been breaking my resistant bands because I've been pulling on them and they've just been breaking. So like now I have to use like half a resistant band.
You were with Kenny today, weren't you?
Rachel's sister Emma was good too. Yes. Wait, Emma? Hold on. Rachel's sister. Was it Emma? Hold on. No, Emma's her daughter. Emma's the daughter. It was Rachel. One was Reese Witherspoon and one was Christina Applegate. What the fuck was Christina Applegate's character's name? Ah, I can't remember the name. I liked Reese Witherspoon's version of Rachel's sister, the other one. Oh my god. What the fuck did she, like, she was like, and she came to the house, Rachel, like, oh my god, and the name's not popping in my head, and then Joey's like, "How you doing?" And then Rachel's like, "Stop." Oh, this is the episode where Ross has white teeth and he's hiding his mouth. What's with your insanely white teeth? I love this show so much. Oh, I'm going to find the name. I'm going to manifest the two names of the sisters of Rachel. Because Emma is Rachel's daughter. Fuck, what is the name? Your teeth is insanely white. He's in the black light room. Why? What's the matter with you? You got a black light and it's 1999. It's so funny how trends come back, by the way. Is he?
Hi, Rachel. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, have you seen the new Rob?
No, she named her daughter because Monica wanted to name her daughter Emma. So while Rachel was in the hospital giving birth, and she gave birth, she's like, she doesn't look like a whatever name, and then Monica was like, you know what? Take the name Emma. What? Yeah, her name is Emma. So that's how Rachel got the name.
Especially not above Kim.
Amy, yes, Amy's one of them. Amy is Christina Applegate's. So Amy, that's Amy. But what's the other one's name? There's another sister, is Reese Witherspoon, but that's Jill. There we go. Amy and Jill. God damn. Jill is the one I couldn't remember like fully. I'm like, it's something like Emma, but it's not. It's not Emily. It's not Emma. It's not Amelia. It's got to be something close. And it's like Amy. I'm like, yes. Thank you, dude. Amy and Jill. Thank you for finding that out. I could have looked it up, but I'm doing my thing. Amy and Jill, yes. Jill is Reese Witherspoon, and Amy is Christina Applegate. Yeah. My favorite episode, I have so many favorite episodes, but one of my favorite episodes is one of my favorite episodes is when Monica and Chandler are hiding their love from Joey, from the others, and then Joey already found out, and then that episode where Rachel and Phoebe are playing the game, like, we're gonna break Chandler so that he tells us, that he loves Monica. I love Monica. I love her. Yes, that's one of my favorite episodes. By the way, I'm working on my shoulders here. This is part of my mobility training here. Preventative maintenance. Yeah. Yeah, I love Friends. But if you had asked me back before COVID if I knew you, I'm like, bro, ew, who the fuck watches Friends? Like, yeah. See how things shift over time for people? That's why, like, when someone's like calling me all kinds of stuff, I'm like, you know what? Eventually, you're gonna get the message. You'll figure it out. That's why I don't get too butthurt with, and I don't get butthurt at all when someone's like calling me the N-word or this or that or whatever, because I know where they are. So, I've eaten my words many times too. So like, but if you had talked to me back in like 2019, I'm like, ew, Friends? Yuck. Who watches that garbage? Now I'm eating my words. Now it's become one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm like, why wasn't I watching this sooner? Duh. It's because you were very close. I was very close-minded to things back then. Extremely close-minded to a lot of things back then. Okay, I'm done with my shoulder. Yeah, see, my resistant band is about to break. Look at that. It's going to break. A couple more pulls and that's it. It's a wrap. Just too strong for it. Well, when it breaks, it breaks. It is what it is. I do have to go shower soon, so once I'm just gonna finish up as much as I can. Alright, so I did shoulder, so I'm gonna do wrist. So this is wrist. This is easy wrist. So this is wrist. So you just basically do this for wrist. Ross's bald girlfriend was hot too. I don't remember her name. Yeah, I know who you're referring to. This is when Ross and Rachel were like, when Rachel wrote the letter, and you went back and front for 4 pages. We were not on a break. Yeah, she was cute. Janice was interesting. So Janice was like, she was extremely interesting. Who else? Like I said, Janine, Joey's roommate, which was in that episode. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? For me, Phoebe got more. For me, she got more attractive later on down in the series. Like in the beginning, I wasn't clicking with Phoebe. But like over time, Phoebe like down in like season like 8 and 9, that's when she was like, I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. But Monica for me. I'm just thinking of any other guest star who showed up or anybody else. Who's that damn girl? Gabrielle something. She's in like the Masked Singer or whatever. Like she alright. She cool. Then the girl who played in Whose Line Is It Anyways? Tara something. But that's actually her name. Tara is in Criminal Minds. I don't remember her name though. Her actual name. And Ross was dating her, and this was season 10. But then, she was first dating Joey, and then Joey broke up. Joey and her broke up, so Ross could be with her, and then Joey could be with Rachel. They honestly, dude, I feel like Rachel and Joey should have ended up together. That's bullshit. They carry their story on for like almost 2.5 seasons for them to only date one time, and that was this bullshit. They should have ended up together. They just had that click. Ross and Rachel, I mean, yes, they go together, but you know, I'm just saying that I think Joey should have ended up with Rachel. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, Katie. Yes, yeah. Kate. That was season 3. She had like the short red hair. Yeah. Or Kathy, not Katie. Kathy. My bad. Kathy. Yes. Oh yeah. She's nice. Yeah. For any woman who's jumping on the stream, I do apologize. I love women. I really do. I really love women, and I love them so much. So, you know, women are a very beautiful specimen. I have so much respect and love for women. So, if any woman is here, I do apologize for being a man right now. It's all good. It's all good. He did. He should have ended up with her. I was so mad about that. I was like, that's bullshit. Ah. Like why? Like, why even bother? Even make the storyline between the two? Only for it to only last for, what, a couple episodes in season 10? It's stupid. They should have ended up together. Joey ends up with, like, nobody in the end. You know, Rachel and Monica... Rachel ends up with Ross again in the end. Phoebe gets married, so Joey is left with nobody. if I swear they should have just made Mona a main character. I'm just saying. Mona was probably my favorite. Wait, I already did shoulder. Yep, I already did shoulder. What am I doing? I gotta do spine. So this is spine exercise. I'm telling you, man, they should have left Mona in the show. So stupid. She fit like a character, in my opinion. She fit like that mold of character. But for me, in Fresh Prince, so I'm gonna switch directions for a moment. In Fresh Prince, it was Ashley Banks when she got older. when Ashley got older, I'm like, hello, whoa, Ashley Banks, whoa, Hillary in the beginning, but then for some reason, Hillary kind of like for me. So, like, Hillary, well, obviously Ashley was, like, a kid, and I was a kid, but obviously I had a crush on Ashley. But then when I saw Ashley grow up, I'm like, how did she get older than me? Because we were, like, the same age, and then all of a sudden, bang, she, like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, this is Ashley? she hot AF. If you watch Fresh Prince. And then in Saved by the Bell, of course, every one of them was like, Lisa was beautiful. Kelly Kapowski was like every dude's crush back in the day. Jesse Spano, and then Tori. What was her last name? I forget her. It was Tori something. It wasn't Tori Spelling. That's the girl from Beverly Hills 90210. But she was also in Saved by the Bell. And then in Family Matters, Myra, but she died, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Myra. Myra, girl who was infatuated with Steve Urkel. Did I do that? Yeah. See, I grew up in that era, so I'm so grateful that I got to grow up in that era. That era of TV shows were so fucking good. They had a lesson in each of those shows, except for, in Friends, I didn't grow up watching Friends. That was the only show of the 90s that I didn't watch. I watched Blossom, Elf, Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. Damn. Man, so much good shows. Yeah. Let's see. They tried to make a show for Joey called Joey. It had 2 seasons, but it wasn't good. Yeah, I remember that. And it flopped. They were doing like a spin-off. Then, my brother and my sister, they're much younger. So then I got into shows they started watching, like iCarly and Victorious. And things like that. There's another show. It's a random show. It's actually from Australia. It's called Elephant Princess. That was a good show. The Aussies. It's nice. Elephant Princess. Yeah, it's a good show. Elephant Princess has 2 seasons. It's first season and second season. I watched more of this first season or the second season than the first. But yeah, I watched like Shake It Up and Wizards of Waverly Place and Zack and Cody and what's the other one? There's so many. Of course, Hannah Montana. Watch all those shows because while they were growing up, I was like taking care of them, and they want to watch shows like that. So I was watching shows like that with them. So I got to watch shows like that. So I got basically the best of everything. Yeah. So it was cool. So yeah, my '90s shows like Friends, and even though I didn't watch Friends in the '90s, which is weird, I should have watched it, but I didn't. I watched it in during COVID. It was the only like '90s show I did not watch. I watched like everything else, like Married with Children. You know, I watched like the '70s shows, like the like Three's Company and the Jeffersons. And speaking of it, there's a '70s song playing. I don't know the name of the song. I'm not good with lyrics and name of songs. Are you a master of your race? I don't know. Is that a show? If that's a show, then or I don't know if that's a question or if that's a show. Is that a TV show? It feels familiar, but I don't know if that's an actual like question about something or is that like a TV show? No, it's a question. I don't know. I don't like. Can you give me more context as what you mean by that? Because I have no idea what you mean by master of a race. I usually, if I don't understand a question, I usually will ask for clarification because, like, I I don't like to jump the gun. I like to just make sure I'm like fully understanding and comprehending the question. Oh, this. Okay. Um. Well, enlightenment is something we all have actually, but we go through. We actually have it as soon as we're born. The problem is the mind is not engaged yet, but it's there, and we have all the answers right here. The the mind, when we finally go through some process of getting screwed, right? We get an experience that screws us up, then the mind is starting to be formed fully, and it starts to protect you. Um, I'm giving you context so you understand why I'm saying yes and no to this. Uh, through my practices, yes, I've studied a lot of stuff, but they didn't get me anywhere closer. I had to basically undo all of my learning, almost all of it, all of the books that I've read, all the stuff that I've taken on. It's not to say that they weren't helpful, because they were, but they were just helping me to build foundation to understand why that through, the practices, it was all right here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, you're Marcel, right? Yeah, Marcel. Yeah. So for me, like, it's very, very simple. It's just the problem is the mind doesn't make it simple. The mind is going to always look for the next thing. It's always seeking the next thing. It's by design, right? The goal was to realize that it's right here, right now. The enlightenment that everyone's looking for is right here in this moment. In every moment that you're existing, you have it. It's just the mind is going to be like, no, I don't. It's always looking for the next thing, which is normal. Nothing wrong with that. You can explore. That's why this world is designed the way it is. Endless exploration. But what everyone's looking for is right under their nose. It's like right here. That's why, like, when I'm sharing stuff with people, I remind them, like, it's not here, it's here, but you get it here eventually. Because this is what allows you to be aware of things. This already knows. You have two central intelligence, one here and one here. Technically, you have three. You have one in your gut, too, but these are the two more prevalent ones. Let's see. Yeah, at times that definitely does do the trick. It's true. Imagine like, you know, nice beautiful woman just like comes and like, just like yep, mine just like completely just like everything just like just whew. Just a nice little graze. You're right. You're right about that. I can remember all those times being like okay, I finished spine, wrist, and back or shoulders. So now I got my hips to do. So hips, we're gonna do horse stand squats. This is just preventative maintenance for myself. I work on joint health. I do my exercise first, but then I work on my joint health. Last one I'm going to hold for a moment. Shake it out. I still have more things to do, but I will probably have to go and shower. Thank you. I'm just aware. I wouldn't say I'm intelligent, but I'm aware. It's because I've slowed down to see as much as I can. Right? It's like driving at like 10 kilometers an hour, like with a slow ass car. It's allowed me to start to see things for what they are instead of like I'm always like driving at like 100 miles an hour or 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah, this has allowed me to really just slow it down, because in the slowing down you get to see a lot more. When you're sped up, you don't get the ability to see as much, right? You got more like your more tunnel vision, whereas like slowing down, it opens up your perception. So I've given myself this beautiful grace of slowing down in a very fast-paced world. Like, my goal is to be as slow as I possibly can. When I say slow, I don't mean that as like a sloth, but like to slow down my sometimes I speak pretty fast, but to slow down speaking, slow down moving, slow down like how I perceive things so I can take in more and be open to more things. Like, I'm very, very, very open to practically anything, except for things that are like, it's this versus that. No, it just is one thing. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. You know what's up. I have to go shower, so I'll probably be ending my stream in a moment because I have to go eat too. But I'm not done my movement, so I've done as much as I could. I'll just finish up some of my evening movements on the stream quickly. That way they're off my plate. I basically do preventative maintenance on the body so that I prevent injuries from happening. So every day I just focus on joint health. I talk about all kinds of different things during the morning time, but today's lesson was on attention. Where you place your attention, that's what's going to be magnified and maintained by the universe, and that will then grow and flow to you, whether positive or negative or even neutral. So that's why it's important to like be mindful of what you're paying attention to within yourself. Because, you know, it is very, very, very important to know these things. When you're aware, and yesterday was awareness. Awareness is a starting point to transformation. You can start to navigate the world easier. So, I focus on mind, body, and spirit because the mind and the body are just tools that I get to use while I'm here. So, like, this is just a vessel that I get to be with. And I love my vessel for how it is now. If you had met me maybe several years ago, I'd be like, ugh, this body. But, yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to have you on, Marcel. You know what's up. I can tell just by just the things you're saying. I can tell who just gets it and who understands what's going on just by just a couple words they say. It's not a judgment, but it's more of a realization, and I can recognize like, this guy knows, or this girl knows. This girl knows what's up, or this guy knows what's up. I have many perspectives to share with the world, but at the same time, it's just really one perspective, wrapped into different words and stories and metaphors and parables and myths and all kinds of stuff, but it's really, you're the answer. You've always been the answer from the moment you came to Earth, and you will be the answer on your final breath. You get to decide what that looks like. That's my message to the world. That you are the answer. And you can use whatever works. If it's bringing you joy or happiness or serenity or relaxation or peace, if it's bringing you something, it's working for you, keep using it. Like, there are different ways up the top of the mountain. That's a bar, write it down. There's not just one way. There are many ways. Right? That's why, like, anyone who's doing all the things, like, yes, you can do all the things. You don't need to do it, but if that's helping you to get to that top of the mountain, then use it. But the top of the mountain, you were already there from the moment you started your journey. You were thinking that you're not there because the mind is working in a linear fashion that you think you need to go achieve, acquire, accomplish, and attain something, when in reality it's actually right here, right now. It always have been and forever will be. CJ. Just like there are a million different ways to lose weight, they can all work. Exactly. There's no one size fits all approach to anything, right? It's the same thing. It's spot on. That's a great perspective. You're right. There are many, many different ways to stay in shape. Many, many different ways. Like, there are different mobility things that I haven't done yet that also does the same thing that I'm doing. It helps with the joints, right? There are different methods of modalities to master, or to already master yourself or have mastered yourself, that also work, right? There's all different ways. None is like the definitive way, because in the end you get to decide which way works for you. That's why in the end it does start and end with you. because it's you that has to be the one that takes the action, believe the beliefs, feel the feelings, speak the words, and think the thoughts. Or take no action as well, because that's also, taking no action is still an action. As Krishna said, there is action in an action, and then there's inaction in action. That was in the Bhagavad Gita. Let's go. I gotta do my kicks. Just finishing up. Hey Todd, good to see you. Hey, welcome, dude. How's Vegas? Man, you made it there quick time. How was your bro? How was your trip? You must have had a hell of a great time driving there. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go, dude. Welcome to Vegas. Man, have the best time there while you're there. How was the ride there? Was it good? I'm sure you saw lots of cool things on the way. I do 30 per side. Let me just give myself a moment. Man, that's awesome. I'm excited for you while you're in Vegas. The memories are flooding through right now when I was in Vegas in 2022 in December. Oh, that week was so good in Vegas. I didn't get to do any of the exploration stuff, but then not until like the very end. But man, Vegas was fascinating. Day 4 of my 10-day road trip here for 3 nights. Awesome. That's awesome, man. I'm really happy for you. You took that trip. It's good. You have the best time while you're in Vegas, bro. Do it up very nice. Seven, 8, 9, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 30. Okay. Damn. I don't like the fact that the gloves are white. Like this wrist strap is white, but it is what it is. I guess they ran out of pink. Is he? Yeah, it's good, man. I'm glad. You'll enjoy it. It's a good time. All the lights. By the way, while you're there, say even though it's not a person, say hello to the Flamingo Hotel for me. That was like where I stayed. So like, tell the Flamingo Hotel I said what's up. And the Bellagio. Tell the Bellagio, and the Bellagio is not where I stayed, but I love that hotel. But tell the Flamingo I said what's up. Orion says what's up to the Flamingo. I like the Flamingo. The Flamingo Hotel. Thank you, dude. Have you run into the Flamingo yet? Did you see it? I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've seen the Flamingo. It'd be funny if you're actually staying there. That'd be an interesting synchronistic moment if you're actually staying in the Flamingo Hotel. Flamingo Hotel. It's quite fascinating. My conference was right in like inside that Flamingo Hotel. Like you have to like go down in like the lobby area and just like navigate and stuff. Because all the hotels are somewhat interconnected with each other. So, yeah, pretty fascinating. Okay. Time is it? 6:14. Okay. I just got in, but saw it 22 years ago. But I'm not the Flamingo. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was at another hotel, but it was further away from the strip. I forget the name of it. It started like with like A, like the Anand or something like that, or I don't remember. But in that hotel, the glass is like red, but it's further away from the strip. But it's near Allegiant Stadium. So, but I forget the name of that hotel. It's like Anand or some shit like that. But it's further away. That's where I first stayed, and we had to change hotels because it was just too far away from the conference. So we went to the Flamingo. I gotta go shower after this. Like, so once I'm finished these shoulder things, I'm gonna end the stream because I'm gonna go shower. Otherwise, I won't be able to shower until like 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. because the towel has to go for wash. And I only have my one towel right now. My other one got kind of old and dingy. I have to throw it out. So I haven't bought another towel. Well, technically that's not true. I actually have one. That's my travel towel when I was at Planet Fitness. Oh, there goes my brother Ash over there. A brother named Ash. He lives in the area. Like Ash, like Pokemon Ash. That dude is also in like tip-top order. He's in like good shape. Man, I'm happy for you while you're there. I can feel the excitement. I can feel Vegas, by the way. Like, I know I'm not physically there, but I can definitely feel Vegas. I'm like time traveling back to December 2022. There's a candy store there. I forget, and it has the word love. It's a big, giant candy store in the strip. Man, that store was huge. I didn't buy any candy, but I was like, man, this is the wrong time for me to stop eating sweets. It's a giant-ass candy store over there. And you can put like candy in like this big Ziploc bag. Yep. And there's a nice restaurant. I forget the name of it. Had this nice burger there. Oh, the burger was to die for. It was so good. I'm making myself hungry. See, all because you said one word. I'm in Vegas. All the emotions have started rushing right back. I know right now it is 3:18, so the lights are not as bright. But I know the lights are around and they're on. But wait till nighttime hits. It's going to be one hell of a time. And the Bellagio, I know the fountain will come up and then down. Yeah. Man, it's great. And if anyone's in Florida, like Lake Worth, Florida, I also have very fond memories in Lake Worth, Florida. Like on the very, very tail end of like the bottom of Florida. The memories there too. And of course, anyone who lives in New York City on Roosevelt Island. Oh yeah, Roosevelt Island. That's where one of my soul sisters live. I was staying with her for a bit. I stayed there for like 3 months. So I lived in New York for like 3 months with her. She's the one that, we went to Vegas and we had quite the experience with our masterminds and group stuff. Let's see. Oh, you're near the Sphere. Dude, I never got to see the Sphere because the Sphere was being built during that time. It was finished, in 2023 or 2024? I never got to see the Sphere. Damn. Man, that must be awesome. The Sphere? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Are you going to do anything at the Sphere or no? Like, are you going to take in like a show there? You can probably tell which is my throwing arm. Oh. Finito. Well, finito as much as I can. Ah, you're just winging it? Okay, cool. That's even better, dude. That's the best way to go about it. Just fucking wing it. Alright, let me put away some of this stuff. Because there's too much stuff outside here now. Man, that's good. Well, whatever you decide on doing, just have the best friggin' time, bro. From me to you, have the best friggin' time there, dude. Like, do it up. I look forward to like hearing how the 3 days are going there, man. That's awesome. Makes me want to go back to Vegas for a moment. So awesome. Yeah. Live it up, wing it up, bro. Just wing it. It's the best way of going. Alright. I have all these t-shirts now on this chair. I need to put this protein powder container. This is my empty one. Got my new one yesterday, so this is my empty one now. This big old Isoflex. This is my protein stuff that I use. I have to throw this in the recycling bin, but there's a bag that I can put this in. It's just a monster. There. I wasn't supposed to stay on and do my workout, but I did. So, yepers. Yeah, I'm on Instagram. It's Orion. It's the same like on YouTube, Orion Phoenix Stellar. I'm there. I have like I've done like 11 posts. I only need to do 11 posts, and people are adding me on that. Yeah, you can add me, bro. I'm there. Any one of you can add me on Instagram if you want. Oi. Awesome. Yeah, it's the same username. Orion Phoenix Stellar, because, you know, there's a fucking tech company that took my actual name, Orion Stellar. So I'm like, you damn, I'm going to buy them out and take back my name and trademark my name. Yeah. Let me quickly check. I was watching Friends earlier. Who's this? I don't know who the fuck this is, but sure, whatever. That's my other Instagram. That one. That's the Instagram. There was a message I was supposed to read earlier on Facebook. So I'm going to take care of that quickly. I do have to go shower, though. So I'm going to be ending the stream in a moment. You all, thank you for coming on today. All of you. All the trolls as well. Thank you, trolls. I appreciate all of you who came on that were trolls, that called me the N-word and all the other stuff. I really appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. But I'm going to jump off now. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll probably talk about where are my frameworks. So we got awareness, attention, association, allowance, acceptance, alignment, and ascension. What A word am I going to use tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. We'll see what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. I have all my frameworks like right here. I've written it all out. Simple stuff. But, all right, y'all. I'm going to jump off. Y'all have yourselves a good evening, good night, good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are on our planet. Todd, if you're still here, enjoy Vegas, bro. Have the best time. Do it up. I will chat with you all tomorrow, and remember, you are the answer. Later. Bye-bye.